Irish breakdown, Notre Dame fans, all of you that are here today. We have some fans of other teams that are here with us today. We are back for another edition of the Irish breakdown. I got a little paint on my hat, Trev. There's no painting in this stinking house now. We're back for another edition of the Irish breakdown podcast. Little Wednesday action, December 11th. We are 9 days away from Notre Dame kicking off the college football playoff against Indiana. We are going to take a deep dive into that matchup next week. This week, we're more focusing on Notre Dame. Today, we're focusing on you guys and what you guys want to talk about. Guys and gals want to talk about. Y'all know what I mean by guys. It just means everybody, all-encompassing. Right, and we're going to answer your buy, sell, hold submissions today. And there's some about this game. There's some about the playoff. There's a lot of different things in there. I can't wait to get to them. A lot of great submissions this week. But before we do, Trev, we're going to have a short little segment because there are some things that are worth talking about. We talked about the Notre Dame offense yesterday. We're going to talk about the Notre Dame defense tomorrow and just the different aspects of where they are going into the postseason. And today we're going to have a little bit of a special teams conversation that you wanted to have. And then, of course, we're going to have a little bit of fun. We're going to kind of not make a prediction of what will be, but we're going to have a conversation about who we think the most important breakout player is for Notre Dame. And we'll set the stage for, kind of what we're referring to there. Whose player's emergence in the postseason is going to have the biggest impact on Notre Dame winning a championship. So we'll talk about those two things first here at the beginning. And then, of course, Trev, we're going to dive into the buy, sell, hold. Just a reminder for all of you, the buy, sell, holds are submissions that are made on the message board. If you want a buy, sell, hold submission made, you have to be a message board member, an Irish Breakdown member. So you have to go to the Champions Lounge at boards.irishbreakdown.com. You put your submissions there. If you did not get one in or you're not a member, you can always provide a super chat and we'll bring it up. But if you're going to do the super chat, you might as well just go use that money to go sign up for the message boards, and then you can get them on there in all these weeks and future weeks. And so much better deal. You can give minimum $4.99 a month to submit as many buy, sell, holds as your little heart desires, or you can spend that on one. But we appreciate it no matter what you choose to do. We just appreciate y'all being with us here today. And I got to tell you, man, I'm ready for this show today.
You know me, Brian. I stay ready, never have to get ready. I love buy, sell, holds, man. I mean, it's just one day closer to Notre Dame playing Indiana in the first round of the playoffs. If you guys are anything like me, you were already way too antsy, just waiting for this game to come around. But, Brian, before we get started, you know what we got to talk about. We got to talk about our friends over at MyBookie. So, for those of you that have been listening for a while now, you guys already know the deal. But for those of you that haven't, we have some friends over at MyBookie. It's a sports book. Now, if you have yet to sign up with them, make sure that you do. And when you do, use promo code IRISH, IRISH. What that's going to do for you is it's going to deposit. They're going to double your deposit bonus. So, for example, if you put in $10, they're going to give you an additional $10 to bet with. Now, if you're not sure where to start, be sure to start out with the MyBookie risk-free Thursday. So this Thursday, I believe it's the San Francisco 49ers versus the Rams. So it's going to be another divisional matchup in the NFL. What risk-free Thursdays means is if your bet cashes out, you win in a big way. If you don't win for whatever reason, MyBookie is going to give you your money back risk-free, which is awesome. So if you're also somebody that you might need a little bit of break from sports betting, also be sure to check out the MyBookie Live Casino. You can play some blackjack right there from your house. Also be sure to enroll in their loyalty rewards program because that's going to earn you extra cash just for placing down some bets. But regardless, all roads, all avenues kind of lead back to our friends over at MyBookie. So be sure to check them out. They're the sports book that rewards you for every moment of play and gives you the tools that you need to be successful.
So, Trev, when we dive into today's first topic, you and I were talking about the Notre Dame special teams yesterday, and actually it was Monday we were having this conversation, and we were kind of going over the game plan for the week and what we're going to talk about and dive into, and the conversation turned to the Notre Dame special teams and the potential impact that this unit could have, honestly, on this Notre Dame football team. Because when you look at it, Trevor, there are aspects of the special teams that are pretty good. And I saw some former player tweet out how they just need to lock up Marty Biaggi, and I'm just thinking really? Okay, so the fake punts and stuff are fun. They blocked a couple kicks, almost blocked a bunch of others. But the kick coverage units are pretty decent, but like they can't make a field goal to save their lives. What we have seen from the punt team this year has been just one of the most mind-boggling things I've ever seen in my life with this insistence to the rugby punt. And as we counted out yesterday, they lost, three fumbles this year on special teams, right? I think if Jordan Faison lost a punt, you had a lost punt by Max Hurleman, and then you had Devin Ford losing a punt as well. And it's just like, boy, you've missed 10 field goals, an extra point, and lost three balls. Like, the special teams is like when they're on, dude, they are up here. But there's other parts of the special teams that are major problems when you start getting into different aspects of these matchups in the postseason. And this is something where we talk a lot about Mike Denbrock, a lot about Al Golden. Marty Biaggi is going to be a very important member of this coaching staff going into the postseason as well, figuring out how to get Mitch Jeter physically and mentally right. Let James Rendell just boom the heck out of the football, right? And clean that stuff up. No turnovers. You can't hurt yourself. I mean, loose emojis, number one responsibility for special teams, do no harm. I'd call 10 missed field goals, a missed extra point, and 3 turnovers on special teams doing a lot of harm. That's an average. Think about it, Trev. 10 missed field goals and 3 fumbles is an average of over 1 huge points impacting play in every single game. That's an average of plus, because that's 13. I don't even count the extra point because, let's be honest, it was like late in the blowout game and all that kind of stuff. But, you lost a game by 2 points earlier in the year, and you missed 2 field goals in that game. Right? One was unrealistic that you were going to get there, but still, you missed 2 field goals in that game. So the special teams, Trev, is going to have to take a big jump. You started doing this while I was talking, right? I mean, it's just the consistency across the board. You can't have 2-3 units really good and then 2-3 units not really good. Coach Biaggi's got a lot. He's going to have a big impact on this game. There's no doubt.
Yeah, there's a lot that needs to be cleaned up on special teams, and I don't think there's no hiding that fact. Realistically, you look at it, and the special teams, when they're good, it's really good. When they're bad, it's really bad. The way that I look at missed field goals, that's 10 turnovers, man. That's how I look at it. I mean, it's the same as, muffing a snap. The defense recovers it right there. They get the ball. You go away with no points. And then you have the 3 actual turnovers from the muffed kicks. So those are things that need to be figured out. That's when I look at missed field goals. And yes, one of them was a 66-yarder to win a game that was blocked. That was just an unrealistic kick to ask an NFL kicker to hit, let alone, a kid in college. But the way that I look at it is it's 30 points spread out throughout the season that could have been on the board. That's almost that's over an additional 2 points a game if you're able to make some of those field goals. So, special teams is an area where Notre Dame has to clean up, and as good and as fun as the highs have been, I would say it errs more on the side of a liability, because when you're missing field goals, not only does that put your special teams in a bind, that puts your offense in a bind. Not only does it mean that the special teams unit and, mentally the kickers are not there and, kids are hurt, but now you're putting the offense in a position where once they cross the 35-yard line, do they have now 4 downs to get a first down instead of being able to settle for a field goal? Look, it's unrealistic to think that, every single time you get inside of the 20, you have to score a touchdown. There's no team that has 50 red zone trips and 50 touchdowns, right? Like that's an unrealistic standard. And if the SEC championship game showed us anything, missed field goals play a huge factor. And when you're making a run in the playoffs, you need a field goal kicker. I hate to bring this up, but ask Ohio State fans from that 2022 Georgia game. Hit that field goal, you're playing for a national championship against TCU. So Georgia hits one of those 2 field goals, theoretically, that game doesn't go to overtime. So, it's just field goal kicking is going to be huge down the stretch. Going to be interested to see how they clean it up.
So here's some statistics to back up kind of what we're talking about, Trev, and why this is kind of a frustrating aspect of the football team, because again, there's some things that they're doing that are really good. So number of blocked kicks plus punts this season, right? Notre Dame is tied with Louisville for number 1 at 6. Okay, that's great. Opponent punt return average, Notre Dame is 21st, and they're not far off from being higher. They're at 4.71 yards per punt. Opponent kick return average. Notre Dame is 7th at 15.6. That's outstanding. And we saw this against USC constantly. So, again, the coverage unit's really good. I don't even want to kind of get into Notre Dame's kick return average because I feel like it would be a little bit unfair because they've returned so few. But they rank 112th in college football despite having Jadarian Price and Jaden Harrison both on the team. They average 16.9 yards per kick return. They've only returned 13 kicks on the season, and Jaden Harrison's only returned 8. There's nothing you can do about that. Teams aren't kicking to you. You get an average of 1 a game, basically. And 2 of them were 0-yard returns because, they fair caught it or just didn't return it, right? And so that's obviously a concern. I mentioned punt return. Notre Dame ranks 104th in punt return average of 5.4 per game. And then you get into some of the other negatives. Punting, Notre Dame averages 81st in the country in punt average. And when you consider that they rank 81st in punting, and I think, 21st in punt return average, the net's going to be higher than 81st, but it's still going to be outside the top 50, no question about it. And then Notre Dame ranks dead last in college football in field goal percentage. Trevor, they are over 8 percentage points behind the number 133 team in the country. That's a wild statistic. They're the only team that's under 50% this season in made field goal attempts. Arizona State is next at 52.9. I did find it a tad ironic that the two teams that are in the college football playoff are 133rd and 134th. And another team, Texas, who's in the college football playoff, is 106th. But what did we just watch with Texas against Georgia? They lost by 6 points. The game went to overtime. They had a field goal kicker miss 2 kicks. Field goal kicker makes one of those 2 kicks, and they're SEC champs and they're the 2 seed right now, right? I mean, so when you get into those big games, those things matter. Notre Dame has not had to deal with that because they've blown out so many of their opponents. But we saw one game, be impacted a great deal by special teams. You give Louisville that early touchdown because of the muff punt. And that's an area where, boy, I got to tell you, man, it's a rough spot they got to be in. So that lack of consistency in special teams, you can't be number 1 in the country at one thing and dead last in another thing, number 7 at one thing and in the hundreds in another thing. That's not the mark of a good special teams operation. That's a mark of you're good at some things and you're really bad at other things. And that's what Coach Biaggi has to find some answers for here going into the postseason, Trevor. The biggest thing with field goal kicking is just get Mitch Jeter healthy and mentally and physically healthy. Somebody in the chat said that they made bad evaluations at punter and kicker. I strongly disagree. I mean, Mitch Jeter was an over 90% kicker for 2 years in the SEC. We saw him drill a 40-plus yard field goal to put the game away against Texas A&M in the opener, right? Both of the kicks against Northern Illinois were blocked, right? There was another kick. What was the game recently, Trevor, where they had a kick blocked? I think it was the UVA game, I think.
Yeah, I think it was Virginia.
And it didn't matter who the kicker was. That was getting blocked. That was about the blocking operation. That's not acceptable. You rank number 1 in the country in blocked punts, but you've had 3 blocked of your own. That's a balance that I don't want to have to deal with. You know what I mean? And so it's about getting him healthy. And then James Rendell, we've seen when they let James Rendell actually punt, he kicks the heck out of the football. They just don't let him do it. That's a coaching decision, not a James Rendell evaluation problem. So I don't agree that there is an evaluation problem. I think there is a coaching problem. And that's what Coach Biaggi is going to have to address, right? And it's going to play a role in the postseason. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, it's an issue that has to be fixed in both phases. Similar to what we talked about on the offense yesterday, is just you have to maximize the potential of what you have. You got to do that with James Rendell, and that's not a negative. But look, I'm sure rugby punting works for some kickers, not James Rendell. We've seen what he's able to do. He can boom punts and completely flip the field when he's just able to go through a normal kicking routine. Just stick with that. It works, right? I watched him send one 53 yards in the air into the wind against Virginia. So don't give me this. The wind's in his face. That's why they try the rugby punt to keep it low and get a rollout. Like we've seen what he can do. Same thing with Mitch Jeter. I mean, Notre Dame won that game because Mitch Jeter hit 3 key field goals in that game. That's not a bad evaluation. It's just, Brian talked about it. Vince talked about it, a couple weeks before the USC game. It's like, at what point do you just sit this kid and let him get his mental right? Kicking is just as much mental as it is physical, which leads to, why PATs are no issue for Mitch Jeter. But then the second he lines up outside of PAT range, there's something going on up there. So Marty Biaggi, I would say out of the 3 coordinators, has the steepest job that he has to accomplish in this 3 weeks as far as getting his side of the ball up to par, right? Denbrock and Golden have things that they have to fine tune. They have their work cut out for them as well. But Marty Biaggi is like behind the 8 ball right now. It's got to be raised. And I think that the performance of the special teams as a whole unit is being overshadowed by a handful of exciting plays. Watching Bryce Young blow up some kid against Purdue on a kickoff.
The
return,
flash
right?
is causing some to ignore the substance.
Mm-hmm.
And the substance is really what matters.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Now, if Coach Biaggi can get it done, we're going to look at it and say, phenomenal coaching job by Coach Biaggi. Great job to get that right. And the thing that gives me hope about Mitch Jeter is that they are going to get rest. Number one.
Yeah.
The second part about it is Marty Biaggi does have a track record of success here. Because he's one of the few coaches who actually is a specialist or was a specialist. Obviously he punted, and I believe he punted. I don't know that he kicked extra points, but I know he punted in college. I believe he punted in college, and you often don't see that. You don't like my buddy who's the special teams coordinator at Penn State he played DB at Bucknell in college, right? He kind of learned it. He played on a lot of special teams, and it just became a specialty of his, and he's used it to climb up the coaching ranks and become someone with a very strong reputation. So, where Coach Biaggi is different with him is he's actually a former specialist. And he's coached other positions. He's been a D coordinator at the FCS level, things like that. But he's someone who has that background. So hopefully he'll be able to kind of get that done and get this part of the game going. Because, if the only issue is head-scratching aspects of the rugby punts, and that's the only issue we're dealing with, and teams won't kick to Notre Dame anymore, all right, I can live with that. If that's the biggest issue that Notre Dame is going to have going into the postseason or coming out of the postseason is, I don't know why they rugby punt and no one's going to kick to the kick returners. If that's all we're complaining about because they get the field goal kicking operation figured out, all right, cool. And they don't give up blocks and things like that, I can live with that. I can live with that. So, and I strongly disagree with the notion that the hang time has been the issue with the punt returner. That when he's allowed to actually kick, he has some of the best hang time you're going to see. So I think some bad evaluations being done in the chat right now, not by the special teams coordinator.
Yeah. Hang time's an issue when he rugby punts.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So, but that's at the end of the day, Trev, that's kind of where we're at. You've got to figure out how to get this right. You know what I mean? And it's we're gonna have to get it. It's gonna be huge. It's gonna be big.
Yeah. I mean, much like we talked yesterday about Riley Leonard, there's going to come a point in the playoffs where Riley Leonard's going to have to step up and make a play. It's going to be the same for the special teams. And I don't know what phase. Yet. It could be, James Rendell might need to flip the field. Notre Dame needed a drive to put the game away. There's a little bit of time left, but need a big booming punt to put the game away and really pin the opposing team deep. Or, sometimes when people hear the game could come down to special teams, I hear game
or an actual block.
Right. Like it might, but also like it could come down to, maybe Notre Dame. We just saw it in the Clemson game against Clemson and SMU. The thing that prevented that game from going to overtime, yes, it was Cade Klubnik coming up clutch with that last throw over the middle, but they had a 39-yard kick return that put them in position to do that. So special teams.
And then Kid nailed a 50-plus yard field goal, right? Yes, special teams was huge.
Yes, two of the 3 game-winning plays for Clemson in the game were on special teams.
And 3, really, because one thing that helped them jump out to a big lead is they got a nice return on a punt and
Yeah.
then had a 15-yard penalty tacked on the end of it that set up a short field for them to jump out 14-0.
Yep.
Special teams were huge in that game
Yep.
for Clemson and SMU.
Mm-hmm.
And Notre Dame, I mean, very minimum, do no harm, as the great Lou Emoji used to say. Do no harm. That's the minimum. But to win a championship over 4 games, you're going to need to make some big plays. It can't just be, you nailed it, Trevor. It can't just be about doing no harm. That's the foundation of it. But now you've got to, at some point in time, somebody's going to have to make a play. Somebody's going to have to block a kick, get a good return, make a big stop, pin a team inside the 5, something along those lines. It's going to be huge. I think of the Notre Dame-Ohio State game in 2015. And Ohio State's kickoff coverage just kept pinning Notre Dame inside the 15-yard line. 15-yard line. And you're like, you're not going to consistently go 80-plus yards against that defense. You're going to make a couple times, you'll hit a couple big plays, but you're not going to consistently move the ball. And then Ohio State was getting good field position all game, and that was a big part of the game. And so that's going to be a big thing for this Notre Dame football team going in. So that's special teams. We did kind of discuss that, Trev, and it was smart to want to have a segment on it because it is going to be a big part of what Notre Dame is going to do this season. There's no doubt about it. Let's kind of get into this last segment before we do our buy so hold trip, because this was a bit of a fun topic, and we were going to kind of have it at the end of each, offensive and defensive segment. But we kind of thought about having it as a standalone because it'd be more fun, and also because those segments have so much in it that we wanted to, we didn't want it to get lost in this in shows that have just a lot of other really good analysis and breakdowns. But when you and I got to talking the other day, and we were like, you're thinking about those players that step up in the postseason, whether it's for an entire game, whether it's on a entire run, and you say, boy, what an impact that guy had on that football team. And we've seen it in the NFL for years, guys step up, and some guy that I mean, I'm a Denver Broncos fan, right? So my first memory of this was when I was, I think, 9 years old. It was 1987, and the Denver Broncos were playing the Washington Redskins in the Super Bowl, and some cat named Timmy Smith rushed for over 200 yards in a friggin' Super Bowl game. And my dad, who's a Redskins fan, was like, I don't really know a lot about Timmy Smith. You know what I mean? Because he was filling in for their starting running back, and you're just like, what the heck is going on? You know what I mean? And a lot of people forget, Doug Williams wasn't always the full-time starter for the Redskins that year. They also had Jay Schrader, but Timmy Smith that year for the Redskins, Trev, the year that they won the Super Bowl, rushed for 126 yards the whole season. That's it. Rushed for 126 yards. And then he goes against the Broncos in the Super Bowl, and he rushes for, I think it was 200 and some yards against the Broncos in the Super Bowl. And you're just like, guy rushed for 602 yards his entire career. He rushed for 342 yards in the postseason that year, including over 200 yards in the Super Bowl. Who the heck is Timmy Smith? You know what I mean? And then you think of, you and I were talking about the Clemson-Alabama game in 2016, that when Clemson won, they were down 14-0 to Alabama. It wasn't Mike Williams or, Deshaun Watson making some great play that got them back in it. It was a little screen pass to Deion Kane, who made a bunch of dudes miss and went off on a long run. Clemson ends up punching that drive in and gets back in the game. And who has the game-winning touchdown catch in that game? Wasn't Mike Williams, wasn't Deion Kane, wasn't Artavius Scott, their top guys, wasn't Jordan Leggett. It was Hunter Renfrow before he really became that sort of breakout player for them. You always have those kind of moments where guys like that step up and make big-time plays and go on those runs. And Notre Dame is going to need that in this game, in this postseason, not just this game, in this postseason. So you and I thought of kind of talking about that and the need for that on offense and defense. And so we'll kind of set the stage for that, of why that's needed. And then we'll make our prediction for who our picks are for offense and defense. But when you look at this offense, Trev, and I talked a little bit about it on a show I was just on. I don't think they've aired it yet. It's called Crane and Company, where, we talked about somebody needs to step up in the pass game, whether it's Mitchell Evans or somebody along those lines, because I think if Notre Dame's going to win a championship, in at least 2 games, the pass game on offense, as we talked about yesterday, is going to have to really thrive. But in order for that to happen, the pass catcher's got to step up. And so obviously Mitchell Evans stepping up would be huge. And Jaden Greathouse stepping up would be huge. Bo Collins getting back to form would be important. But you and I kind of looked at it, and we talked about, different guys, but you and I looked at it and said, but who's that figure that maybe nobody's talking about right now, or that we haven't really seen be that guy all year? Whose emergence in the postseason could have the biggest impact on offense? And then defensively, there's a lot of different options there too. We know who the stars are. It's Xavier Watts. It's Howard Cross. When Riley Mills comes back, he's that guy. But who's that player on defense who really takes his game to another level in the postseason? And we're going to talk about those guys here as well. So let's start with the offense, Trev, and discuss our picks. And you can go with an offensive lineman that's stepping up. I mean, that's the thing. As I focus on the pass game, that's where Trevor and I's conversation went to. But, somebody stepping up on the offensive line and really playing the best ball of their career. Maybe you're going to need one of your other backs at some point in time to step up and have an impact for you. Maybe it's your number 2 tight end. It could be a lot of different things. Who's that player for you, Trev, as we get into this that you view and say, hey, this is somebody that it's going to be interesting to see, but this guy's got a chance to step up. And if he does, it completely changes the look of this Notre Dame offense.
Yeah, mine's going to be Jaden Harrison. One, because I think he can help your offense in multiple different ways. And to clarify, one thing that I want to make abundantly clear is not like we're not talking about people that we've already seen kind of break out this season. Like if Notre Dame makes a great playoff run and it's like, yeah, Mitchell Evans balled out. You know what I mean? Like it's somebody like the Hunter Renfrow of 2016, the O.J. Howard of 2015 for Alabama. We've
seen Jordan Faison go off too.
Right.
So for us, he wasn't considered. Jaden Greathouse wasn't considered. Bo Collins wasn't really considered. Faison was the only one that maybe could have been considered, but we've seen him before in the postseason. He went for 100 yards in a bowl game last year. Mm-hmm. That's why those guys weren't necessarily considered.
Yep. And so for me, Jaden Harrison, has shown that he has been a mismatch in coverage against a lot of different teams. He had that really good slot fade against Purdue that Angeli threw him, and he had that 80-yard touchdown against Virginia that was called back. And he does really good things with the ball in his hands. That's why he was such a good returner. So I picked Jaden Harrison for a handful of reasons. One, I think he's going to be that unsung person on offense, that he's not the starter, right? They're not going to roll him out there. He's not going to be at the top of everybody's list on scouting reports, but he's somebody that can hurt you downfield on screens with the ball in his hands. And then we just got done talking about special teams. I mean, he's an All-American returner back there. And so now part of that's a little bit out of his hands, because if a team just doesn't kick to him, they just don't kick to him, right? But, I think Jaden Harrison could be a guy that we talk about after Notre Dame's run that we could say, hey, 2 on offense was kind of a difference maker. So mine for me is Jaden Harrison.
For me, Trev, I was back and forth on a couple different guys. Part of me wanted to go with Rocco Spindler, just, really breaking out and having a great postseason, or maybe a Pat Coogan just really stepping up and raising his level of play. I really thought about going with Eli Raridan, because I could see a lot of attention being given to Mitchell Evans and some of their 12 personnel stuff. Eli Raridan, or maybe even a Cooper Flanagan, make some big plays, and they're that unsung hero type of guy. But I'm going with Chris Mitchell. And Jaden Harrison's a great pick. I could see that. I thought about going with Jordan Faison, but when we kind of talked the criteria, he didn't really apply to the criteria. His thing has been more like injury related. He just hasn't been healthy. Neither of us will be surprised if Jordan Faison's a playmaker in the postseason in Greathouse. I went with Chris Mitchell for a number of reasons, because number one, I don't think anybody's going to be paying attention to him on defense. I don't. I mean, when you look at his production this season, what about Chris Mitchell is going to make any team say, gee, we got to make sure we keep our eye on number 10, and I think sometimes that's a big part of this whole deal. I mean, Chris Mitchell finished the season with 18 catches for 190 yards and 2 touchdowns. No one's his biggest output of the season was 4 catches. His highest yardage output of the season is 32. That's it. And no one's watching him saying, hey, we got to guard 10. But I still think this is a kid that's got some talent. This is a good football player. This is a kid that we watched go for 1,000 yards last year. This is a kid that we watched go onto an SEC field in November last season and have 157 receiving yards on 6 catches, right? This kid can play. For a number of reasons, he just hasn't been that guy at Notre Dame. Part of it because the opportunity's not there. He's had some of his own issues and different things along those lines. But I think he's a guy that has a chance to be that breakout player. And it's not going to be like volume. He's not going to go out and have like a 9-catch, 150, receiving yards and things like that. It's going to be more of he has a 3-catch, 105-yard game where he has a 60-yard touchdown that kind of gets him going or breaks a game open or something along those lines. It's a very different situation. And, you're going to need to see somebody like that go off, and I could see Chris Mitchell being that guy that makes that big-time play, and then he, maybe has a second game like that. And then all of a sudden you got to worry about him if you're a defense, and then that makes it a little harder to then go defend some of those other guys. So I'm going with Chris Mitchell as my potential breakout player. Let's talk defense, Trev. And this is a little bit of a different way of looking at it because there are a lot of different candidates that could kind of fit into this mold. And we've seen different guys step up throughout the year. When you look at this, who's sort of that unsung player that hasn't really had a true breakout this season that you think his emergence in the postseason could have the biggest impact on Notre Dame winning a title? I'm kind of torn between really 3 guys, if I'm being honest with you, 3 or 4 guys. So I'm curious to see which direction you go. And then I'm going to kind of explain why I settled on the guy that I'm going with.
Yeah, it's funny. I was in between 2 to 3 guys, but they're all in the same position room. So mine's going to be Bryce Young. And I know there's a lot of people say, well, he's had his breakout. I would agree with that on special teams. Notre Dame's pass rush, especially off of the edge, needs to be good in the postseason, right? For example, I mean, they have IU coming up. Curtis Rourke's a really good quarterback. He's really experienced. When he gets pressure in his face, he will turn the football over. He got sacked 3 times against Maryland, threw 2 picks. He got sacked 3 times against Michigan. Their offense scored 20 points. He threw a pick and he fumbled. He got sacked 5 times against Ohio State, and he finished that game with 68 yards passing. So for me, Notre Dame is going to have to find a way to get some sort of edge rush. And I was going back and forth with this, and I was going based off of if they have that ability to. For me, Junior Tuialamaka was another guy in that conversation, but like he's playing the best football he's played at Notre Dame. And another name that kind of bounced around in my head was RJ Oben. But then I started kind of getting into the question of he's gotten really good in run defense, but is it too much to ask of him to then just turn into a good / elite pass rusher in the playoffs if he's shown that he hasn't been able to do that this year for whatever reason? So I landed on Bryce Young. I think from a talent standpoint, he has the biggest opportunity to go and break out. He's a 6'7", 240, 50-pound true freshman that athletically has all the tools to compete with any team in the country. And I think Notre Dame's going to need some help off the edge with their pass rush. I know Howard Cross is going to be back healthy against Indiana, and we know what that duo looks like with him and Riley Mills. But for me, breakout, I'm going Bryce Young off the edge.
It's interesting. Did you know that this season that Bryce Young has 2 more pass rush snaps than Junior Tuialamaka has? But
No.
Junior has 7 more pressures than what Bryce Young has. I think those 2 guys and Josh Burnham is my group of guys. I think Josh has done a lot of really good things in pass pro. But one of the areas where I feel like Josh has not been as good as he needs to be is really getting after the quarterback. I think that's an area where he's going to have to improve his game. But between those 3, you need one of them, to your point, Trev, to step up. And Bryce Young makes a lot of sense. He's gotten a lot more playing time, and he's just the most physically gifted. But it's whether it's him or Junior or Josh Burnham, I think you're on that regard. I considered all 3 of those guys kind of the same position you mentioned. There's a lot of thoughts into like who needs to like step up, Howard Cross getting back and Riley Mills. When you talk about guys who have been a little bit, maybe haven't had great seasons, or maybe guys who need to step up, who maybe have been struggling lately. I was kind of back and forth because so many guys on defense have had their moments this year. But the guy that I think is going to have the biggest impact, whose emergence is going to have the biggest impact, I think is Christian Gray. That's where I'm going with this one, because more and more teams are going to start throwing at him after watching the USC game. He got beat by Malachi Fields against Virginia, who's really good. But he's a guy that has been very, very erratic this season. Early in the season, Christian was phenomenal. Gets hurt, wasn't the same guy for over a month, starts kind of coming back, playing better down the stretch, and then has a really rough game against USC. But he finishes it. He starts it really well, finishes it really well. A lot of not very good in the middle. I feel like Christian needed some rest, and I think getting him back on track is going to help him. And I just have a feeling he's going to get back to being the guy we saw before the injuries, where he almost had like 3 pick sixes in the first month of the season. If he doesn't drop balls, and if he can get back to kind of being that guy, then that's going to have a huge impact on this game, right? Or on this team going into the postseason. I mean, I thought about going with the Don Schuler, but he's been so good this year. For like a Don, it's just keep doing what you're doing. A couple other guys I considered for it, Trev, is Drake Bowen and Jaden Osbury. Both of those guys have been good this season, but not like can one of them become like a star in the postseason where they just really raise their level of play a whole nother level? You talk about pass rushes. Does Jalen Sneed have a big impact in nickel pass rush? But I think the reason, if I was going to talk pass rush, I'd go with one of the guys you talked about, is because I think Jalen Sneed's the third down impact pass rusher. They need someone who can get after the quarterback on first and second down. And that's where Bryce Young and Junior Tuilamaka or Josh Burnham, or here's a crazy thought, RJ Oben starts playing like the guy he was at Duke. You know what I mean? Somebody like that would be very interesting. But I'm going with Christian Gray, because if he can get back to being the guy he needs to be, he's going to have a chance to have a big impact. And it's going to start in game 1 against this really good receiving core from Indiana. And you look at the two guys that really manned that Z position, which is that field position. Now they'll put Elijah Sherrod out there at times, but he's kind of their boundary guy. The two guys they actually have two guys that play this position. The starter actually has fewer catches than the number 2 guy. The number 2 guy is Omar Cooper Jr., who doesn't start for them. Primarily, it's Miles Cross. Miles Cross had 26 catches for 323 yards and 4 touchdowns this season. And Omar Cooper had 27 catches for 571 yards and 6 touchdowns. So when you look at that Z position, which is who Christian Gray is going to be matched up against, those two guys combined for 894 yards. They combined for 53 catches and 10 touchdowns this season. So that's going to be a big one for Christian Gray, really needing to step up in that opener. And if he can, and then continue to build on it, I just feel like he needs that kind of that breakout game, and then that's going to kind of get him rolling. And I'm hoping that I'm right on this and he becomes that impact player. But I really think after all the discussion, it comes down to one of those two. It's either he needs to break out or one of those edge rushers needs to break out, and ideally both. So that would be an even more ideal situation. So
I was just about to say, why not both?
Yeah.
Why not both, baby?
But that's what it's going to take for Notre Dame to make this run. It can't just be – yes, we talked yesterday. The stars got to be stars, right? And we'll talk about that again tomorrow on defense. Look, Howard Cross has got to play like the All-American he was last year, and he was preseason. And when he was middle of the season this year, he was a dude. Riley Mills was a dude middle at the end of the season. You need them to be that. You need Xavier Watts to keep being the All-American that he is. You need Leonard Moore to keep playing like the freshman All-American that he should be if people actually paid attention to what he was doing. He's been a dude. Those guys have to be dudes. I mean, there's no question about it. You need Jack Kaiser to play the best football of his career, but those complementary players stepping up, Drake Bowen stepping up, Jordan Clark's got to get back to being what he was early in the middle of the season. Jaden Alsbury, the edge players we talked about, those guys stepping up is going to tell us whether Notre Dame is a 1-and-done, a 2-and-done, or if this is a team that can truly make a run at the championship. Those complementary players are going to be huge. So that's going to do it for this segment, Trev. That was fun, man. I enjoyed that very, very much. Glad that we were able to get some special teams talk in there. I know Vince is going to be very happy with that one. No question about it. So, Trev, let's next we're going to get into the buy, sell, hold. But before we do, folks, do us a favor. Hit that like, hit that subscribe, hit the notification bell, share this podcast, give us a 5-star review. And, of course, best way to support us is to sign up for the message board at boards.irishbreakdown.com. There are ways that you can kind of gift a subscription to somebody. So if you want to buy a subscription for someone that you know and think would enjoy it, contact me at brian@irishbreakdown.com. That's my email address. You can also shoot me a private message on the board if you already are a board member. And we can talk about the best way to make that happen. But it's the best way to support Irish Breakdown, and it's also a great way to constantly be up to date on all the latest. And then also, of course, great conversation that's happening. and analysis, and we're going to have some announcements on the board here coming up soon. So it's definitely a good time to get on the board now, and that's where we're going to be. So we'll get to buy so hold next, but again, while we're doing this little pause and we get into our build up of the buy so hold, you could easily go to boards.auctionbreakdown.com and have the time to click there, hit login, or you get login, and you'll take your subscribe page, pick a thing, put it in there, be done before we get done with our first buy so hold. So check that out at boards.auctionbreakdown.com. So, Mr. Trowbridge, are you ready for some buy so hold? Right? I almost thought about jumping into my best Hank Williams Jr. impression. Are you ready for some football? But that would have sounded super lame and cheesy. So I decided not to do that against my inside desire. So we're going to not go ahead and do that. But we're going to get started here with our first buy so hold submission from our guy B Jammin 41.
Buy so hold. Jaden Greathouse and Jordan Faison will both get their second touchdown of the year against Indiana.
It is nuts to think about the fact that those two guys only have one touchdown each. It really is kind of nuts to think about that, and I mean, Jaden Greathouse was a touchdown machine last year. He really was. And we just haven't seen that from those guys this season. And they combined for 9 touchdowns last season, and they've only had 2 this year. I'm going to hope by that one, Trev. That would be a good sign of what's to come. I mean, it's honestly a great buy so hold segue into what we just talked about, right? That emergence of some of those players that need to step up their game. So what the heck? I'm going to hope by it. But, if we're being practical, the odds of 2 guys that have combined for 2 touchdowns, both scoring in the first playoff game against a pretty decent defense, are not great, but I'm going to buy it just because it'd be a great storyline and it would be a great sign for Notre Dame. So I'm going to hope by that one.
Yeah, I'll buy it because they have the potential to. I mean, I fully believe that they can, but it's, to Brian's point, it kind of remains to be seen based on how this season has played out. So typically when Riley Leonard has multiple passing touchdowns in a game, there's always a tight end kind of thrown in there. Now, if Riley Leonard has 4 passing touchdowns, 2 to tight ends and 2 to wide receivers, and they're Jaden Greathouse and Jordan Faison, I'll be a pretty happy guy.
Mm-hmm.
So, no, I'm there. I'm with you. Buy so hold. Penn State will lose to SMU, and that will be the only upset in the first round.
I'm going to sell that. As much as I would love to – I mean, I would love to see that from the standpoint of I really dislike Penn State fans, having lived in Pennsylvania for about 3 years. Man, they're just insufferable sometimes. And I always disliked that program, to be honest. There's a lot of big-time programs that I've always respected. Penn State is not one of them. Joe Paterno was not someone who I had a lot of respect for even before all the crazy stuff came out about what was going on there. I just really dislike this program, and I would enjoy watching. And their head coach is kind of well, you know what I think about their head coach now. But if I'm being honest, as much as I would enjoy that, I don't think it's going to happen. I think SMU is a good football team, but we saw in that ACC title game that if a team can really kind of bully them a little bit up front with their defensive line, they can slow that offense down. Clemson couldn't keep it going for 4 quarters. I think that Penn State has a chance to do it, and I think Penn State can make some plays. They're going to have a really tough time, Trevor, handling Tyler Warren, in my opinion. And it's just kind of like every week, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter like what the other team is doing. It's just he's going to make plays no matter how much you game plan to try to stop him. He just doesn't make plays, and I think that they're going to have a better chance to run the ball on them than Clemson did. Although I will say this, man, that run defense from SMU has been really good. And I wonder, can Penn State pass the football on them the way that Clemson did? That's a very fair question. But, also Clemson got gifted some short fields. I mean, that's the other thing is, can they protect the ball? But I mean, I'm going to go with Penn State in this one. It's not a no-brainer. It's not a lock by any stretch. I could see SMU upsetting them. I mean, I'm just going to go with Penn State because I don't know that we're going to see a lot of upsets in the first round because they're all on home campuses. And, we talk about the advantage a lot of us thought Notre Dame was going to have by a Southern team coming up north. Well, Penn State's getting that. I mean, they're up in the mountains So, you know what I mean? Like, it's going to be cold up there, I think. And it's – I actually haven't checked the weather in a couple of days, but I'm very curious what it's going to be like. But I'm going to go with the Nittany Lions. I'm going to sell that. I'm going to go with the Nittany Lions on that one, but I would love to be wrong about it, to be honest with you. Well, kind of. I'll explain why kind of after you give your answer, Trev.
Yeah, I'm going to sell it too for a handful of reasons. I like SMU. They're a fun team. They have a really stingy run defense, but Penn State's a different rushing attack than what Clemson's was. I like Phil Maffa. He's a good back, but, you know, Katron Allen and Nicholas Singleton are a little bit different of a 1-2 punch. I think Penn State's defense is better than Clemson's. So I think it'll be a closer game than what people are going to give it credit for. I do believe that. But because there's one thing that you saw out of that SMU team, even when they went down big to Clemson, there's no quit in them. Same thing with the Georgia game, right? But I'm also going to sell it because I don't think that would be the only upset in the first round. I don't think enough people are talking about this Tennessee-Ohio State matchup, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Tennessee's a good football team, man, and Ohio State's reeling. Like the last time they were out on the field, product did not look good. It did not look good. And now in order to fix it, they're going to be hosting a Tennessee team with an even better defense than what Michigan's was, an even better run game than what Michigan had. So it's going to be interesting to see how the Buckeyes bounce back. I'm not predicting that they will get upset. It's just out of all the games that I think could be an upset, I think that 8-9 matchup is real close. Really.
What's interesting about that game, Trevor, is Ohio State's offense hasn't really looked good in their last two games. I mean, they beat Indiana 38-15, but they had a lot of short fields in that game. And their defense is really what won that game. Their defense and special teams really won that game. They only gave up 151 yards to Indiana. Their defense only gave up 234 yards to Michigan. I mean, what's crazy is Indiana's had this great pass offense all season. They only passed for, 68 yards against Ohio State in that game? Just nuts. So, like, you got to ask, is that just a Michigan problem? Is Michigan in their head? Or is that just a flawed football team that just out-talented everyone else in the Big Ten? I mean, that's kind of the question that you have to have. And Ohio State's such an erratic team. It really is going to come down to what we talked about the other day. Can those players drown out the noise? And what they do here, use it as fuel to kind of get them to go out there and play at a high level. That's going to be the big question. But if I had more faith in Tennessee's offense, Trev, I would be more willing to pick that game. I just have a feeling this is going to come down to a lot like what we saw against Indiana. Now, I think Tennessee has a better line than Indiana. I think Tennessee has a better running back situation than Indiana. But Tennessee also doesn't have as experienced of a quarterback as Indiana. So I wonder if Tennessee is going to be able to, to really be able to do enough running the football against Ohio State, who's had a pretty decent run defense with the exception of the Michigan game. And even then, it was 4.1 yards a carry. It wasn't like they went out there and just ripped them up. They only gave up 13 points. And I think their touchdown came on if I remember, let me look this up. Wasn't their touchdown against Michigan on a very short field? Let me look. I think because I always forget, because they had the one pick that they had where they had a short touchdown. Yeah, their touchdown was on a 2-yard drive. They had another field goal on a 3-yard drive. And should have had another touchdown on a short field too on another turnover. So, that's right. The one pick six they had, the one short field they had. Then Ohio State picked them off in the red zone. So it was like Michigan had chances to make that a more convincing loss because of their own offensive struggles.
Yeah.
So I think Tennessee's going to have a tough time moving the ball in the Ohio State defense. But I think Ohio State's offense, if we get a lot of what we've seen the last couple games, could also have a problem because this is a pass rush unlike anything they've seen this season.
Yeah.
That Tennessee has.
Agreed.
And that's going to be the key. That's going to be the key.
I agree. I mean, Ohio State's rushing offense hasn't been as good as what people think it is. They're carried by big names because they have Trevion Henderson and Quinshon Judkins, but they rank number 59 in the country in rushing yards per game. I'm with you on the Nico thing. And again, it goes back to, does Ohio State have a Michigan problem or a physical football team problem? I don't know what the answer is because Penn State's a pretty physical football team and they didn't allow a single offensive touchdown when they played them in Happy Valley. But I think Nico
But
becomes,
to your point, though, Trev, to back up your point, until that final drive of that game, Ohio State had a issue moving the ball on Penn State. So, yes, their defense has not been the problem in these games. It's their offense.
Oh, I know.
It's the lack of physicality by the offense, and their offense had its own issues. Like, look, you play the way you play against Tennessee, the way you did against Penn State, you're going to get beat.
Yeah. I mean, I go and look at, and you brought up, I don't know if Nico can get it done, which is extremely valid. But then you go and you look at in Columbus, Davis Warren went 9 of 16 for 62 yards, no touchdowns, and 2 picks, and they won. So I think to your point, it's all going to come down to Ohio State's offense if they can do anything with the football. And Tennessee's defense is better than Michigan's.
And that's the thing is, like, some of those things are just not repeatable.
Yeah.
Like, they're not going to get beat again, only giving up 62 passing yards. Like, that was just but again, they could get beat giving up 120 passing yards if they're, if they kind of get pushed around a little bit. That's going to be the interesting thing. And I'll say it again. I just really, really get down to the point of it just depends on how Ohio State mentally handles all the noise. That's going to be a big key. And then how healthy can they get? Can they get their offensive line kind of healthy again? They were a pretty worn out, beat up football team by the end of the year as well, especially on offense. And so I think this rest could end up being like, you could say like not playing in the Big Ten title could have helped Ohio State, because if they'd have lost that game, let's say they'd have beaten Michigan and then lost to Oregon, they're back at it 2 weeks later. Now the game they lost sucks, but they didn't have to play in the Big Ten title game, and then they get 3 weeks off to kind of heal up and rest. And I think Ohio State needed that. So it could be an upset. I'm probably leaning towards picking Ohio State. I really am. On a neutral field, maybe I would go in a different direction, but I might be giving Ryan Day too much credit, because I said the same thing last year when I picked Ohio State to beat Michigan last year. Or no, it was 2 years ago. I said, there's no way. It was 2022 is when it was. There's no way this team with C.J. Stroud and all these players are going to lose to Michigan at home after Michigan talked that talk for an entire year. Ryan Day got insulted by Jim Harbaugh. You were born on third base, thought you hit a triple. Punked Ohio State in the game in Ann Arbor. Talked, just trashed Ohio State the whole offseason, the whole season. You're like, this Ohio State team's going to come to play, man. They're going to come to play. And they got punked again. And it's just like, is it a Michigan thing, or is this just like you said, they're the only team capable of doing that to them in the Big Ten? Because we saw it happen to them against Missouri last year. And honestly, we saw it happen to them against Notre Dame, with the exception of Notre Dame not shooting themselves in the foot. Multiple times, turnover on downs on fourth down, the 10 men on the field, giving up fourth down, those are all things that you look at and say, man, this could get real interesting, dude. Could get real interesting. But at the end of the day, I'm just going to go with the more known commodity. But I've been back and forth on that one a little bit, Trev. Very back and forth on that one.
Yeah, I have too. Will Howard's going to be another factor in that game too.
Yeah.
For me, he's over 3 in big moments. So
at Ohio State, yes.
Mm-hmm.
At K-State, he did win a Big 12 championship game.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not him completely as a player, but I mean, to me, what trumps what you did last year is what you did this year. Yeah. So, I mean, it's the team that you play for.
Oh, agree. And it's a different team.
Mm-hmm.
It's a different team. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Another buy-sell hold from B-Jam and 41. Jeremiah Love will be the best player offensively or defensively that Indiana has faced all year.
Oh, boy. Best player, yes. Most talented, that's more debatable because they face Jeremiah Smith. But right now, I think Jeremiah Love is a better player right now than Jeremiah Smith. Jeremiah Smith is the most talented player that they have faced this season. And then defensively, I mean, Ohio State's got some dudes. Caleb Downs is in that conversation for Ohio State. Mason Graham from Indiana is in that conversation as being a dude. So they face some really good football players. I'll say this: they've never faced anyone that gets the ball, that has the ball in their hands as much as he does.
Yeah,
that's in his universe. So I'm going to buy that. The best player, yes, he's the best player that they've faced all season.
Yeah, I'll buy that too. And he's far and away, by far, the best running back they have faced all year. By far, yeah. Buy, sell, hold. The Notre Dame IU game will be the most watched first-round college football playoff game.
I'm going to sell that. I think it's going to be Ohio State, Tennessee. And the reason I say that is because you're going to have the entire SEC and entire Big Ten media markets tuning into that game because it's Big Ten versus SEC.
Sure.
Notre Dame's going to have, I think, a huge market. I think they're going to be number 2, but I think that Tennessee Ohio State game is going to have. I mean, because we've got to be honest, Ohio State's also a huge TV draw, also.
Yeah.
And then you've got an SEC team. I think there's a lot of people that are just going to assume Notre Dame's going to beat Indiana and not watch it or not, you know what I mean? Maybe turn it on if they find out it's close. I'm not saying that's right. I'm not saying that's how it should be. I'm just saying I see that happening. I think it's going to go Tennessee. I think it's going to be Tennessee and Ohio State 1. I think it's going to be Notre Dame and Indiana 2. It's going to be Texas Clemson 3, and it's going to be SMU Penn State 4, a distant 4. In my opinion, that's how I see the TV numbers being for the first round games. So I'm gonna sell that.
I'm gonna go a little bit of the opposite. I'm gonna buy this one because one, Notre Dame that's the only game on Friday, right? Like it's the first one. It's the first home playoff game ever in NCAA history for football. 1, 2, you're still gonna have the Big Ten market tune in for this one with IU being in there. You know, and like I understand you're going to have the full force of the SEC market in there, but to me, I think that IU to the Big Ten is what Tennessee is this year to the SEC. You know, people were tuning in more to watch Bama. People were tuning in more to watch Georgia. You know, I mean, I think it's going to be huge. The Notre Dame market's huge. You know, with it being the sole game, that's why I'll probably buy it.
The sole game thing doesn't matter as much to me, because it's at 8:00 on Saturday night. That's still the only game on.
Sure.
And people have been primed for football all day.
Yeah.
Where there's going to be a lot of people on Friday that are kind of getting home from work, especially the West Coast people. A lot of Notre Dame fans are going to be getting home to work middle of the first quarter, second quarter. Well, what about the non-Notre Dame fans, right? Because kickoff's at 8:00. That's 5:00 West Coast time, right? I mean, so I hope you're right. I hope that it is the biggest draw. I just think that Ohio State is a huge market, and the fact that it is two Indiana teams, I think doesn't help that either, because Indiana's not a very big state, especially when it comes to college football. If this is Notre Dame Indiana basketball, I'd probably say it'd be number 1 watched event.
Well, no, because people don't watch Notre Dame basketball. That's the issue.
I'm saying because of all the Indiana fans would be watching this, but. I hope you're right. I definitely think it'll be number 2. I definitely think it's going to be more in Texas Clemson, which is going to be another big draw. I think the numbers for these first-round playoff games are going to be huge.
No, it's going to be nuts.
I could be wrong, but I think it's going to be huge, these TV numbers.
Yeah.
There's no doubt.
Yeah, I agree. Buy, sell, hold from B. Jammin. Texas is the most overrated team in the college football playoff and will get beat by 2 scores to Arizona State in the second round.
Can we split this into 2?
Yes.
Right? Can we say that are they the most overrated team? I'd say they're second. I could go with you on most overrated. It's between them and Penn State, in my opinion. They're not going to – and I'm not even saying – I'm going to just sell this all over. I'm going to say they're not the most overrated. I still think Penn State's more overrated.
Yeah.
And number 2, could they lose to Arizona State? Absolutely. I could see Arizona State running the ball on this Texas defense, because the thing about this Texas team, Trev, you talked about, identity and stuff like that. Texas has an identity. They're gonna run around the field. They're gonna be fast. They're gonna scheme well, but they can be bullied, and that's just kind of been true. It happened to them last year when they, and it happened to them this year. It's just you go into that game and you're running outside zone all day, and Georgia's just beating you up, and you're not doing anything that Georgia Tech and UMass and Ole Miss just literally like laid out the game plan for you. This is how you go at Georgia. And they were like, nah, we're good. We're going to run our counters and our traps and our outside zones and be soft and passive and have our offensive linemen get blown off the ball. I think that can happen to them. And I think this Arizona State team is very confident, very confident. And so, but can they beat them by 2 touchdowns? That's a little bit of a different task. I mean, let's not forget that Texas has been a pretty good football team the last 2 years. I know Georgia beat them, but they beat them in overtime. It's not like Georgia went out and kicked the crap out of them, and they completely outplayed Georgia in the first half of that football game. So they are overrated in that the fact that they lost twice and the backup quarterback brought them from behind to beat them the second time, they should have been behind Notre Dame. They should have been behind Penn State, because at least Penn State was was a little bit more competitive in both of their losses to top 10 teams, where Georgia got whooped Texas the first time that they played. So, yes, I think they're overrated. Are they more overrated than Penn State? That's what I'm back and forth on. I still think Penn State's more overrated, but I'm selling this whole thing because I definitely don't see them losing by 2 scores or more to Arizona State. They could lose, Trev. I'm not saying they're going to win, but I don't think it's going to be by 2 scores.
Yeah, I'm gonna sell it too. It's hard for me to, similar to your point, like the history of what happened with Georgia, like losing in overtime in the SEC championship game. It's hard for me to label that team overrated. 1, 2, I think there's more overrated teams in the playoff than Texas. Penn State's one of them. Clemson's one of them. I think that you could make the argument that IU could be one of them. I think that, look, there's a lot of different teams that you could make the argument of they're overrated. Do I think Texas is one of them? Yeah, I do. I think they were heavily carried by the fact that they played in the SEC. Ending the year with 0 ranked wins, I think, is grounds to be considered overrated. So, and then by 2 scores, like, look, Arizona State's been awesome. And watching Cam Scadaboo did what he did to Iowa State's defense was a lot of fun. I think Texas's defense is put together a little bit better than Iowa State's defense, if I'm being 100% honest with you. So could it happen? Yeah, it's the playoffs, and it might sound a little corny, but I think anything could happen, So could they? Yeah. Do I see it happening? I don't. Can
I be honest about something here, Trev? Obviously, I can. I don't know why people do that.
I was about to say, hey,
thing. It just, I don't know why people do that, but I just did it. I think the first round is going to go one of 2 ways.
Okay.
I think it's either going to be all the higher seeds win, or it's going to be utter chaos, and there's at least 2 upsets, if not 3.
Ooh.
I think it's going to go one or the other. I do. I don't think it's going to be like 3-1 or 2-2. It could happen. I'm not saying it can't happen, but I think it's going to be one of those 2. And I think it's going to be the favorites hold serve for the most part. You can maybe have 1, but I think Texas beats Clemson. I think, and again, that's the second round game. I think Penn State beats SMU. I think Notre Dame beats Indiana. And right now I'm leaning towards Ohio State over Tennessee, but, we'll see 1, but I think it could be 3-1 or 1-3. I don't think it'll be 2-2. That's kind of where I'm coming from on that.
No, I agree with that. It would be fitting that in a regular season and a conference championship week, just full of, basically, if you could sit down and write a script for any potential chaos that could happen, you know what I mean? I agree. You could be honest, man. You could be honest anywhere. This is your show. This is your world. We're living in it, brother.
Josh Finn got it right, though. I am always honest with you guys. I don't know why I say that.
But, it's, you go through and you look at the chaos of everything that's happened this season. I think it would be fitting that for the first round of the first ever 12-team college football playoff, number 5 wins, number 6 wins, number 7 wins, and number 8 wins.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm with you there. I think that would happen. Buy, sell, hold from Matt 2011 GT. Ben Morrison in the end will end up back at Notre Dame next season.
A couple weeks ago, I had gotten some intel that what we were hearing in the NFL draft circles was that he was going to be back. But the latest that I'm hearing is that he will not be. And so I'm going to sell that, unfortunately. But that's the latest, the bit that we've heard.
Yeah, I'm going to sell it too. Would I love for him to come back? Absolutely. But
I think he should also.
I agree.
But it looks like he's not going to.
Yeah, I think he should too. It's just, I get it to some degree. Like when your dream is to make it to the NFL and you're getting first round hype, whether,
Which I don't think he is anymore, though. That's the thing.
I've seen conflicting mock drafts of him going at the tail end of the first round or the start of the second.
I'm talking about from NFL, like the real feedback, not mock drafts, but like the real feedback I'm hearing is day 2. Potentially, if he's not able to test, he could fall out of day 2 even.
Oh, sure. No, that I agree with. I'm saying I don't think Ben Morrison's in contact with NFL execs. I think he's just looking at people's mock drafts and seeing his name going in the tail end.
No, his agent is talking to those people, and he's going to have a very good idea of what they're saying. But sometimes kids say, listen, I'm going to go back. I'm going to come out, and I want this. Like you said, I want this. This has been my dream. I want to go play at that level. And maybe I don't get drafted where I should, but I'm still going to make money. I just made some pretty good money at Notre Dame this past year, so I'm already doing okay financially. Some guys are just ready. I don't want to go to class anymore. I mean, I don't know if that's true for Benjamin. Benjamin's a very smart kid. I'm just saying, like, that's not specific to Benjamin. That's more of a general comment.
Right.
Not that kids don't like to go to class, but just like I'm ready for that next stage of my life. And I think Benjamin was convinced this was going to be his last year. We were all convinced this was going to be his last year. And I think his mind had already kind of gotten into that mode a little bit. But I wish he would come back. I think the corner tandem next year of him and Leonard Moore and Christian Gray could be filthy. But
You brought up something interesting. And I think that's what people have been asking me about, all the conflicting reports. If he's coming back, he's not coming back. It's like, in August, I knew he wasn't coming back.
Oh, yeah. At that time, before the injury, there was no doubt he was.
Agreed.
He was not going to come back.
And so I think that for me is why, like, I haven't had some of the reaction of like, oh my God, I hope he comes back. Now, I do hope he comes back. Right. Like, I never hope that a very valuable asset to this Notre Dame football team leaves. I never hope that.
Right.
But I think it's a lot easier that I made peace with it.
Sure. Oh, yes.
That I was just like, 2025, there's going to be no Ben Morrison.
Yeah, enjoy Benjamin Morrison. Because if he doesn't get hurt against Stanford or the night of the Stanford game, I'm not sure he's not coming back. I mean, it's a no-brainer, nor should he. Mm-hmm. I just think that second injury should have been enough to get him to come back. I just don't think that he will. And honestly, if Benjamin is the kid that I think he is, I think Leonard Moore's emergence makes him more comfortable leaving.
Yeah.
Knowing that Notre Dame's going to be okay if I leave. Like, I honestly think knowing Benjamin, again, I don't know him personally, but just the people that I know, the kind of kid he is, that if Leonard Moore was like struggling big time and maybe wasn't that good of a player, he was like a low wood type of guy, I think Benjamin would really lean towards, he'd have a hard time leaving Notre Dame and Mike Mickens and this defense and his teammates in a tough spot. I think the fact that Leonard Moore has been as good as he is something that a kid like Benjamin Morrison is going to look at and say, I think they're going to be okay.
Yeah.
And not have that pull back to college, because that's just kind of how I feel about him, that it's like my position is going to be in good hands.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
it is. And for people that talk, it's not about, I don't think for Benjamin, this is Benjamin's a smart kid. His dad played in the NFL. If you ever met his parents, look, they're sharp people. This isn't about the NFL presents more financial opportunities. I think they're very well aware he could probably make more money next year at Notre Dame than he would in the NFL. This is I want to be a professional football player. This has been my dream, to play at the level my dad did. I have that opportunity now. And he's not guaranteed to come back next year and not get injured again.
Right.
And that's the other thing that I look at it as well. So I just feel like with Benjamin, I just think everything is lining up, unfortunately, against him coming back next year. As much as I would love for him to come back, right now I'm selling that, and it's a bummer, but it's not surprising either.
Yeah, I mean, I think another thing too is the incoming freshman class that they have coming in at DB. Mm-hmm. Like, not only is he leaving it in the hands of Leonard Moore and Christian Gray, they have two really good guys behind it. And like, you can look at it and say, like, Ben Morrison did his job at Notre Dame. He came in and changed the narrative of what playing defensive back at Notre Dame was. I love Cam Hart. And I think that he was an incremental piece in the foundation. I think Cam Hart kind of opened the door a little bit for what defensive back success looks like at Notre Dame. I think Ben Morrison blew it wide open.
And for all the talk about he wasn't as good this year, he was still their best corner. I don't care what anybody says. Like, Benjamin Morrison was still playing at a high level. Statistically, he was better this year than he was last year. He just didn't make the jump that I think some people thought he was going to make, but he was still a very good cornerback this year, outside of 3 plays.
Yeah.
And he was still very good.
Yeah. And I'm not going to fault him for sleepwalking through the NIU game, because all of their
everybody not named Xavier Watts slept through the NIU game.
True.
Let's be real about that.
Mm-hmm. Buy, sell, hold from Domer Grizz. Penn State's inept offense exposed weaknesses in Oregon's defense that Notre Dame can exploit if they meet them in the finals.
Well, I'm going to sell that, because I think the entire premise is flawed. I don't think Penn State has a great offense by any stretch, but inept is a way too much of a stretch for that. But so I kind of want to just sell the whole thing because of that entire premise. But I do think that what we saw in that game, like I would just always encourage people to not draw too many conclusions from one game. And when I look at that Penn State team, Trev, look, I just think that they were on it, man. I just think that was one of the best games that Chris Kettlenicki called all season. I thought that was probably the best game that Drew Aller played in his life. I thought he was outstanding in that game. I just think there were some things in that game that just they kind of got after Oregon a little bit and made some big plays and played great and played to their potential. I mean, Nick Singleton is an elite talent who just hasn't played like an elite player all year. And in this game, he finally did. I mean, he was outstanding in that football game, Trev. And as a catcher, as a pass catcher and a runner, I mean, he had 14 touches and finished with 148 yards. You know what I mean? It's like, that's what we thought he'd be all year. I think they got Penn State's best shot and still won the football game. I do. Now, the other thing is, can Notre Dame exploit that? Well, not this current version of Notre Dame, because this current version of Notre Dame is going to have to do some things a little bit different. And mainly the tight end position. I think that's a big part of it is Tyler Warren is just a monster in that game. Can Mitchell Evans be that guy? He's capable of it, but he's going to have to play better than he has. You know what I mean? So can they exploit it? I mean, look, can Notre Dame move the ball and score on Penn State? Yeah. On Oregon. Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's going to be a tough matchup. Are they going to go for 523 yards against Oregon? Again, that was a one-off. I don't get too wrapped up into this happened one time in a season as a team. And so that's just kind of who they are. Sometimes teams don't play well. Just like I don't think teams are going to look at the USC game and say, that Notre Dame secondary is not that good. They got exposed by USC. Now everybody they play in the postseason is going to throw on them. That was the anomaly game, right? And so when I look at it, I just don't think that that's going to be the case. No, teams aren't going to go out there for 500 yards against Oregon every week, the way that Penn State did. You got to give Penn State credit. Kettlenicki called a good game. That team played hard, and I also think that Oregon got a little bit I think Oregon's defense got a little bit complacent when they went up 28-10. And I think that fueled it a little bit. Because, like, once that switch gets turned off, Trev, it's hard to turn it back on. And I think that's something that happened a little bit in that game as well. So, I know I always say Chris Kettlenicki. I don't have a clue why. It's Andy. I know it's Andy. I have no clue why I keep saying Chris. No idea. I don't even know anyone else with that last name. No clue, Brandon, why I keep saying that. None.
To be fair, you said Chris, and I didn't even blink an eye. It sounded right.
No, it's Andy. I don't know why I keep saying that. It's yeah. Thanks, Brandon. But yes, Andy Kettlenicki.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm with you. I mean, Penn State's offense is not what everybody thought it was going to be this year as a whole, but they played really well against Oregon. Now, I do buy the fact that Oregon's defense has some holes in it that Notre Dame can exploit. I do believe that. I mean, Penn State had two backs go over 100 yards. And I think Notre Dame is fully capable of doing that. Now, I mean, it's the defensive matchup versus Oregon's is interesting because I think Penn State's front seven might be a little better than Notre Dame's front seven. But I think Notre Dame secondary is better than Penn State secondary. So, again, I think this is going to kind of come down to matchups. It's easy to say, well, both have really good defenses and both can run the ball. Yes, Jeremiah Love, Jadarian Price are two different backs than Katron Allen and Nicholas Singleton, and they both have good defenses, but different facets of their defense, right? So I think it'll be interesting. I mean, his name is escaping me. I'm sure I can look it up here really quickly. Yeah, Abdul Carter. Oregon did a pretty good job of keeping Abdul Carter at bay.
Converted linebacker.
What's up?
He's converted linebacker, which I found. You don't see guys go from playing linebacker to being that good off the edge.
No, I didn't know that he was a linebacker. I thought he was always an edge rusher.
Nope.
Gosh, converted linebacker.
He would do some stuff like Kingston did. So it's not like he never lined up off the edge.
Gotcha.
But he wasn't a defensive end. He was a starting inside linebacker for them.
So you don't see a whole lot of Mike linebackers go to edge rusher and get 10 sacks and 19 and a half tackles for a loss. That's crazy. That's really good. But yeah, I think it comes down to matchups. But inept, Brian, to your point, that's a little steep. I mean, they still put up 30 against USC. They still put up 44 on Maryland. Like it's not like a Iowa offense from last year where they're celebrating when they get over 20 points a game. Right. So, I'm with you there. Buy, sell, hold from Connor Fitch. Notre Dame covers the spread if they play their B+ game.
Buy. I mean, spread is, what is it now? It was 7.5, and then it went up to 8. Let's go see where it is now. See if it's up or down now. It is now at 7.5. So if they play their B+ game, I think they cover a 7-point spread against everybody in the country, except maybe Oregon.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Notre Dame playing B+ football can beat any team in the country.
I agree, because on their 10-game winning streak, you could argue that every single game was a B+ game.
At best.
Yeah, I don't think Notre Dame as a whole football team has played their A- game yet. So yeah, I'll buy that too. Another buy, sell, hold. Getting Georgia after they have been resting for 3 weeks is the best time to play them.
It's the best time to play them in regard to you're going to get their best shot, and that's what I want. I want to get their best shot. Look, we've seen Kirby Smart has a lot of experience getting his teams prepared after long rests. And this isn't going to be a whole lot different than that. It's a little shorter rest than they normally get in the postseason, but I mean, this is a guy that they've been in the college football playoff 2 of the last 3 years, right? And so they played Alabama on December 4th in 2021, and then played them again on played Michigan on December 31st. So that was 27 days of rest, and then beat Michigan convincingly in that semifinal game in 2022. They had played the SEC title game on the 3rd of December, played Ohio State on the 31st, won that game, although their defense had a tough time that day. And then, of course, last year they played the SEC title game on December 2nd, played Florida State in a bowl game on December 30th and beat them by 60. It's hard to evaluate that game because you were literally playing Florida State's JV football team. I mean, literally.
Yeah.
But still, Georgia had guys opt out too and showed up and won by 60. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's Notre Dame getting a game before that, I think helps Notre Dame.
Sure.
Kind of we've played playoff football, and let's you get some of those maybe playoff jitters worked out against Indiana and go play them. I want Georgia's best, and then you find out if you're good enough to beat Georgia's best. If you are, great, you move on. If you're not, then now you know where you need to improve as a program.
Yeah, I agree with that. Buy, sell, hold from Connor Fitch. There will be 75% Notre Dame fans in the stands for this game.
Buy. I think it'll be that.
I hope so. I hope it's not 2017 Georgia. I hope it's not a 2021 Cincinnati. I think it could look a lot like what the Notre Dame Ohio State game looked like last year. I was there. There was a lot of green. Just red and green are very contrasting colors. So it looked nothing like 2017 Georgia or 2021 Cincinnati. So I'm really hoping that I'm hope buying that one.
I have another one in response to them wearing green about the crowd that we'll get to here in a little bit. I'm very curious to get your opinion on that. I have a kind of a funny answer on that one, but
yeah. Buy, sell, hold from Domer Grizz. There's a significant disadvantage for Notre Dame having to prepare for Georgia's backup quarterback, who will have 3 weeks to prepare as the starter and little to no film on how they will use him.
I mean, you can't say little to no film because we literally just watched them play an entire second half of the SEC championship game. So, I mean, there's little film, but there's not no film.
Sure.
But, Gunnar Stockton is not a guy that you are completely unaware of either. I mean, this is a guy that did throw 19 passes last year. He's thrown 32 passes this year. You saw him go 12 of 16 for 71 yards in this game and a pick, so you know what he can do. And you're familiar with what he did in high school. So, he's a very good runner. I think we're going to see, if Notre Dame is smart and they do their homework on him, which they should, they're going to know, this kid ran for a lot of yards in high school. I would imagine that they're going to have some of the read zone stuff a little bit more queued up in the bowl game or in the game against Notre Dame or whoever they play, right? So that's going to be kind of a big part of what they do as well. This is a kid, Trevor, that in his high school career rushed for over 4,000 yards and had over 70 touchdowns rushing in his career, on top of being a very prolific passer. Now, he played at a smaller level in Georgia, but still, he's a very prolific runner as well. They're going to need to be prepared for some of the power read stuff, the read zone stuff. You can't just bite on the run and think he's Carson Beck and he's not going to pull it and get out the backside. Beck was a decent athlete, but Beck was more of a scrambler than he was a runner.
Sure.
So it's going to be very different, but they're going to have film on him. You watch some of his high school film to see what his skill set is, right? You have your analysts do that kind of thing, and then you watch how they used him. But Georgia's offense is going to be Georgia's offense. They're not going to reinvent the wheel. It's going to be about tailoring it to his skill set, and you kind of know what his skill set's going to be. And we saw an example of that in the bowl game. We know who their top players are. We know the pass concepts they like to use, and we know what kind of athlete he is and what kind of runner he is. He's got a really fitting name, Trevor, honestly, Gunnar Stockton. I mean, he's a stocky kid. I mean, he's short. He's 6'1". He's thick. I mean, he almost is built a little bit, not quite as muscular, but he's built a little bit like the kid from Army.
Bryson Daly.
6'1", 220, stocky build runner. He's not as like muscular as Bryson Daly is, but like very similar body type. And he's a strongly built kid. You're going to have to do some things. Because here's the other thing, too, is Notre Dame knows an idea of what they're going to do, but what he has not seen, the type of stuff that he's going to face against Notre Dame with the type of coverage they're going to play and the things they're going to try to do to confuse him and stuff like that. So you kind of have an idea of what they're going to do in this game. If you're smart, which I obviously think the Notre Dame coaches are, they'll have an idea of what that offense is going to look like. Had he not played, let's say Carson Beck had gotten hurt and like right before overtime, and the kid just came in and handed the ball off in overtime and you won the game, then you'd be like, I have no clue what they're going to do with this kid.
Sure.
But he got hurt in the end of the second quarter. You saw an entire half of football of what his skill set is going to be and some of the things they're going to do, and you're going to have to be more prepared for their ground attack.
Yeah, I think it's one of those where, like, I'm happy Notre Dame faced the style of quarterbacks that they faced this season. Like, I think it gives them a good background on how to contain quarterbacks who are mobile. Now, I mean, they're not going to run Gunnar Stockton the way that they did Bryson Daly. The one thing I will say is I wish Notre Dame would have played against Haynes King this year, like in comparison to this, because I think that would have been a good comp. Like Haynes King is bigger, I think, height wise, but I think similar styles of how they do things, I think would have been beneficial because again, like he can run like not as well as Bryson Daly, but he is a runner, but Bryson Daly can't really pass. So, Gunnar Stockton proved that he can, so it's going to be an interesting matchup to say the least, but I'm with you. It's not like it's just this no-name kid that nobody knows what he can do. So, yeah, I'm with you. Oh, sorry. Buy, sell, hold from Domer Grizz. It's a real bummer we won't get to host a Southern team in a December home playoff game. I was really looking forward to a repeat of the Sun Bowl versus Miami, where they wish they'd never gotten off the plane.
I'm going to sell that. Yeah, that'd have been funny. That'd have been fun to see. I would have liked to have seen that. But it's not a bummer. Notre Dame's hosting a playoff game. I don't care who it's against. Notre Dame's in the playoff with a chance to compete for a championship, and they're hosting. That's an awesome thing. It'd have been a little bit more entertaining against the Southern team because for the reasons that you talked about, like we'd be there watching pregame, Trev, and watching these kids, kind of, sit here and out there in all these face masks and stuff like that. But I'm selling it because Notre Dame's hosting a playoff game. There's nothing that's going to be a bummer about Notre Dame hosting a playoff game. Nothing. Notre Dame has a chance to go compete for a championship. There's nothing that's going to make that a bummer. I get what you're saying, Domer Grizz. I'm not ripping you at all. I'm just like, for me, there's nothing that's a bummer about hosting a playoff game. First ever in college football history, Trev.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I mean, listen, just play well enough where IU regrets making the hour-and-a-half trip on a bus. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't have to be like the Southern team narrative, I think would have been really fun to talk about up until kickoff. But the way that I look at it is there's a little bit more at stake if like Texas came up to play Notre Dame or a Southern team came up to play Notre Dame in a playoff game than Miami in the Sun Bowl. You know what I mean? So it's just, and that game was played in Arizona. So like, it's not like they came up to South Bend. Now, different climates and whatnot. I understand that, but no, I'm with you. I mean, in no way is this a bummer. I mean, Notre Dame could have hosted a team from Canada, and it's still awesome. The fact that they're hosting the first ever home playoff game in college football and NCAA history. Buy, sell, hold from Coach Bent 574. Notre Dame will be held under their per game rushing yards, average of 225, but will be over 175 yards and exceed their rush yards or yards per rush of 6.3.
I'm going to buy the total. I think that's about where they're going to be, but I'm going to sell the per carry. I think it's going to be a little less than that. I could see them being mid fives and then around one, which is going to be a very good performance against that defense. So I'm selling the yards per attempt. I'm comfortable with the yardage number. I am. I think that's about where they'll be. If they go over that, if this ends up being true completely, one of two things has happened. One is Notre Dame rolls them, just rolls Indiana. The other reason it could be is somebody rips off an 80-yard touchdown run, and outside of that, Indiana shuts your run game down, and you do enough to maybe win or you get upset. But that's one of two ways. But if they do that where they're not just like that one long 80-yard touchdown run that kind of spikes the numbers and spikes yards per carry, if Notre Dame's over 175 and exceeds their 6.3 per carry, this game is not going to be close, in my opinion. Or I guess it could be a shootout, I guess, but I don't think it'll be close. I don't.
Yeah, I'm with that. I'm going to sell the. Yeah, I don't think they reach 225. I'll also sell the 6.3 yards per carry because I understand what the number sells with Indiana's rush defense. It's still a good rush defense, right? Like just because they played the level of opponents that they played and they're the number one offense, it's not like if they played a better team or a better.
Yeah, Trev, they're not the only team in college football that played a bunch of teams ranked outside the top 50 in rushing offense, and nobody else held teams to 70 yards per game, right? You're exactly right.
I mean,
they still
not
get
like
credit for that.
Yeah, it's not like they go from the number one rushing or rush defense in the country to 86. They're still a good rush defense. So, yeah, I'm with that. Buy, sell, hold from BK's personal chef. The SEC and Big Ten combined have 4 or less teams in the second round of the playoffs. Oregon and Georgia are locks, obviously, and there's a guaranteed third with Tennessee and Ohio State. Do they get those last 2 games and advance Texas and Penn State, assuming Notre Dame handles business, or is Clemson or SMU both able to spring the upset?
I think they'll get 4, possibly 5 in the second round. I mean, again, Tennessee and Oregon and Georgia are locks. You have the guaranteed third with Ohio State, Tennessee, as he said, and as you and I have talked about, we both think Texas beats Clemson. We both think Penn State beats SMU, correct? Or at least that's where we're leaning right now. So, yeah, I think they're over. But at the very least, even if one of those teams gets upset, you still have another. But like I said, there's a chance there could be complete chaos in the first round. And if there is complete chaos in the first round, it doesn't necessarily mean they won't have that, because if Notre Dame gets upset by Indiana, then that's a Big Ten team that's in the college football playoff, right? I mean, that's the reality of it. So there'd have to be crazy chaos that doesn't include Notre Dame for that to not to happen. And I don't think Texas and Penn State both get beat. I don't.
Agreed.
But could happen. Look, here's the deal. In this playoffs, even Clemson against Texas, every team in the playoff right now can beat anyone else in the playoffs on any given Saturday. I think when you look at like Boise and Arizona State and Clemson, their odds are greatly diminished, but all 3 of those teams are capable of beating anyone else in the playoff on any given Saturday, or now in this case, Friday nights or Wednesdays, and because like the way that the games are going to be played, but they're all capable of it. There's no team that can't go beat another team. I mean, some people say, "Oh, Boise State is." Well, Boise State's played a playoff team, and they lost by 3 points at that team's place. I mean, you know what I mean? So, like, every team is capable of beating anybody else on any given Saturday. I just don't think we're going to see it as much of it in the first round because of the fact that they are going to be on the campuses of the higher seeded teams. I don't see it. Be fun to watch though, as long as it doesn't include Notre Dame. Let's Friday night just be normal, hold serve, and then Saturday can be chaotic for all I care. Just not Friday night.
Yeah. I don't care what happens on Saturday, as long as Friday night gets handled the way that we need it to.
That's right. So selling that one.
Buy, sell, hold from BK's personal chef. Al Golden's defense is mad and nasty, and they hold IU to under 220 yards of offense, aided by 2 or greater turnover margin for the Irish.
I don't think they hold them to under 220 for a couple reasons. Number one is I think, again, I try to be consistent, right, Trevor? And my thing is, I know that Ohio State held them under that mark, but if we're going to be consistent, that was an anomaly game. You know, I mean, nobody else held them under 220. Michigan held them to 246. You know, I just think that was a bit of an anomaly game. And I also think that if the defense is dominating for the first 3 quarters and they're at like 150, let's say, and as long as the Notre Dame offense does its job, they're going to be up 20 points by that point in time. And then this defense has shown it's going to let you go down the field and kind of score over time, and that's how they get that number. You know,
Also,
so that's kind of I'm sus. And I also think this is a really good offense. It is.
I mean, I'm selling it because like 220 is an insane number. I mean, look, Notre Dame gave up 296.8 yards per game. That put them at 10th in the country. I mean, holding a good offense to under 220. I mean, if that happens, it means one of 2 things. One, Notre Dame rolled them in a way that I did not see coming. Or 2, the elements play a factor, and it's a real ugly game. Like, I don't see it being like I love Notre Dame's defense. 220 yards of offense for 4 quarters of football is a crazy number.
The reason people are saying that is because of the Ohio State game.
Sure.
And they were dominating that game. But as number one, if you believe that this is a team that wasn't prepared for that type of opponent, that's fair, but they've seen that team now. They played Ohio State. And again, it's like, if I'm to believe that's the normal version of Indiana, then I also have to believe that the USC game is the normal version of Notre Dame's defense. And if I'm going to be fair and consistent, then I can't say that was a one-off for Notre Dame, because we haven't seen anything like that all season from their defense. And then say, but that one game that stands out from all the others from Indiana, that's really who they are against a team like Notre Dame. I don't think you can do that if you're being honest and objective, at least if I'm being honest and objective. I don't think that's what you're going to see, that 150-something yard performance. If Notre Dame holds this team to 270 yards or less, that's a heck of a performance.
Yeah.
270 or less. If they hold this team under 300 yards, that's a brilliant defensive performance.
Yeah.
In a postseason game where they're going to have a lot more time off, because again, they had a week to prepare. For some of those games that they played this season, right? I mean, they had a week to prepare for the Michigan game. They did have an extra week against Ohio State, but I don't think you can just assume they're going to repeat that performance because, they're just, that's an anomaly, Trev. I mean, when you have one game that's way different than everybody else, I don't think it's fair to say that's normally who they are against good teams. I just think they had a bad game. Just like I think Notre Dame had a bad game against Northern Illinois. Just like their defense had a bad game against USC. That doesn't mean that's who they are, because for an entirety of the rest of the season, that defense showed that's not who they are.
Sure. Yeah, no, I agree with that. I mean, it's tough. Like I agree with where you're coming from the USC perspective. If you're just looking at it like the one game speaks for all, but I do think the difference is like Notre Dame has faced a similar offense in USC when they played Louisville, and the performances were different. Like I put USC and Louisville in like the same competitive ring of like offenses, but like I don't put any other opponent that IU faced in the same ring as like IU or as Ohio State's. So like I agree with you in that
Michigan defensively is in that conversation, which is what we're talking about here, right? We're talking about the IU offense. Would you say that Michigan is somewhat in the same ballpark as Notre Dame defensively? I mean, with what they've done this year, their defense isn't the reason they struggled this year.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, like in the same ballpark as Notre Dame. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Like I was just speaking more of like, if we're talking about like game by game, like how we reference, Notre Dame and USC, because the one common thing is when they did play Michigan and Ohio State, they combined to score 35 points in both of those games. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's not like, the Ohio State game is an anomaly in like how lopsided it was, but as far as like offensive performance, the Michigan and Ohio State games were very similar for IU. Mm-hmm. So that's just where I'm at. Buy, sell, hold. Irish fans around the world jump up and down in joy for the second consecutive game as a pick from one of Rourke's specialty back shoulder throws. He throws his house for a score.
I mean, part of me wants to say sell that because, again, you can't just assume freaky plays like that are going to get returned for touchdowns, Trevor. But this is a Notre Dame football team that has returned 5 picks for scores this year.
Yeah.
I mean, they had a pick 6 against Purdue. They had a pick 6 against Georgia Tech. They had a pick 6 against Florida State. Then, of course, 2 against USC. And 4 of those 5 interceptions that were returned for touchdowns were late game pick 6s. Don Schuler's was late in the game to put against Georgia Tech. The Luke Talich one against Florida State was a late game pick. And then, of course, both against USC. So if Notre Dame has a pick 6 against him in a similar fashion, trends are going to tell you it's sort of late in the game with IU trying to come back.
Yeah.
But I'll say this, if they could do something like that early, this game could get out of hand. And that's what I really felt like when you go back to that, that Clemson game against Alabama back in, was it 2000? It was the 2018 championship game.
Oh, when
that
AJ
was
Terrell.
Yes,
Yeah.
AJ Terrell stepping in front of that Tua Tagovailoa pass and taking it back to the house. I mean, that complete. No, I'm not. Look, I still think Clemson would have won that game. Clemson was the best team in the country that year, and just hands down, they're the best team in the country that year.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I don't think that particular version of Alabama matched up super well against them, but I just think it set the tone. And then Alabama battled. I mean, they did score on their next possession. You hit a big pass from Jerry Jeudy, but like that set the tone that this is going to be a long day for you. And I think it sparked that Clemson team. And this isn't Alabama. This isn't Tua Tagovailoa. They don't have Jerry Jeudy and Devontae Smith and Jalen Waddle and all those kind of guys on this receiving corps. It's a nice receiving corps, but they don't have that.
Right.
And if Notre Dame's able to do something like that early at home, I think it's how it gets ugly. But the one thing about Curtis Work, Trev, is he doesn't turn the ball over a whole lot. He really doesn't. Now, he did, interestingly, he only had 4 interceptions all year, but he did have a bad interception against Michigan in that game, right? And he had a couple throws that were close to getting picked off against Ohio State. But overall, he's not a kid that turns the ball over. And that's been kind of true his whole career, Trev. I mean, he's just not a guy that turns the ball over a ton. What's interesting about his career is this is a wild stat, right? So his in the last 3 years, he has thrown 4, 9, 13 interceptions in 3 years. That's it. But he has had 3 games. 1, 2, 3. He's had 4 games where he's had multiple interceptions. So, like, when he has them, they kind of come in bunches.
Yeah.
That's been sort of the case for him in his career. So, hopefully that kind of happens in this game. But he's just not a kid that throws. That's going to be more of a pass rush thing than anything.
I was just about to say, I mean, I've been watching a lot of Curtis Rourke and a lot of IU film lately. There is a correlation between him getting sacked and him throwing interceptions. So once he gets rattled, to your point about when he does throw multiple interceptions, it's normally within the same game. You know what I mean? There is a direct correlation between pressure and interceptions. And if there's been one thing that Notre Dame's defense has been really good this year, is it's forcing turnovers against teams that don't turn the ball over. Right? Louisville's first turnover came against Notre Dame, and Notre Dame had 3 turnovers that game. Navy came in, Georgia Tech came in, both with 2 on the season, and Notre Dame turned over Georgia Tech twice. I know they only gave up. I just wrote it out, but Georgia Tech came in with 2 and then doubled their turnover margin or turnovers lost in that game. Navy came in with 2 on the season, and Notre Dame got 6. So little bit of some of them were a little fluky, like Blake Horvath's thumb wasn't working. So but point being, Notre Dame
gained one against Army. Army at the time was the number 1 team in the country in turnover. I mean, fewest turnovers, right? I mean, at the time they were not giving the ball up coming into that game, and Notre Dame got one there too. So
Notre Dame, point being, does a really good job of forcing turnovers against teams that traditionally do a really good job of taking care of the football.
Yeah. I'm actually going to look. That's actually an interesting thing to look at. So Notre Dame played the number 1. Indiana's 3rd in fewest turnovers. They don't turn the ball over much. Army ranks number 1. Georgia Tech is tied with Indiana for 3rd. So to your point, Trev, it wasn't like the Notre Dame game kind of exposed them, and all of a sudden they start turning the ball over more. That they only had 8 all year, and one of their turnovers in the Georgia Tech game, in the Georgia game, should not have been a turnover because that was targeting. So, yeah. But I look at it, Trev, and I like you said, I think if the pass rush can get to him and he's not comfortable, he will make mistakes.
Yep.
And this is a defense that more than any defense in the country is great at turning mistakes into turnovers.
Yeah. Yes.
And that's the big thing. If he's sitting back in the pocket and he's comfortable and he's not getting pressured, he will get the ball out. He will get the ball out quickly. He'll get the ball out accurately. You've got to pressure him. Michigan early, because that Michigan game ended up being close, but don't forget, Michigan was getting rolled a little bit early. It was like 14-3, and they were on the verge of getting whooped pretty good. And then their front seven started to take that game over a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But early on, Indiana was going right down the field on Michigan until the pressure started to kind of get ramped up a little bit. So if you get pressure on him, he'll turn the ball over. If you don't, he's going to have success. That's really going to be the key in this game.
Yep. Couldn't agree more. Buy, sell, hold. One of each. Legitimate national championship contender. So buy, sell, hold, Ohio State.
So I have to buy one, sell one, and hold one. So I'm going to buy. Ooh, that's a tough one. I'm going to sell Penn State. I've already made my opinion known on Penn State, Trevor. I don't think they're a legitimate title contender. We saw they play as well as they can play and still got beat by Oregon. I don't know that they can play better than that, honestly. I'm torn between Ohio State. I'm going to say buy Texas for right now, but my holdup is if they play someone that's physical, they could be in trouble. And where is Quinn Ewers at mentally? Those are my big questions for them. But the reason I say buy still is because I think there's even bigger question marks about the mentality of the entire Ohio State team right now. And say what you want about, Sark and how he coached against Georgia, but I'd still trust him over Ryan Day. You know what I mean? So, I'd go buy Ohio State, hold Texas, sell Penn State. Or, excuse me, buy Texas, hold Ohio State, sell Penn State. But I don't feel great about any of them right now. But, again, once the postseason starts, you can kind of throw the regular season out the window a little bit. These teams are all going to be fresher, and they're all going to have time for self-scouting and fixing certain things. And whoever makes those corrections the best are the teams that are going to win the most games.
Yeah, mine's a little different than yours. I'm going to buy Ohio State. I'm going to hold on Texas, and I'm going to sell Penn State. So you and I are both aligned. Yep, you and I are both aligned with Penn State. My thing with Ohio State, and I know we kind of talked about, you kind of the regular season takes a backseat once the postseason starts, and I do agree with that. But you kind of go and you look at what did happen during the regular season, and the best Texas played in a big game was losing in overtime on a neutral field to a backup quarterback, and then I go and I look at Ohio State and, they took the number one team and the number one seed in the country down to the wire and had an opportunity to win at the end in a true road game. They beat Ohio State, or they beat IU, who was a top 5 team at the time. They beat Penn State on the road at Happy Valley. And then I think from a roster standpoint, I think Ohio State has one of the best rosters in the country. I do. Jeremiah Smith, Egbuka, Caleb Downs, JT Tuimoloau, Jack Sawyer. I think they're really good. But where the question marks come in for me is I have questions about Quinn Ewers, and I also have questions about Will Howard. I have questions about Steve Sarkisian. I have questions about Ryan Day. So, but for me, it comes down to who they kind of beat in the regular season, because I think the battle-tested argument has to be accounted for something. And Ohio State in those ranked games is 2-1, and Texas right now is 0-2.
I just think it's funny that the team that you think has the best chance of getting upset in the first round is a team that you're buying in this conversation.
Yeah.
But that's part of the reason it's also part of the reason why I do have Texas, because I think their path to a championship is a lot easier.
Sure.
Where Ohio State has to go through Tennessee, then through Oregon, and then through it would be Texas if Texas beats Arizona State, right?
Yeah.
And then they'd have to beat either Notre Dame, Penn State, or Georgia. So that plays a factor as well. I think the thing that concerns me about Texas is that Texas has a couple get-right opportunities in the first 2 rounds.
Sure.
To kind of help them get back on track. So it's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting. And there we go.
Buy, sell, hold from Mr. Emil Wagner. We as fans are treating this Indiana game much like we did the NIU game by looking past it to what is to come. This Indiana team could very well beat Notre Dame if the team looks past them the same way.
Sure. Buy that's true. I can't speak for other people. I know that we have talked. I don't know how much more we can say about Indiana to let everybody know this is a good football team. I'm not quite sure what else we can say. So, yeah, if the Notre Dame football team goes into this game thinking about Georgia, can Indiana beat them? Of course. Sure.
Yeah, I mean,
I just don't think that's where they are.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, I buy the fact that if Notre Dame looks at this the same way they looked at NIU, then they absolutely could get beat. I also agree that, any team could beat anybody in the playoffs. But I don't dig too much into what fans say, because if you go and talk to the fans that love IU Bloomington, the only thing they talk about is Northern Illinois and how much they love.
Somebody sent a message board post of theirs, and they think Notre Dame sucks.
Oh, I know.
Look, Indiana fans think Notre Dame sucks. I've seen more respect for Indiana on our board at Irish Breakdown, and that's the only one I go on, so I can't speak of other boards. But I've seen more respect for Indiana on our board than I saw in the message board post that people sent me from Indiana. Put on the message. I mean, they think they suck. They got beat by Northern Illinois. They haven't played anybody any good. Just like ACC sucks, and they haven't played a schedule like ours. I literally saw some dude from Indiana talking about how Notre Dame's schedule doesn't have them prepared to play Indiana. I just couldn't help but laugh. I'm like, what are you smoking? What are you talking about? You know what I mean? But this is a good football team. The other thing, too, man, is let's be real about something, Ronnie. I've been complaining about this one for a while. Notre Dame fans convince themselves that every team they play sucks. They convince themselves that Miami, Ohio sucked, and Louisville sucked, and Stanford sucked. They do. And that Georgia Tech sucked. They don't. That Navy sucked. They don't. That Army. I mean, that's when how frustrated I get the week of the Army. I literally had like one of my rants about how everybody just kept dismissing this Army football team, about how bad they are and how bad they suck. And it's like, I joke that Notre Dame fans are great, especially like on Twitter, but even in our chat at times, are great about convincing themselves every week that the team that they're about to play sucks, and then will complain at the end of the year about how nobody respects Notre Dame's schedule. I'm like, maybe they are just listening to us talk about how every team they play sucks. You know what I mean? But that didn't impact the Notre Dame football team. I mean, I'm seeing more respect from Notre Dame Nation for Indiana than I did Army. And Notre Dame played pretty well in that one. So, I don't think the Notre Dame fan base. As a matter of fact, this Notre Dame football team has kind of created a little bit of they've used the Notre Dame fans booing them as a little bit of a fuel to say, forget everybody else. We're focused on us. I don't think they're care at all what Notre Dame fans think. I think they're watching film and saying, well, it's a pretty good football team, but we can beat this team because we're better. And they are. They just got to play that way.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. Some people in the chat, Indiana's definitely taken on the attitude of their head football coach. They're arrogant as all get out, man. Like, they just think they are, the Ohio State game is an anomaly and blah, blah. If this doesn't happen and that doesn't happen, we would have won that. I've seen some crazy stuff from Indiana fans. Like, there's way more disrespect for Notre Dame and that universe than there is for Notre Dame, for Indiana in Notre Dame circles, in my opinion, at least from what I've seen.
Yeah. And look, another thing too is like, I come at everything from a very like statistical background. Right. And so when I go and I point out things about what IU has done this season, it's not because I'm trying to dismiss them as an opponent. I think it provides more context of what they did. And I follow that up with, this is a good football team. Mm-hmm. Both can be true. Mm-hmm. One thing is true. IU played 7 rushing offenses this year that rank outside of the top 100. That is a fact. You can go look it up.
And what, 0 inside the top 50?
Yes. And the one inside of the top 60 is ranked 59th. Okay. But another thing that is also true is they have a good rush defense, right? Like, it's, again, like we said earlier, just because they played those bum rushing offenses doesn't mean they go from 1st to 55th.
Indiana had a really, Army had a really good rush defense. We kept saying that, and Notre Dame ripped them up. But what did they do the next 2 weeks? They gave up 117 to UTSA and 115 to Tulane.
Right. Like, it's just, two can be the same. Like, you can provide an analysis and shed light on areas of a team that might not be as good as what some people might think, but still respect your opponent. And so it's just, I get it. I think I'm going to sell this too, because I think that there's a good amount of Notre Dame fans that still also remember Northern Illinois.
Yeah.
At least people that I'm connected with and are in my circle.
Ronnie's the fact that Ronnie's even bringing, or Mr. Emil Wagner's even bringing, sorry, he's Ronnie Reeves in the chat. The fact that he's even bringing this up is an exact example of what you're talking about, Trevor.
Yeah.
Like, the fact that he's bringing this up is because we have not forgot about the NIU game. At least a lot of us haven't. Some have, but no, I think you're absolutely right. We did have a few super chats I want to get to here, Trev, before we go on to the next one.
Yeah. Super chat from Andrew Berg. Thank you, Andrew. Buy, sell, hold. Compared to the other 11 teams in the playoff, Notre Dame is a top 3 position group at every position except wide receiver.
Top 3 in the playoff. So compared to the other 3 teams. So quarterback is so you have Oregon, I think I'd be ahead of them right now. Georgia, no, especially with Carson Beck out. Ohio State, no. Penn State, no. SMU's ahead of them right now because they have Kevin Jennings and Preston Stone. He's in the portal, but I believe he's still playing. Indiana, he does what they ask him to do really well, but if he goes down, I like Notre Dame's backup a little bit better than his backup. That's the only one that I'd have a question mark right now. I mean, I think O-line is on the borderline because, again, Notre Dame has a great run-blocking offensive line. They're not in the top 5 in pass-blocking offensive lines in the playoff. Where does that get them overall? They're at least in the conversation. Their D-line, look, Tennessee's got a better D-line. I think Georgia has a better D-line right now than what Notre Dame has because of Notre Dame's health. Ohio State, you could argue, maybe has a better D-line right now, partly because of Notre Dame's health.
I think with Ohio State, it's split. I think Notre Dame has better interior guys, but I think Ohio State has better edge.
You could argue Penn State, but Notre Dame's interior guys, they haven't had one of their top interior guys hasn't played in the last month, and we don't know how healthy he's going to be going into the postseason, right? That's kind of where we're looking at. You could argue Penn State is ahead of them right now because of all the injuries. I'll say this, if Boubacar Traore wasn't hurt, this is a no-brainer. They're top 3. But, what was the biggest thing we talked about in the earlier portion? Somebody's got to step up and rush the passer because this is not a good pass rushing team off the edge right now. Now, it's one of the best pass rushing teams in the country up the middle if Howard Cross is healthy. But, they're in the conversation there. Linebacker, they're in the conversation. Secondary, they're in the conversation. I'd have to think more. I'd have to do a little bit more homework. My gut leads me to say that that's probably a little high. That all of them except for receivers there, I think at the very least they're top 5 in every position group.
Yeah,
and other than receiver, but I'll buy it that they have the talent to be in the top 3, but I don't know if they're necessarily playing like that compared to all the other teams.
Yep, I'm with that. I'm all the position groups that you brought up. I was going to bring up. So
great minds. Actually,
yes,
hold on
sir.
a second. I'm sitting there scrolling through the next thing, but I forgot we're on the buy something. We're on some super chats. There's another one.
Super chat from AST12321. Thank you for the super chat. Buy, sell, hold. There will be lots of season ticket seats taken by IU fans, not because they were sold out, but because the owners were jacket flippers until this year.
I'm going to sell that. There's going to be more Indiana fans in the stands than we would like, but it's going to be. I think there's also a lot of look. I'm in the process of buying 10 season tickets right now that I'm going to then sell for the same of what I paid to make sure that there's Notre Dame fans in those seats from season ticket holders. There's a lot of season ticket holders who are buying extra tickets to sell to other Notre Dame fans specifically, but there's going to be some that just are trying to make a buck. I get that. That's just the reality. I just don't think it's going to be as many as we thought. Maybe that's wishful thinking on my part, Trevor. I just don't think there's going to be quite as many Indiana fans in the stands as maybe some people are dreading is going to happen. It's a playoff game after all, because the big problem is like this is a lot of times it's like, well, this is a once in a lifetime thing for Cincinnati. It's a once in a lifetime thing for Georgia, Nebraska, Ohio State. Guys, this is a once in a lifetime thing for Notre Dame as well. That's what makes this a little bit different. I think there's going to be some season ticket holders that buy 6 to 8 tickets and they're selling them to their friends because their friends want to be there too. So I think there's going to be a lot more of that than maybe we're seeing in the regular season. That's maybe wishful thinking on my part, Trev, but that's kind of how I see it.
I really, really, really hope that you're right. I do, because I had season tickets last year and I went to every game and sat in the stands. And there is a narrative going around of Notre Dame fans of they get upset when people stand up in the games because they can't see when they're sitting down. And it's just all things like that. So I really, really hope that narrative doesn't carry over of, well, we think we're going to win anyways. I'd rather watch this game from home because it's going to be warm. I hope that they take on the mantra of this is a once in a lifetime experience. And I'm not going to miss it for the world, because if I had the funds to do it, I would be right there with them. You know what I mean? And it's just, I really hope that you're right. So I'll hope by what you said, Brian. For this one, I'll sell it. I hope that that's the mindset.
Yeah.
I'm really hoping so.
Well, I'm sure doing my part, Trev. I got a message from Jay Carr. He said, BD, you helped me and my dad get tickets from a season ticket holder. I sent you a PDM on Twitter. Wanted to say thanks again, because I'm trying to connect a lot of those season ticket holders that are trying to sell their extra tickets to Notre Dame fans. They're coming to me, and I'm setting them up with people on our board that have reached out saying they're looking for tickets. Yeah. And then, of course, I'm going to buy 3 sets of tickets that I've bought that I'm going to then sell in. My promise is what I pay for it, I'm selling at the same rate. I'm not looking to make $1. I'm looking to make sure that they get to Notre Dame fans. And so, especially to IB fans. So, and subscribers. So doing my part, hopefully there's a lot of others that are able to do the same thing. So we'll see.
And I've said it once and I'll say it again. Look, if you can't make the game, I understand that. Just there are so many.
Don't buy the tickets.
Yeah.
This isn't a regular season ticket situation where you bought the tickets and for the whole season and you can't go. Why'd you buy the tickets if you can't go?
True.
So, yeah. All right. We got one more super chat before we get on to the next one.
Super chat from Wade Garrett. Thank you, Wade. Are you two more excited and confident for Notre Dame in these playoffs compared to any under Kelly?
Oh, by far. Yeah, by far. Because I feel like this actually is a staff that top to bottom has a chance to compete with anybody from a coaching standpoint. And if we're being honest, the teams that are on the docket aren't as good as some of the teams that they faced back in 2018. In 2018, you're like, if I'm Notre Dame, I got to play Trevor Lawrence-led elite defense, 3 first-round picks on the D-line Clemson, who, oh, by the way, also has elite receivers and elite corners. And if we beat them somehow, we've got to play either Tua Tagovailoa in that ridiculous receiving corps at Alabama, or we've got to play Kyler Murray, who passed for 4,000 yards and rushed for 1,000 yards this year. So way different caliber opponent. 2012 was that elite Bama team. There are no teams like that this year. 2020, it was okay, do you play Justin Fields in Ohio State? Do you play Mac Jones and Devontae Smith in Alabama? Or do you play, Trevor Lawrence and that Clemson team that had already smacked you in the ACC title game? There just aren't teams like that in this year's playoff. They're just not. And so it's just a different animal. And I also think this is a deeper Notre Dame team that's coached better. You don't have a limited offense like you had in 2012. Right? I mean, if you think this year's offense is limited, let's remind you of that Notre Dame team in 2012, which, they were winning games 13-6 and 20-17 and 17-14 and stuff like that, right? If you think this offense is limited, come on now. This offense is scoring almost 40 points a game. That Notre Dame team was scoring 25.8.
Ooh.
Just a different animal. I mean, even the 2015 team that was so good only scored 34, but then you look at the 2018 team, they scored 31.4. Now that's a little bit misleading because they were up high 30s once Ian Book got put in the lineup. So it's a little bit different, but he didn't have to play against Michigan, which is the best team they played in the regular season, certainly the best defense they played in the regular season. So it's just a little bit different. That 2020 team was very limited offensively. They were at 33 points a game, and that was bolstered by the fact that they played like two good teams all year. That's it. I mean, it was North Carolina and Clemson. That's it. And that Clemson team they played in the regular season had their star quarterback, number 1 draft pick, didn't play. 3 of their best defensive players didn't play. It's just a different animal. So better Notre Dame team and no elite. Just holy crap, that team. 2018 was ridiculous. That might have been the best 4 we've seen, where just you had 4 really good football teams. There's been some like 2014. That was a pretty good year. That was a Bama team that wasn't great, though, in my opinion. It wasn't. 2015, Oklahoma was good, but they weren't great. Michigan State wasn't very good. They were a little fluky that year. You had that weird win over Ohio State. 2016, Washington was good, but not a great team. 2017, that Clemson team that was number 1 seed. 2017 was the worst group of 4 we ever had, in my opinion. Last year's might be the second worst group of 4. But like in 21, you had that Georgia team was really good. That Bama team was really good. Overall, it wasn't a great year. 22 was a really good year, in my opinion. You had a really high, potent Ohio State team. You had a really good Georgia team. Michigan was pretty good that year. Got upset by a really good TCU team. 23, we talked about. So they're just – Notre Dame happened to get in the postseason in years where there just were some really good freaking teams in the postseason.
Yeah.
Like that 18 team could have made a run in a lot of other years. I'd have liked to see that 18 team play the 2020 Clemson team. That 18 Notre Dame team, I think, would have beat that 2020 Clemson team in the ACC championship. I think they would have. I think that Clemson team would have. And then that game against Bama, because then they wouldn't have played Bama in the first round, because they would have still been. I think they were the 1 seed going into the ACC championship, maybe 2. They wouldn't have played Bama in the first round. They'd have got Bama in the championship game. I think that team could have hung with Bama. I do. That 18 team in 2021, 2022, or 2023 could have won a game and competed. It just so happened that they got into the playoff in a year where it was freaking ridiculous. You know what I mean? And so, that's just kind of where I'm at. I think this year they stack up a lot better. I don't know what you think about that, Trev.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. It's 1, they stack up better against the field, and 2, I don't know if I would take any coaching staff that Notre Dame has had in recent years over this one.
I don't. In its entirety. Agree with you.
Yeah, it's just, the more and more that, I hear from Marcus Freeman, and the more that he goes on, and after this 10-game win streak, do I think he can win Notre Dame a championship? I think that remains to be seen, but do I think that he's the guy for the job? I do. Right. I think this is the best offensive and defensive coordinator tandem in the playoffs. And I think that the field is in favor of them. So, look, stars are starting to align. Now the boys got to go out and do what they need to on the field. But,
right.
It feels different.
Agreed.
Feels different. Buy, sell, hold from Mr. Emil Wagner. The KVA injury will be felt in the running game against IU.
I think it'll be felt more as a pass rusher.
Yeah.
I think run game, they should be okay.
Yep, I agree. IU's not a powerful rushing offense. They're not bad, but they're like 51st in the country in rushing. It's just they're really good through the air. So
they're efficient running the ball.
Yeah,
but it's a complementary part of their offense.
Buy, sell, hold. IU watched the USC film and feels like they can pass against us the same way, but it will be to their detriment.
Buy that. I'll buy that. I think they're going to go hard at Notre Dame throwing the football. And hopefully Notre Dame's pass rush can make them pay for that and allow the secondary to make them pay for that. Yeah.
I will buy that they will pass the ball, but I'm going to sell the fact that it's because they watched the USC film. Say what you want about Cignetti. He's a really good coach. And I think that he puts up a lot of bulletin board material, but look, you don't go 130-36 and you don't make it to the FCS National Championship if you're just basing how you're going to attack opponent off of one game. I think that they're going to go after Notre Dame in the pass game because that's their offense, right? I don't think that Cignetti looks at the USC game and he's telling his team, see, they can be beaten through the air, and that's what we're going to do. I think he's going to say, we're going to throw the ball because that's what we do. That's where I'm at with it. Buy, sell, hold from Mr. Emil Wagner. IU will play with a chip on their shoulder to begin the game, but our defense will knock that chip off their shoulder the way that Makuba did to Georgia's backup quarterback.
That was brutal. I was glad they took the targeting away because I did not think that should have been targeting. It's just a physical hit. But I didn't think there was any chance in heck they were going to pull the flag on that. I mean, take off because they called targeting on the field.
Yeah.
I think there was any chance in heck they're going to take that off.
I'm glad,
especially since it would have helped Georgia.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh yeah.
So,
yeah. Look. Yeah. I'm glad they did too. Every big hit in football is not targeting. Like it's football.
Every hit to the head in football is not targeting.
Sure.
And I was glad that they pulled that one off. But to the point, I buy this. I think Indiana's going to come in very confident. They faced one defense with the speed that this defense has, and that defense ate them up. Mm-hmm. And I think we're going to be something similar. And I think that's where the USC game was a blessing for Notre Dame because they did have that type of they did face that kind of speed and athleticism. And the other thing about USC that even though none of their receivers are like great individual talents, at least not from a production standpoint, it's the depth of talent. You know, it's like you could shut two guys down and there's still 2-3 others that can go make plays on you.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that's something that makes Indiana's receiving core really good. You can shut down Elijah Surratt. You still got to deal with Miles Price and Miles Cross and Omar Cooper Jr. and their tight end, Zach Horton's a solid player. I mean, there's Keyshawn Williams from Wake Forest who's now there. He's had some big games for them this year. So that's the thing I like. It's like we talk about Notre Dame's running back room, but I just think that it really is going to come down to in the trenches and what Notre Dame's going to need to be able to do to them in the trenches. They're going to have to get a pass rush on them. And if they do, I think they're going to do the exact same thing that Ohio State and Michigan did, which is really keep this offense off the scoreboard. Mm-hmm. We'll see if they do it or not, but that's where I'm at, Trevor. I really do think that's where this team is. Cause like, they're not a great pass blocking team.
No.
And they haven't faced a lot of teams that can rush the passer really effectively. And the teams that can beat them pretty good. You know what I mean? So they're going to have to – Notre Dame's pass rush is going to have to step up. But then Indiana's going to be saying the same thing. We've got to get after the quarterback. And Notre Dame's pass blocking unit has had certainly some issues. There's no doubt.
Yeah. I mean, I think the interesting thing about this football game when you look at it big picture is I think a big differentiating factor is Notre Dame, the opponents that they faced – and I was thinking about this. The opponents that Notre Dame has faced has kind of geared them to play different styles of football teams, right? Like you talk about, you know, IU's passing game. Okay, agreed. It's really good. Curtis Rourke is a really good, experienced quarterback. Well, so is Tyler Shuck. And as good as Elijah Surratt was, he's no Ja'Cory Brooks. You know,
I would agree with that. Yeah.
You know, and so you go and you look at it that way, and then you go and talk about, you know, IU's defense. It's a really good rush defense. Notre Dame has played some good rush defense. Statistically, not as good as what IU's is. I used what you said yesterday in the show. It's like they have similar athleticism to Louisville with the discipline of Army's. You know, where Army lacked is they didn't have the athletic ability, and they just kind of got, you know, overcame by that. But, you know, there's nothing that IU does that Notre Dame has not seen yet, in my opinion, in one of their games. However, you can go back through and you can look at and confidently say that IU hasn't faced a quarterback like Riley Leonard. Not from like a passing tear you up standpoint, but like we talked about yesterday, just nobody can tackle the guy. They haven't faced a running back tandem like 4 and 24. They haven't faced a secondary like Notre Dame's. Kind of against Ohio State, I would say, is the most comparable, you know, but it's just.
And what did that secondary do?
Right. 8 of 18 for 68.
Shut them down.
Yeah. Right. So it's like that. I think that is going to play a factor. Like for as much as people talk about schedules and people like to downplay somebody's schedule, I agree. Did Notre Dame play Georgia's schedule this year? No, they didn't.
Nobody did.
Right. But my takeaway from Notre Dame's schedule is they played a bunch of different types of opponents this year that I think kind of gave them some experience in different. Whereas there's some teams in the playoffs that are going into it's like, man, we just haven't faced a mobile quarterback like this.
Right.
You know, it's like, okay, well, Notre Dame faced Bryson Daly and Blake Horvath and, you know, all these other guys. So it's going to be
Jaden Mayaba.
Yeah. Yep. So I think that's a factor.
I'm going through this, Trevor, and I'm going to give you this statistic because I thought this is interesting and it speaks to what people are talking about in regard to facing a quarterback like Riley Leonard. And just give me a second. I'm pulling up all these really quick.
Yeah.
So just give me 1 second. So looking at Ohio State, here's the rushing numbers for starting quarterbacks that they faced. Florida International, 130 yards, 2 touchdowns. I don't have Western Illinois' numbers. They're terrible. They're suck. So that's the team. They're awful. Ethan Garbers from UCLA, 136 rushing yards, 1 touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
Charlotte starting quarterback Max Brown, 72 yards, no touchdowns. Maryland starting quarterback Billy Edwards, 148 yards, 5 touchdowns. Northwestern starting quarterback Mike Wright, he was actually started the season as their quarterback. He had 84 yards and 1 touchdown in 3 games. He got benched, and Jake Lausch took over. So Jake Lausch started 10 games. He had 213 yards and 2 touchdowns in 10 games. So his 213 yards, a little bit of context because he didn't start every game this year. But again, he's not going to go from 213 to 500. Nebraska starting quarterback this season had he had minus 68 yards, no touchdowns. Washington starting quarterback had minus 79 yards, no touchdowns. They did have a quarterback that ran for 234 yards, but it was a Wildcat kid, Damon Williams. You knew what he was doing. Yeah. Michigan State starting quarterback Aiden Childs, probably the most athletic quarterback they faced this year, 225 yards and 3 touchdowns. Michigan starting quarterback in that game that they played had minus 8 yards in the season. Alex Orji did finish with 260 and a touchdown, but he did not he carried the ball 3 times for 1 yard against Indiana because he wasn't their starter. And then Will Howard had 131 yards and 7 touchdowns. He's probably the guy that is most like Riley Leonard body type wise and is a decent athlete, but they don't use him as a runner. Really, he's more of a scrambler. And then Purdue's starting quarterback Hudson Card, did he even play against Indiana? He did. Yeah, he played against Indiana.
Yeah, he did.
He was at minus 30, 27 yards rushing. So to your point, you add up all those touchdowns and they're about where Riley Leonard had this season. So no, they have not played a quarterback like Riley Leonard or anything close to what Riley Leonard did.
Super chat from Lou Holtz, Thunder and Bolts. Thank you for the super chat. Buy, sell, hold. Marcus Freeman gets a contract extension before the playoffs end.
I think what we talked about is we won't be surprised if it's not announced, but I do think that they'll have something agreed upon before the playoffs are over and then sign it and announce it after the playoffs would be my prediction. So gets one, I'll buy, because he didn't say it'll be announced. He just said gets one. And I would think that he'll get one.
Totally.
Yeah.
Buy, sell, hold from Ballpeen Shillelagh. Notre Dame takes advantage of IU selling out against the run and has at least 2 big chunk pass plays.
Yeah, I'll buy that. Because, I count a big chunk pass play as being, 25, 30 yards or more. Yeah. I think they'll have that. I think they'll have something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll buy that too. Buy, sell, hold. One of Faison Greathouse, Harrison, or Bo Collins plays a pivotal role and has 5+ receptions. Yeah, one of. Yeah, I think that's going to happen. I think it has to happen, really, for them to really get rolling. So, yeah, I'll buy it. And if just my gut reaction, if I were to say I have to pick one of those 4, honestly, like I said, it's probably Jordan Faison. Like I don't know why. I just feel like him or Greathouse are going to really go off in this game. I just feel like one of those 2 guys is really going to go off in this game, Trev. I don't know why. It's not even really a matchup thing. It's just because it was a matchup thing, I'd probably go Bo Collins because they got short corners. Yeah.
Their corners aren't very big. The kid the Pons kid, who's a really good player, is first team all Big Ten, but he's 5'9".
5'9". Yeah.
So, but yeah, I could, yeah. I don't know what it is. I keep going back and forth on Greathouse and Faison potentially having a really breakout performance in this game. I don't know why. I just do.
What I want to happen, because I buy the first part that one of those 4 will play a pivotal role, if not more. I agree with that. 5+ receptions is tough because Notre Dame's leading receiver this year in any game is at 5 receptions, right? Like no receiver has gone over 5. What I want is if that happens, like just, let's say it's Mitchell Evans has 5 for 59 and a touchdown like he did against USC. I don't want the next closest of all of those 4 guys combined to combine for 4 receptions. Like you know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
in games
Right.
past, it was, against Navy, Jaden Greathouse had like a 48-yard reception, and then he didn't get another catch.
Right.
Like if it is something to where they don't get 5 receptions, it's Collins has 3, Harrison has 3, Greathouse has 4, Faison has 4, Raritan has 4, something like that. A mix of that. Like I like the fact that Notre Dame's offense likes to spread the wealth, and Riley Leonard doesn't have a go-to guy. It's pros and cons to both, right? But if that's the case, and only one of those guys has 5+ receptions, I hope the next closest has 4.
Or at least 3, and one of them's a big play, right?
Right. Like I hope it's not Bo Collins has 5 for 85, and Greathouse went 1 for 19, and Faison is 2 for 17, and Harrison is 1 for 6. Yeah. Buy, sell, hold from Ball Peen Shillelagh. Notre Dame has a comfortable enough lead going into the second half of the third quarter that they rest Love for the rest of the game to keep him fresh.
I'm selling that. I mean, look, could that be the case? Yes, it could be the case. But I think this is one of the examples of, I think we're very much underestimating this Indiana football team.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll sell that. I mean, even a game like the 2 comparable teams, like somebody's asked me, has Notre Dame played anyone like Indiana? And I've said the 2 teams that remind me most of Indiana from the standpoint of this is what their talent level is. They're not direct comparisons from the standpoint of they run the same system, their strengths and weaknesses are the same, but just when I look at their roster and I look at their effectiveness, they remind me of this team. It's Louisville and Georgia Tech.
Yeah.
And in neither of one of those games did Notre Dame go into halftime like this game's over.
Right.
Like you felt good about where Notre Dame was, but it wasn't like ball game like it was every other game at halftime. I think it'll be more like this. I think it'll be more like that. Maybe even like Texas A&M where it's tied, than it will be. USC was tied. I think it'll be more like that going into halftime than it will be the other. Somebody said not like USC. No, I think USC has a lot more talent than Indiana. I just don't think USC's coached nearly as well as Indiana. They're not nearly as tough and physical as Indiana. That's the thing about this Indiana football team, Trev. They're not very big on defense, but they play hard. They play very hard. This is a very well-coached team with a bunch of group of 5 kids that were very talented group of 5 kids that have a G5 chip on their shoulder. And I love the way they play. Like if USC had the players had the same focus and discipline and toughness that this Indiana team played, they'd have a shot to be in the college football playoff. Like, I don't know that they would have definitely made it, but they would have been in the conversation going into maybe that Notre Dame game would have had something on the line in that regard. But they don't have that. That's the thing. So I say that's why they're more in line to me. Same thing with like Georgia with Texas A&M. I don't think they're where Texas A&M was like just elite level talent wise on defense. Their offense, I think, has more athletes than Texas A&M had. With all due respect to Justice Ellison and Tyson Lawton, they're not as good as Le'Veon Moss was, or even Amari Daniels. I think their offensive line's not quite as good as A&M's. They're better at quarterback, and they're better coached on defense because that was A&M's first game in that system. Where when you look at Indiana, the unique thing is 5 of their starters on defense came with him from James Madison, as did his D coordinator, which means there's 5 starters on defense that knew the system, which is rare for a first-year coordinator. You don't normally see that. And that's what made it a little bit different. So that's why I compare I think it's, look, could Notre Dame blow them out? Of course they can. Am I predicting that Notre Dame is going to blow them out? No, I'm not going to do that. And that's where I think you kind of get into I think we're maybe overlooking this team just a little bit if we're talking about it's going to be a blow. I mean, look, we talk about Ohio State blew them out. It was 14-7 at halftime. And Ohio State scored with 20, 30 seconds left to make it 14-7. I mean, that game they wore Indiana out in the second half. First half, that was a very competitive football game. So, no, I don't think it'll be that way at halftime. And if it is that way at halftime, then I'm going to be like, holy crap, this Notre Dame team is not playing around. Like, that says that's more about how good Notre Dame is playing than Indiana's not good. That's where I'm at.
Oh, look, here's where I'm at with resting players. In the regular season, they did it because they knew they had to rattle off 10 straight to make it to a playoff game. And a lot of times the score did dictate that. Look, in my mind, until the game is over, beyond a reasonable doubt. And when I mean beyond a reasonable doubt, I don't mean shoot. With what happened with Alabama and Georgia this year, I don't even mean 28-0 at halftime. You still have 30 minutes of football left. I'm talking there's 6 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Your offense gets the ball back and you're up by 17. Like, you know what I mean? Like, maybe you don't trot out Riley Leonard. I don't know. But there is no looking ahead.
Right.
Why rest players for Georgia if you don't even know if you're going to advance to play Georgia? Right? Like that's my mindset with this game. Like the one game, one life mentality that Marcus Freeman has with this football team is more evident now than it ever was. And as awesome as it would be to say, man, Jeremiah Love is fresh going into play Georgia because he didn't even play in the second half. That is unrealistic. This is a good IU football team, and they're not going to quit.
Because they'd have to be up by more than 28. I mean, because like he got sat at halftime against Purdue. They were up 42-0, and he had just hurt his shoulder the week before.
Right.
Like that was a big reason for that. I mean, you know, there was other games where we saw them have big leads, and he still played most of the. I mean, Stanford was 21-7 at halftime. I think he still played the entire third quarter, and then they went in the third quarter up 42-7, and they pulled him for the fourth quarter. Right. I mean, Navy was very. I mean, it was 31-7, and he played the first drive. I think was it just the first drive of the second half? He definitely came out for the first drive of the second half. I know that for a fact. And I thought it was the only reason I don't think he came back again is because they had the Navy's next possession. They had the fumble touchdown recovery by Jalen Seed, and then we didn't see Riley again. But even there at 31-7, he still came out in the second half, and that was a regular season game against Army. So to your point, Trev, you'd have to be up like 28-0, 35-0 to say, we're not sitting our star running back.
Oh, yeah.
But the difference, though, is between quarterback and running back is you could say, hey, you know, Price, you're going to get this first here, second half. J-Love, be ready. And then if you go down and put that first drive in the game, you may say, hey, J-Love, you know, like let's hold you back. But, I mean, you're going to be off 3 weeks. He's already going to be rested. You need to make sure he gets back in the groove. So I think part of that, too, is how's he playing at that point in time. If he just rips Indiana up in the first half, maybe you say, okay, you know, we're up big and let's see what Price can do this first series because you've already been rotating them both and then see how he does and go that way. But I just think most likely it's going to be a situation where you're going to put them in the second half, your starters, and say, let's go put another one on the board. That's kind of how I think it'll be.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if we're talking about Notre Dame sitting their starters in the first half, something crazy had to have happened.
Well, I think the one starter, he's like the Love thing I get because people think he's injured from the USC game.
Fair enough. Yeah. Fair enough. By so hold, we see Kedron Young play in the first home playoff game.
Can I hope by that one?
Man, I hope so.
Right? Can I hope by that one? That would mean one of two things. One is Notre Dame is implementing him into the system now that the red shirt doesn't matter, or B, they blow Indiana out. And either one of those is going to be good for me. I'm happy with either one of those.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll hope by that one too. Buy so hold from ND Bet. Arrested and angry Christian Gray superior play is a big reason we shut down IU.
Well, that's kind of goes back to the thing we did before the show, Trev, or before the buy so hold. So I'm buying that. I think Christian Gray is going to be super fired up for the playoffs, and I think he's going to play really well in this first game. I do.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll buy. I think it depends on what your definition of shut down is, but I think Christian Gray will be a big reason why Notre Dame wins.
I think it's basically what Jay Lamont just said in the chat, Trev. It's like I'm getting 35-14 vibes. I think that would be an example of shutting Indiana down. They, you know, they'll get some yards, throw for 210 yards, but overall they're not looking anything like what they look like in the regular season.
Yeah, totally.
I mean, I just want to say this: you guys, Notre Dame's going to get Indiana's best shot the next week. I mean, that's the thing is they're going to get Indiana's best shot, and Notre Dame's going to hopefully give Indiana their best shot. And if Notre Dame does give them their best shot, a big reason for that is Christian Gray plays like he did in the first month of the season.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. By so hold, Riley Leonard has his best passing game of the year versus Indiana.
I'm going to sell that. I think Riley Leonard is going to be good throwing the ball against Indiana, but I don't know if it's going to be his best game of the season. Like, I don't know if this is going to be a, trying to think what would be his best. I mean, Indiana, Navy, he was really good in the first half. I mean, he was really good that game. Stanford, I thought he was pretty good in that game as well. I mean, 72% completions, 3 touchdowns, 229 yards.
First half against Army, he was pretty good.
Yeah, he was. This is the thing is Riley's numbers don't look as good as he actually played. He didn't play. He was on pace for a 200 game against Purdue, and then came out in the first half. Came in the second half. He went for 229 against Stanford with 3 touchdowns. Didn't play last quarter and a half of the game. Navy, he went 178 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks, and played 1 series in the second half. UVA, they didn't let him throw in the fourth quarter. He went for 214 and 3 touchdowns. Army, he went 10 of 13 for 148 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks. He played basically a half. I don't think they threw much in that third quarter. They just kind of came out and ran it down the Army's throat. So, yeah, and also I do think this is a solid Indiana secondary. It is. It's not like elite. They face more talented secondaries, but this is a good secondary.
Yeah.
I think they're corner in Purdue. They didn't have Jameer Johnson. This is a crazy thing I did when I was doing some research on their depth chart. Trevor, Jameer Johnson got injured against Ohio State and did not play against Purdue. That was the first game that a defensive starter had missed to injury all season.
God, I wish.
Could you imagine what we'd be saying about Notre Dame right now if only one defensive injury all season? Yeah.
Look, I was just about to say, look, if Notre Dame was going into this game with a fully healthy Howard Cross, and I know that he's projected to play still, but again, like he's sat out a couple weeks, fully healthy Howard Cross, healthy KVA, healthy Boubacar Traore, healthy Jordan Botelho, healthy Ben Morrison,
and a healthy Ashton Craig, and
a
healthy
Charles Jagasaw,
that
played for 12 games. I would start to entertain what some people are saying about score predictions. Again, that's no knock on IU.
No, I wouldn't, Trev. And here's where you're wrong. They wouldn't be playing IU.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah,
they'd be playing Clemson. We'd be talking about the matchup against Clemson.
That's fair. That's totally fair.
I'm joking with you, Trev.
Yeah.
I agree with you. If Notre Dame was healthy, I don't think this game would be as competitive as I think it will be now. But those are the because we're worried about pass rush. If Boubacar Traore was healthy right now and Howard Cross is healthy right now, we would not be at all worried about Notre Dame putting pressure on the quarterback.
Nope.
I wouldn't be worried about it at all. And Josh Burnham would still be playing defensive end, and we'd see a lot less of RJ Oben.
Yeah, true.
So, yeah.
For this one, for Riley Leonard, I think he's going to have his best game in a Notre Dame uniform complete. I don't know if it's necessarily going to be passing. I think the takeaway that we're going to have from Riley Leonard in this game is, despite the box score in the stat sheet, not saying that he went for 275 through the air, I think it's going to be, no matter what IU's defense tried to do, they couldn't stop 13. Whether that was in the air or whether that was on the ground, I think it's going to be a combination of both. That's what I think my takeaway is going to be with Leonard. But I hope he has his best passing game of the year versus
and by best passing game, we're not talking about yards. We're talking about performance, because you could have the best passing game of the season yards wise because you're down 21 points in the second half.
Sure.
Right. So it's about overall level of play.
Mm-hmm. Buy, sell, hold from ND Bet. In the next 3 years, the combination of on-the-field success, alum success in the NFL, and Marcus Freeman's reputation will make Notre Dame the premier location for talent like Lou Holtz's teams in the late 80s.
I'll buy that. I don't know if it'll be like Lou Holtz in that they're getting number 1 classes every year, because I think it's just done differently. And this dispersion of talent's different than it was back then.
Yeah.
You could get elite players in Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Indiana, and Illinois, especially Illinois and Pennsylvania, at a much higher level than you can now, just volume-wise.
Sure.
Which hurts the ranking process. But a premier location where they're one of the 3 or 4 best teams in the country at acquiring talent, I don't care where they're ranked in the recruiting rankings. I'm just talking about people that know football, looking at them saying, boy, this team's as good as anybody, right? We keep hearing about, Notre Dame doesn't recruit an elite level and blah, blah. And then you look at it and they're 5th or 6th every year, and most, NFL players on a roster. But there's always a big gap between them and Ohio State and Alabama and Georgia and stuff like that. I think that gap is going to close a lot over these next 5-6 years. No doubt. And I think when guys like Cam Hart go into the league as a 5th-round pick and look pretty good, that only increases Notre Dame's profile, because you're like, look, man, like we kind of overlooked it. Cornerback from Notre Dame had some injury in history, didn't play a lot of great this or that or the other thing, every other excuse in the world that they use not to play Cam Hart or not to draft Cam Hart higher than he should have been drafted. And lo and behold, Cam Hart's been pretty flipping good from everybody that I read what he's done in the NFL, right? So as more guys start having more success there, because like look at offensive linemen, they get a lot of benefit of the doubt when it comes to drafting offensive linemen, because Zach Martin, Quentin Nelson, Aaron Banks, Ronnie Stanley, you go down the list of guys. Joe Alt, right, this year. So it's not just about where you're drafted. It's also about what kind of results are we seeing from the guys that do get drafted. I'm watching Maris Leofau, and, he's got 26 sacks on the season, or 26 tackles on the season, right? He's producing this year. And I believe I read, I didn't watch the game, Trev, but I think he had like a really big play late in the game for a big stop against the Bengals the other night on national TV. So
he sacked Joe Burrow.
Yeah. So, you're seeing these guys go to the NFL and play. Javonte Jean-Baptiste is a 7th-round draft pick, makes the Redskins or the Commanders out of camp and is playing for him. So it's like you start to see that stuff produce, and all of a sudden people say, you know what, man, this Notre Dame team is producing NFL talent. We kind of dismissed it because for a long time they weren't producing that kind of talent, but boy, these guys are, and that's only going to increase it. And then, of course, when the overall athleticism is greater than it has been, that's going to help them as well. So, that's kind of what I think of it. So I think, in the next few years they will become a destination for teams. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I think one thing that's promising is you look at how good Marcus Freeman and Chad Bowden and company are good at how good they are at recruiting. They're starting to close that gap even now, in my opinion, after going 8-4, 9-3.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if you add a playoff win or two under that belt. And then imagine if you make a semifinal pick. You know what I mean? So it's all starting to look good. So I'll definitely buy that. Absolutely.
All right.
Buy, sell, hold from KJ Fergie. If Notre Dame advances to the semifinals, they will be playing someone other than Penn State.
I'm going to sell that because I want it to be true. I want my sell to be true. I want Penn State in the semifinals.
Even if, because it would be Penn State would beat SMU
and Boise.
I'm going to sell it just because I don't know if that happens. I would love to see Notre Dame and Penn State play. That is a factor, but I just don't know if SMU and Boise State could knock off Penn State as well.
Mm-hmm.
It remains to be seen, but we'll see what happens. Buy, sell, hold. Arizona State beats Texas in the quarterfinals. Oh,
sell. I think that there's a lot of people that have only watched Texas against Georgia and just assumed Texas isn't good. And there's a reason that only Georgia beat them. Oh, they played a soft schedule. Okay, but they played teams that weren't that far off of Arizona State, in my opinion. So, no, I don't think that they'll beat them. I think it'll be a good game because I think Arizona State can run on Texas. And I think the concern thing for me is I don't know that Jordan Tyson's going to be back by that game. And while that might have not hurt you against Iowa State, Texas ain't Iowa State, folks. It's a whole different animal. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to sell that.
I'm going to sell it too. Look, guys, I love what Arizona State did this year. Everybody's talking about how there's no Cinderella story in the playoffs. It's Arizona State. They were projected to finish last in their division,
mm-hmm.
right? You go from being projected to finish last to winning your conference and getting a bid in the first 12-team college football playoff. That's spectacular. And no matter what happens from here on out, the way that I look at it, Arizona State's playing with house money. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody expected them to make it into their conference championship, let alone the playoffs. Right. So regardless of what happens here on out, who cares? But don't let that be confused. Yes, Cam Scatteraboo is an awesome, awesome player for Arizona State. Texas defense is put together a little bit better than Iowa State's, right? To your point about the Tyson kid, Might not have affected it that much against the Cyclones. It will affect it against Texas, who has a really, really good pass defense. So that's where I'm at. Buy, sell, hold. In a hypothetical Oregon matchup, Notre Dame would hold the Ducks under 30 points.
Buy. I mean, I can see Texas. I can see Oregon scoring 27, 28 points in that game. So, yeah, sure, it's possible. They could. Buy.
I'm going to sell it because it just how it's worded would hold the Ducks under, not could. Notre Dame didn't hold USC or Louisville under 30 points, and those are pretty good offenses. Oregon, I'm very high on Oregon's offense, and
it's very good.
Yeah,
it's the worst matchup for Notre Dame because of how much speed they have at receiver.
And so I would love to buy it. I think that they have the capabilities? Yes, but based on how this is worded, I'm going to sell it. I can't say beyond a shadow of a doubt Notre Dame would hold them.
Ohio State has the number one defense in the country statistically. They allowed one opponent to go over 275 yards of offense, one, and it was Oregon, who went for 496. They allowed one opponent to score more than 17 points, and it was Oregon who scored 32.
Mm-hmm.
So the difference is I think Notre Dame would do a better job of controlling the game against Oregon. I think they could run the ball better. I think they could slow the game down a little bit with their ability to run the football. So I'd see like a 31-27 Notre Dame type of win, 30-20 if they were to win the football game. If Notre Dame loses that game, they will give up more than 30. If they win that game, they'll give up less than 30, in my opinion.
Sure. Buy, sell, hold again from KJ Fergie. Assuming we beat Indiana, running the ball on Georgia will be much more difficult than some assume, and it will be the most critical game of all hypothetical matchups for the pass game to excel.
No, I think there's other games where throwing the football is going to be even more important. Look, does Notre Dame have to play well to run a ball on Georgia? Of course. But I have been banging this drum all year, guys. This is not the team people think it is. I watched Alabama run on them. I watched Kentucky run on them. I watched UMass run on them. I watched Georgia Tech run on them. Even Dylan Sampson, who the team didn't rush for a lot of yards against them, but I watched Dylan Sampson run for 100 yards on them at 5.32 per carry. They just fell behind in the second half and started having to throw the ball more. But in the first half, they were running the ball on them. Yes, they have a very good defensive line, and their secondary is not good. They're going to have to throw the ball that game, but Notre Dame doesn't. Is it going to be easy? No, it's not going to be easy. Georgia will be more up for the game against Notre Dame than they were for the game against Georgia Tech. That's just the way that this team is. They're going to be more up for a matchup against Notre Dame than they would have been against UMass. But it's about matchups, and I think Notre Dame matches up against that defense. Are you going to go run for 275 yards? I don't think so. Can you run on them, and that's how you build your team and you throw off of that? I think so also. But the reason I think it's throwing the ball against them is critical because I just don't think their secondary is that great defending the pass game. And if Ewers was a little bit more accurate after the first quarter, that game's not close. It's really not. For all talking about Texas was a couple plays away from rolling Georgia in that first half.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what keeps Texas from being that team right now. But I don't think this Georgia defense is it's good. It's very good. Don't get me wrong, but I just don't think it's what people have made it out to be. If they shut Notre Dame down, to me, that says a lot more about Notre Dame than it does about Georgia, because of what we've seen over the course of an entire season.
Yeah. Look, I'm the same way. In the same light that you can't look too much into the Notre Dame defensive performance against USC, I don't think that you can look at what Georgia's defense did against Texas's run game and say, well, that's just who Georgia is. Texas hasn't really done a great job of running the football all year. They rank in the 50s in yards per game. They rank in the 50s in yards per rush. So, and the run game attack, the game plan was horrible. It was very soft, and I don't expect a lot of that coming from Notre Dame. So,
and they padded up a lot of yards against teams that were either down or not that great stopping the run.
Right.
I think about the only game where I was really impressed with their run game all year was probably the A&M game. It's about the only time I went wow, that run game's rolling in this game.
Yeah.
To your point, yeah.
Buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame North Carolina in 2024 would be the best moment of your sports fandom up to this point?
I think he meant national championship.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was because like the only thing that compares with it was the Broncos winning the Super Bowl in '97. Like, you know, like when I was a kid, honestly, up until John Elway retired, Notre Dame, I loved Notre Dame. Everybody knows that, but they were my number 2. Denver Broncos were my number 1. I was a huge John Elway Denver Bronco fan. As soon as he retired, it was more focused on only Notre Dame more so than the Broncos. I loved them both, but, you know, that was my number 1. So, I mean, because like my team, all my teams have won championships. I mean, I'm a Reds fan, so I remember them winning the World Series in 1990. I was 12. You know, I was a big Celtics fan as a kid, and I watched them win 2 championships. I mean, I was alive when they won the first championship under Larry Bird, but I was 3. You know, but the last couple when I think I was like 6 and 8, I still remember those because I still remember watching them with my dad. I mean, that's more, you know, I remember growing up watching Larry Bird. So I enjoyed that. And the Broncos 2 Super Bowls. And I remember Notre Dame's championship. But the reason this one would be good for me is because it impacts me double. It impacts when they're good and when they're bad, it doesn't just impact me as a fan, it impacts me professionally. It impacts my business. You know what I mean? And so when they're good and they win a championship, I'm going to be screaming for joy about both of those aspects of it, if I'm being honest with you. Because like when they lost to Northern Illinois, we had like 200-300 people cancel their memberships immediately. And I don't think they were mad at us. I don't think. You know what I mean? Because that always happens. When they lost to Louisville last year, I had probably 100 people cancel their memberships. Just what fans do. They kind of react that way. And so, yeah, it would be a great for us, but then also great for us as fans, as Notre Dame fans. So, yeah, and this would be my first, like, truly adult championship that I would have. I mean, the last championship a team that I root for won was the Broncos in 1998. Now, I know the Celtics have won a couple titles, but I will stop following the NBA by that point in time. I didn't really watch the KG, Ray Allen, Paul Pierce. I mean, I watched the finals, but I wasn't like I couldn't call myself a fan at the time because I didn't follow them. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I was rooting for them in the finals, but I didn't, you know, follow them. And then like last year, I don't think I watched a second of the NBA finals. It's probably the first year in a long time I didn't watch a second of it. But, you know, so like I wouldn't call myself a fan of those Celtics teams like I was in the 80s and 90s. You know what I mean? So you just have to say the last one for me was the Broncos in 1998. So, yeah, I mean, even the Broncos Super Bowl where they beat the Panthers, I wouldn't call myself as big of a Broncos fan then as I was. So, I mean, you could probably say Broncos in 15. I'll give you that, you know, Broncos in 15, but I wasn't as, you know, on that team as I am now with Notre Dame. So that's mine.
Notre Dame national championship this year would by far beat the heck out of any sports team that I've followed in my lifetime. Any accomplishment. I mean, literally, I think the next closest thing for me, I mean, best moment of my sports fandom.
Trev, do you even have another favorite team besides, like, is there another team that, like, because I have a
No,
buddy
I've
who's
never
like
really-
a huge Notre Dame fan, but he's also a huge Steelers fan. So, like, he has other teams he roots for. Do you even have another team that's even in the same league as Notre Dame is for you?
No, God, no, not even on the same planet. I mean, like I said, wife's family, they're all from Cincinnati. So like I watch the Bengals, but like if they lose, like I'll just put it this way. I love to golf on the weekends. If somebody hits me up at 2:30 p.m. on a Saturday and asks me to golf, the answer is always a resounding no. If the Bengals played the Baltimore Ravens in an AFC North matchup on Sunday at 1 p.m. and somebody asked me to golf on Sunday at 1 p.m., it's an absolute yes. Like, you know what I mean? So no, I mean, NFL, like, I mean, I live in Indianapolis, but literally since the moment I've moved down here, the Colts have done nothing but be bad. And that was 10 years ago. And then, you know, growing up around Elkhart where I did, we were like equidistant from Detroit, Chicago, and Indianapolis, give or take an hour, you know? So I've been Notre Dame everything. I'm a Notre Dame basketball fan. I'm a Notre Dame football fan. I don't have an NBA team. I've never really cared for it much because I think when I started caring about sports, it was like a weird time for the NBA unless you hopped on like the LeBron bandwagon.
Sure.
You know, like I missed the Jordan era. You know, like I didn't.
So you
see,
missed
like,
when the NBA was at its best. The Bird, Magic, and then the Pistons, and then Jordan, and that was the best era of NBA basketball, in my opinion.
Yep. So for me, by far, because the other things that I have to compare it to are other Notre Dame accomplishments. Sure. So, you know, in the 2015, 2016 men's basketball season when they made the Elite Eight, you know.
Were you fired up for the women's basketball championship back in 18?
Yes.
17, 18?
Yes. Watching Arike Gumbawale go back-to-back buzzer beaters.
When she hit that shot versus UConn, I scared the crap out of my wife. I was in the basement watching on TV, and my wife was upstairs in the bedroom, and I woke her up with how loud I screamed. It was
awesome. It was awesome. But yeah, I'd say, you know, the women's basketball national championship is up there for me. The men's team making an Elite Eight appearance in 15 is up there for me, something that IU hasn't done since 2002, just saying. And then outside of that, I mean, I guess beating LSU in a bowl game in 2017 for football.
I would be curious what Vince's answer would be for this because he loves the Cubs. So I'd be very curious at where this would rank in relationship to the World Series that they won a few years ago. Very curious to see how that one would go. Yeah. Yep.
Buy, sell, hold from Detroit Hunter. Notre Dame has more yards rushing in the first quarter than IU is averaging giving up in a game.
If they get the ball first, I will buy that. Because the reason is Notre Dame, and maybe they won't be in this game, but Notre Dame's been very good on the script. Like, they've been very good at taking their opening drive down the field and scoring. Like, I'm trying to think of, like, you look at their schedule. Like, I know they got a field goal on their first drive against Texas A&M. They got a touchdown on their first drive against Northern Illinois. They got a touchdown on the first drive against Purdue. I do not believe they scored on their first drive against Miami, Ohio. They scored in their first drive against Louisville. They did not score in their first drive against Stanford, but they were moving the ball. Did not score in their first drive against Georgia Tech. Did against Navy. Did against Army. And for some reason, Trevor, I'm drawing a blank. They did against Florida State as well, correct? I'm drawing a blank on Florida State and Virginia. If they scored in their first drive, they did against Florida.
They did against
Florida
Virginia,
State, right?
But like it was a short field.
Yeah,
like because that kickoff.
Yeah, and then they scored in their first drive against Florida State then as well. So
with the Riley Leonard rush.
Right, that's right. So they've scored. So 2 games this year they didn't score at all, and only a third game they didn't get a touchdown. So like odds are pretty good that Notre Dame's going to score in their first drive of the game, based on trends. So yeah, I mean, I think 40 of that's rushing and 30 of that's passing, for example, or 35 of it's passing. And then they get the ball again. I could see, I could see that. I could see that.
Yeah, I'll buy it. Look, IU gives up 70.8 rushing yards a game. For Notre Dame, I think you need 2 offensive possessions to do that, 35 in each. You know what I mean? Like, I think that is very well. The only way that I don't see that happening, if I'm being honest with you, is if the defense gives them a short field.
Yeah.
Like I just kind of like how you were talking about the wide receivers, and you just have a feeling that like either Faison or a Great House might just go off against IU. Like I have a feeling that early in the game, J-Love might house one. Like early.
Be nice.
Like I have that feeling. I have nothing to back that up outside of pure hope and prayers. But it just feels like it.
Yeah, that'll be if he breaks one off early, then the crowd will get a little nuts.
Yeah.
The crowd will get a little bit nuts.
Yep, I agree. Buy, sell, hold from Detroit Hunter. Oregon and Georgia have the 2 worst rush defenses in the playoffs.
No, I don't think so. I'm looking at the numbers here, Trevor, to kind of back up my point. But no, honestly, you can make a case that Notre Dame is in that conversation. But I think Notre Dame's numbers are a little bit inflated by the 2 triple option teams.
Yeah.
But I think look, it's funny. You look at a lot of the teams in the college football playoffs, and I'm looking at their rushing statistics against Power 5 teams and where they rank against Power 5 teams. Number 1, Oregon, in rushing average, they rank 27th. And then Georgia ranks 23rd. And then Boise State, it's hard. They're ranked 11th, but they've played 3 games against them. But they, Oregon State, Oregon, and Washington State. And then Arizona State ranks 25th. Penn State ranks 13th. Notre Dame ranks 20th. Ohio State ranks 12th. Tennessee ranks 17th. Indiana ranks 4th. SMU ranks 5th, and then Clemson ranks 43rd. So I'd have to say Clemson probably has the worst rush defense in the playoff. I think that's fair to say. Just kind of thinking through some. Somebody's got to have the second worst. I'd say you could maybe make a case that Oregon's the second worst, but it's second worst of a bunch of teams that are pretty good at stopping the run. I mean, the lowest ranked team in the playoffs against other Power 5 teams is Clemson at 43rd. And then the next closest to them is Oregon at 27, then Arizona State at 25, Georgia 23. You know what I mean, Trev? So it's like they're all pretty good at stopping the run. And so the two is statistically, and I think Oregon has been vulnerable at times to certain type of rushing attacks. I think you could say that about, but I'd say Clemson and probably Oregon would be my 2, but none of them are bad at it.
Yeah,
I'd even change the 2 lowest regarded. I don't even think any of them are like the worst. They're all top 50.
Yeah, I agree. My answer was going to be Clemson. I mean, look, when you have just 12 really good defenses, somebody technically has to be the worst, but like worst is pretty harsh for what we're gauging here. So I would say, I'd go Clemson and then maybe Oregon. Sure. As much as it pains me to say from like a consistency standpoint, I think even if you take out the service schools Notre Dame played, like I think Notre Dame would have to be in this conversation for being towards the bottom of rush defenses in the playoff right now. So yeah, I think it's up in the air, but again, it just kind of comes down to who's the worst of really good.
If you look at it statistically, there are 1, 2, 3, 4 teams that rank below Notre Dame. And Tennessee is right above them. Notre Dame's 20 and Tennessee 17. So, and you're kind of splitting hairs to a degree with some of them. And the reason I would definitely say Notre Dame's ahead of Georgia is because we've seen them against a common opponent, and Notre Dame shut that common opponent down, and that common opponent ripped Georgia up. But, Notre Dame's not competing for a championship because their rush defense has been this dominant, elite, holy moly team. It's like, we always say, Trev, there's certain things that are just true in football. And no matter how much you say it, they just remain true. And it still comes down to being able to run the football and stop the run.
Oh, yeah.
We just talked about, like, how many teams did we just point out are in the top 20 in rush defense, right? So of the playoff teams, you have Indiana, SMU, you have Boise, Ohio State, Penn State, Texas, Tennessee, and Notre Dame. 8 of them are in the top 20. And this is against Power 5 teams. And then you look at the passing defenses, and you have Ohio State, Texas, Oregon, and Notre Dame. 4. You still got to be able to run the ball and stop the run.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't change.
Yep, agreed. By so hold, the real way they decided the final rankings. The College Football Committee gave the bye week to the Big 12 winner to appease them and left SMU to appease the ACC, who believed they were a 2-team league. They then bumped Georgia and Texas ahead of Penn State to mitigate complaints from the SEC.
Oh, I buy that conversations like this are happening in that committee room.
Yeah.
I 100% buy that.
Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. And I think, as I said, they had to do certain things. If you were going to do certain things, you had to then also do other things. Like, I even think, honestly, it's kind of crap that SMU even dropped at all. Like, behind a team that didn't play. Like, the fact that SMU dropped behind Indiana is, I think, kind of crap. You didn't drop the only teams that you dropped behind, like, you dropped Texas and Penn State behind Georgia, who won their title. They didn't drop behind a team that didn't play because otherwise they'd have dropped behind Notre Dame or Ohio State.
Right.
The fact that SMU, who lost by a last-second field goal and was more, like, they lost to a worse team. That's fair to say. But I think there's a lot to that. I think they knew they couldn't. If they dropped SMU out, they had to drop Penn State and Texas as well behind Notre Dame and maybe Ohio State. So, yeah, I buy that those conversations happened 100%. 100%. I don't think they looked at this and said, yeah, this is the best 12 teams, because I think they got it right. I think they got the 12 right, to be honest with you. I do. But I think that they knew that if they'd have put Bama in over SMU, that it would have been World War III.
Yeah.
As far as like with the committees, the leagues and all these different things, like I think they'd have got crushed.
Yeah.
Where this Bama team does not have I've even seen a couple of Bama fans be honest, like, guys, we're not in the playoff because we lost 3 games, including 2 teams who just aren't good. We need to stop acting like, and you benefited from a team getting screwed over last year. Let's be honest about that one too. So, yeah, I think there was some. Do I think that was the dominant conversation? No, I don't think that was a dominant conversation, but I do think that was part of the conversation. I do believe that.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I mean, the bottom of the rankings is interesting because I think that there's cases that could be made from teams, 10 to 13, I suppose. I think it gets real interesting. But the committee made the choice to go with like the most deserving, and I think that's the right call. So
the one I don't agree with is the Big 12. I don't think they did that to appease the Big 12. I think they looked at a 11-1 hot team that had just blown out a top 20 team versus a 3-loss team who has a terrible record against quality opponents and won on a last-second field goal in Clemson. I think that's the one I'd probably disagree with the most. Is I think Arizona State got the nod because they were a far more deserving team than Clemson.
Yeah.
I think the other stuff is where I tend to agree with that.
Yep. Yeah, I'm with that.
Okay, here we go.
Ooh. Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm going the wrong way.
Nope, no worries.
There we go.
Buy, sell, hold from Doman Golder. Denbrock will use the passing game with the tight ends in particular to set up the run game versus the DB heavy IU defense.
I agree. I'm going to buy that for the most part. I don't know that the tight ends necessarily will be the primary recipient. It could be, but I also think what we've seen a lot when he likes to throw the football early to loosen up the defense, it's a lot of quick stuff to the perimeter.
Yeah. So
hitches, slides, pivots, some corners, some stops. Those are primarily the outside slot receivers, but it could be the tight ends for sure.
Yeah.
But I do think we've seen him do this against teams that are good at stopping the run. We've seen him come out in some games where, he will come out and say, hey, look, we're going to come out throwing the football against you and really get that part of our game going. We saw that a little bit against Stanford, right? Stanford came in that game, and at that time, Stanford had a pretty good performance on the ground, and he came out and threw on like his first 4 plays of the game. We saw that a little bit against Georgia Tech, where they threw the ball a lot more early than than maybe we thought against a pretty good run defense. So, and then in other games where they played a team that was really good stopping the run, they just kind of came out and ran it right down their throat, like we saw in the Army game. So I think that's probably that's probably fair. Well, actually, even the Army game, they ran twice and threw 3 times. So, I mean, even that game, they threw the ball. I forgot that their first touchdown was a play action pass. So he likes to be balanced. I mean, that's the thing. He's never had a run dominant game plan in this postseason. I mean, in this regular season, there's never been a game where you just came out, at least during the winning stretch, and just said, hey, they're just coming out to just run the ball down this team's throat. No, I mean, they try to be balanced. They try to have a level of balance in most games.
Now, the one thing that I will say about the tight ends in the pass game, and we'll get into this a little bit more next week, the tight ends are going to have some favorable matchups in the pass game.
In this one?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Buy, sell, hold from BK's last brain cell. Notre Dame wins the title national narrative will be it was a down season in college football, and if Bama was in, Notre Dame wouldn't be the champs.
Yeah, this is one of those ones where you needed some punctuation. So if Notre Dame wins the title, the national narrative will be it was a down season in college football, and if Bama was in I don't know if it'll be that if Bama was in, they wouldn't be champs. I don't know that anyone would be making that case because Bama wouldn't have played them in the first round, right? I mean, Bama would have been at 11, and Indiana and SMU would be out, so they wouldn't have played them for a while. So I think the national narrative about this being a down season will be used, definitely. I'm selling it because I don't think the whole Bama thing would be the reason why. It'll be more about Georgia's starting quarterback was out, and Texas isn't that good, and Ohio State's not that good, and there was no great teams, and the SEC was down. Now you're going to start hearing them talk about down year in the SEC. That right? Because here's the thing: they don't care about being hypocrites, right? This is what sports media and political media are very the same on. They don't care about what they said last week. They don't, because they don't think enough people are going to do their homework to call them out on it. They will sit there and talk about how the SEC got screwed, SEC got screwed, SEC got screwed. Let a team like Notre Dame or Ohio State or Penn State just roll through this playoff and the same way, yeah, but this wasn't a great year in the SEC. That's exactly what the narrative will be. I just don't think it'll be a Bama thing. I don't think they're going to be like a 3-loss Bama without Nick Saban was in. They wouldn't have. No, I think it'll be more about it being a down year. Georgia not having their starting quarterback. Georgia wasn't that good this year. Georgia was worn out from a long season playing it against a brutal schedule in the SEC. That's. I think it'll be that more so than the Bama piece. But I think the first part I agree with. I buy.
Yeah, I mean, look, the national narrative is going to do whatever they can do to turn down a Notre Dame win if they win the national title. I think, kind of compounding what Brian said about, I don't think it's going to be about Alabama either. They're going to break down the playoff bracket. That's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to sit there and say, well, on one side of the bracket, you had the ACC champ, Texas, Tennessee, Ohio State, and then in Notre Dame side, you had IU, SMU, Penn State, a team that nobody was really high on, and a Georgia team without their starting quarterback. That's what the narrative's going to be. And at the end of the day, it's like, I mean, it is what it is. But, I just, the national narrative will always do whatever they can to turn down any sort of Notre Dame success. And we have seen it all year. Notre Dame was predicted to lose to Texas A&M. They were 3.5-point dogs going into the game that won by 10 points. And then what was the narrative afterwards? Well, Mike Elko's in his first year. Well, I mean, how good is Connor Wegman? Oh, did you know that Texas A&M is 500 in games at home at Kyle Field, the hardest place to play in college football? So, it's going to happen, right? No matter what. So that's just something that I've geared myself up for. Buy, sell, hold from I Am Tenzin. I should buy a Penn State ticket as a resident of southeastern Pennsylvania and go wearing an SMU shirt. Buy. If you want to. Oh, man.
I'm going to sell that one. As much as I would enjoy that, I want you to save your money. Donate it to Irish Breakdown through our community fund, which IB Community Fund. So, I would sell that. It might be fun to go to the tailgate, but you know what though, Trev? Tickets seem to be pretty cheap for this game, so maybe it won't be as expensive of an ordeal as you otherwise think. But no, man. Save your money, buddy. But I love the thought that counts. Plus, I think you probably want to stay married, so probably wouldn't be a good idea.
Buy, sell, hold again from I Am Tenzin. If number one happens, I should take a sign saying Penn State can't even win in a conference, a reference to his selection show comments.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to go all out, right? I mean, just if you're going to go troll the crap out of their fans.
Yeah, I have to.
Right? So,
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, if you do that and all you did was an SMU shirt, that's okay, that's kind of lame, buddy. Nobody knew you weren't actually an SMU fan. If you're going to go, you need to troll the crap out of them.
Mm-hmm.
There's no doubt.
Buy, sell, hold from Dano. Riley Leonard is back to or better than his 2022 form.
He's close to it, but I don't know that he's ever gotten to be the passer he was in 2022. I don't know that we've seen him do that yet. Now, that doesn't mean he can't get there in the playoff, but I mean, just right now going into the playoff, he's not that. I mean, he had some games, really good games throwing the football in 2022, and we just haven't seen him kind of really do that. I mean, I think of the game where he had a great game at Kansas where he threw for 324 yards, out-dueled Jalen Daniels, or dueled Jalen Daniels. Jalen Daniels his team won the game. We've never seen him just rip it like he did against Temple that year. We've never seen him look like he did against Pitt that year, just throwing the ball down the field. He looked phenomenal in out-dueling Sam Hartman. Went 29 of 41 for 391 yards and 4 touchdowns. Like we haven't seen that version of Riley Leonard as a passer. So no, I don't think we've seen that guy yet. Now, if we get that guy in the next 4 games, this is going to be a fun run.
Man.
But yeah.
Buy, sell, hold from Matt Geo Wild. Going into the playoffs, Notre Dame's offensive line is top 5 overall in the country.
In run blocking, absolutely. I'd have to sit I'm not saying definitely sell this. I'm not, because I'd have to sit and think about it and study a little bit more. But their pass blocking is still a problem. It was a problem against USC. It was a problem at times against Florida State and Virginia. At times, not all the time, but at times. And those teams don't rush the quarterback super well. That part still concerns me. And I think that off my gut drops him out of the top 5. But if we're just talking just that one part of the game, that ability to stop the run, Trev, that part, they're without a doubt one of the 5 best run blocking units in the country.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Run blocking is absolutely top 5. Then you kind of come into the argument of how much does pass protection offset that. And I don't know where they rank in terms of the other playoff teams, like as far as pass protection goes. So, I mean, like it's tough to look at the numbers, right? Because then Riley Leonard, that he evades a good amount of sacks. I think a better indication would be hurries, hits on the quarterback, things like that. So I'd have to take a deeper dive into it. But I mean, gosh, I'm with Brian. It's not a definite sell, but I just don't know if being one of the top 5 best rushing offensive lines in the country is enough to say top 5 overall. So, because in pass protection, I think Riley Leonard helps out those sack numbers quite a bit.
Yeah,
quite a bit. Like if there's a less mobile quarterback under center for Notre Dame this year, those sack numbers are significantly higher than 15.
Right. I mean, I hate to even bring it up, but like when I look at just the pass blocking grade from Pro Football Focus, and again, I hate to bring it up because they are really bad, but like, they have Oregon, the number 1 overall seed, is the number 41 pass blocking team. Georgia, the number 2 team, is number 10. Boise State, the number 3 seed, is 62. I think that's Notre Dame is 65. Arizona State, the 4 seed, is 9. Texas is number 1. Penn State is number 91. Ohio State is number 102. Tennessee is number, 72. And then Indiana is 31. And Clemson is 57. Who am I missing from the 12? So I got Clemson, got SMU, got Indiana. So Notre Dame is in the bottom 4 of playoff teams. And if just grade from Pro Football Focus, and I think that's probably where I would have them, just off the top of my head, thinking of Pass Pro. But that's going to be the part that's got to get fixed next year. But the run blocking has been outstanding. I mean, just outstanding this year. Second half of the season. They were very up and down early, but second half of the year, coming out of the bye, they've been outstanding.
Buy, sell, hold from Domer Grizz. Bill Belichick is a good fit for college football.
I think Bill Belichick is a good fit for college football from the standpoint of running an organization the way that they need to be run now, structurally. I think he's a bad fit for college football in his look, he has to change who he was in the NFL, and I don't know him well enough to know if he can do that. There was an apathy with him with players. You talk to them all the time. It's like, you cut you, they cut you. It was about winning football games. And I still believe that in college football, if there's not an element to we're developing young men, then you're just doing you're doing this for the wrong reasons, and you should be doing something different. And so in that regard, I think he's a horrible fit for college football. And the fact that you're going to get more coaches like him in college football it's a pure business now, I think is bad for the game and bad for young people. Very bad for young people. Because in the NFL, it is a professional. It is a job. It's not your job to develop young men. They're professional athletes. It's their own job to do that. I still think it is a responsibility of a college football coach to take pride in the type of young people we are developing for our society and the type of young men we're producing beyond football. The vast majority of your student athletes in college will not be professional athletes. 100% of your roster in the NFL are professional athletes. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a completely different deal. And I don't view it like that. So maybe he does care about that, and he just didn't do it in the NFL because that's not his job in the NFL. I don't know. But I can only know by what we see, and I just think he'd be a bad fit for that part, which is a very important part of being a college football coach.
Yeah, this is a very easy sell for me. Like, look, to Brian's point, coaching 18 to 22-year-olds is significantly different than coaching grown men. And Bill Belichick has had a hard time understanding when people go through certain things. In the NFL, at the end of the day, much like when you're an employee at a large company, you're a number. Mm-hmm. And the reason why so many people love college football, I mean, if you just sat down and listened to RG3's podcast when he just had Marcus Freeman and Jay Love and Riley Leonard on there, they talked about how much they loved being a team, how much they love being around each other. I'm not saying that that's not the case in the NFL, but you hear all the time publicly about how many teams have internal beefs with each other. It's happening reportedly with the Eagles, and it's happened with the Bears in the past. Like, it's just like college football teams love each other as players, as coaches. They're a family. And like, Bill Belichick never treated the Patriots like he was like, this is my family. Like, it was just like, these are my employees, and I need to put them in the best spot that they can to win a Super Bowl. And obviously he did a really good job of that. But it's a different dynamic when it's the same thing as like when college coaches go up to the NFL and try to do what they did in college in the NFL. Like that, Urban Meyer was a great college football coach, horrible in the NFL. Chip Kelly was a really good college football coach at Oregon, not good in the NFL. Like, it's just some things work out better than others.
And the guys that did have success doing that, and Chip had a Chip had a couple nice years in the NFL, and then right. But the only guy that have been able to, Lou Holtz, actually, people forget Lou Holtz coached in the NFL. He was a Jets coach for like 5 minutes and got fired. I think his first or second year. You've got Steve Spurrier went to the NFL and failed. The guys that have succeeded, Pete Carroll spent more of his career. He came from the NFL to USC and then went back to it. Right. It was guys that already had. Nick Saban began his coaching career in college, went to the NFL as a coordinator, then got hired at Alabama. You know what I mean? So like those guys had some experience on both. The guys that are college football lifers have been, for the most part, failures. Jim Harbaugh being the exception because Jim Harbaugh played in the NFL for a long time. He also had family in the NFL. So like, to your point, Trev, there's a reason why the guys that were college lifers have succeeded. And there's a reason why guys who were NFL coaches that came to college have struggled. And that's a much smaller list. But like Eric Bieniemy is known as this great offensive mind in the NFL, which I still say I think is a bullcrap. I think that's more of Andy Reid. And he gets fired after 1 year. You say, oh, no, this was always the plan. No, it wasn't. Like, your offense stunk because the NFL is a different animal, not just scheme-wise, but just the time you have available to be with these young people. There's nothing like, hey, it's your job, dude. You gotta commit to it. You got class. That doesn't fly in the NFL. What do you mean you got class? No, this is your job. And it's just a different animal.
Yep.
Very, very different animal.
Yep, absolutely.
There's another Bill Belichick's one.
Buy, sell, hold from Oceanside, Notre Dame. Bill Belichick's ideas on how to create a more professional college program are not inventive and are already being done at programs around the country.
Some of them, from what I've read, are going to be unique. but a lot of it's being done by other programs to a degree. Yeah. And as far as comments, somebody said Nick Saban sucked in the NFL too. As a head coach, yes, he was a phenomenal defensive coordinator in the NFL. And when I said he was in the NFL, he was not in the NFL as a head coach. He was in the NFL as a coordinator, then came to college, then went back to the NFL, and then came back to college. That's what I'm referring to.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, with that buy sell hold, I'm with you. I'm just under the. It's just so tough to turn an environment with 18 to 22-year-olds. You can't go into college and then try to emulate the NFL like that. That's my only thing with this. So, yeah. Buy sell hold from Burnout 85. Bill Belichick will immediately upgrade the coaching at North Carolina, but ultimately it will be the current collegiate recruiting environment that will undermine his long-term success.
I don't think he'll even immediately upgrade it. I mean, look, you can't just buy a roster. I mean, you have to recruit a roster at a place like North Carolina. Like, you're just not going to be able to go out and do it the way that it's not just contract negotiations like it is in the NFL. There's still a level of recruiting that goes into this. So, no, I don't think he'll immediately upgrade the coaching at North Carolina. I could be dead wrong, but no, I don't think so. Even outside of recruiting and how to handle day-to-day, I think coaching in college is different than it is coaching in the NFL. Like, it's in the NFL, you're developing college players to play at the highest level of football. In college, you are developing like kids who are still like learning how to play their positions. You know what I mean? Like, you look at like Notre Dame's incoming class. You know, Scrap Richardson is going to come into college learning how to be a wide receiver. He's going to learn that position. Whereas in the NFL, you're going to go and draft a guy like Malik Neighbors, who already knows how to be a wide receiver. You were just now going to teach him how to be an NFL receiver. And if he doesn't, you cut him and you move on.
Right. So you can't just, Belichick's going to learn the hard way that you can't just take somebody's scholarship because they drop a pass in practice. Like, Buy, sell, hold from Oceanside, Notre Dame. The SEC's solution to the strength of schedule argument will be to change their conference scheduling so the top teams don't play as much instead of getting rid of marquee out-of-conference games. I mean,
maybe they, maybe buy this because they're going to do something. But again, guys, we're not talking about the SEC not getting in because they all beat each other up. Georgia beat Texas. Texas beat Bama. Bama beat Tennessee. Tennessee beat Ole Miss. Ole Miss. That's not what happened here. Ole Miss is not in the playoff because they lost to a 4-8 Kentucky team and a 7-5 Florida team and an 8-4 LSU team. 0 of them ranked in the top 25. Bama's not in because they lost to a 6-6 Vanderbilt team in a game they never led and got absolutely destroyed by a 6-6 Oklahoma team. The whole thing that's annoying about all these whiners from the SEC is everything you're bitching about is the exact opposite of what actually happened. The one team in the SEC that played a tough non-conference schedule won the league and didn't lose to a single unranked opponent. The team that in my opinion, in the SEC that has the best chance to win the title this year, that won the SEC title, had a tough in-conference schedule and played 2 good Power 5 teams out of conference. And guess what? They're your best team. Texas played a very good team out of conference. They at least tried to, and their defense for Michigan was very good. So this whole crybaby crap about, we're going to soften the schedules and blah, blah, blah. That's not what your problem was. The best non-conference opponent for Alabama was Western Kentucky. The best non-conference opponent for Ole Miss was Wake Forest. Shut up. LSU got beat by a 6-6 Big Ten team that lost to Minnesota. Shut up. Don't get beat by teams that suck and you're in the playoff. If Bama just beats one of those 2 6-6 teams, they're in. If Ole Miss beats one of 4-8 Kentucky or 7-5 Florida, they're in. So stop crying, because if they make this change, it doesn't change anything about this season. There's not a single non-conference game that knocked an SEC team out of the playoff. Not a one. There's not a single SEC team that played a brutal in-conference schedule that got knocked out because they lost games against a brutal schedule. They got knocked out because they lost to crap teams. Don't get beat by 4-8 Kentucky, who Louisville destroyed, and you're in the playoff. Don't get beat by a 6-6 Big 12 team that's in your first year who sucked in your league, and you're in the playoffs. Simple as that. Simple as that. Stop crying and make your teams better. That's not that hard. So you can fix this all you want, this crybaby crap all you want, but here's the thing. Do this, and next year you're going to still have some of those losses, and you're going to be sitting here talking about how, well, why aren't we getting in? Because your strength of schedule sucked. The only reason Bama was even in the conversation was because their strength of schedule put them in the conversation. If they wouldn't have played a tougher schedule and still would have lost to those crap teams, guess what? They're ranked down there with Syracuse. That's the only reason they're even being discussed is because of their strength of schedule. But apparently, knowing how to read and comprehend information is frowned upon in SEC circles because none of you are making an argument that makes any sense. And you're seeing these national people like Josh Pate, like, well, that's not really the point. It is the point. Don't get beat by teams that suck, and you'll be in the playoff. Simple as that. Ohio State didn't have a very tough schedule. But guess what? If Ohio State would have lost one more game to a crap team, they wouldn't be in the playoffs. It's not that hard to figure out, guys. Not that hard to figure out. Don't get beat by teams that suck, and you'll be in the playoffs. Not that hard. You know why Nick Saban was always in the playoffs? Because he never lost to teams that suck. He never lost to 6-6 teams. That's why. Hey, Lane Kiffin, stop bitching. Don't get beat by a 4-8 Kentucky team. It ain't that hard. But our strength of schedule, your strength of schedule is the only reason you're even in the conversation. If it wasn't for your strength of schedule, you'd be in the 20s or out of the top 25. So stop bitching. Don't get beat by teams that suck that also got whooped out of conference. Kentucky went out of conference and got destroyed. Vanderbilt went out of conference and lost to Georgia State. Florida got destroyed by Miami out of conference. Those teams came into your league and beat your top teams. Stop crying. See, it's a bad look. You've dominated college football for a decade, and now you're crying because a bunch of 3-loss teams who lost to teams that suck got beat and didn't make the playoffs. Don't lose to teams that suck. Ain't that hard.
Argument
you don't understand, Brian. You don't understand, Trevor. That's not. Yes, it is the argument. We're not too. They act like we're so dumb we don't get it. No, we get it. You're making terrible, bad, biased arguments that make no sense. Don't lose to 4-8 Kentucky. Simple. End of story. If Bama doesn't get beat by Oklahoma 24-3 or at all at the end of the season, they're in the playoffs. Don't get beat by Oklahoma, who sucks. Not that hard.
Yeah, I mean, look, dude, argument could be made that if they added more bad teams to their schedule, they'd have a worse record.
Yes, exactly, because they can beat good teams. They can't beat teams.
Yeah, I just yes, the ranked wins for the SEC, specifically with Alabama and Ole Miss, like it looks good. I understand that, but you can't then crap the bed in games that are like not good opponents. Like, look, I know that everybody's counter argument is, well, Notre Dame lost to Northern Illinois. Agreed. It was early in the season. 1, Northern Illinois is also 7-5. 2, Notre Dame didn't lose to a 6-6 team in November by 21.
A bad loss. Notre Dame has a bad loss.
Yeah.
You have 3 Ole Miss. You have 2 Alabama.
Yeah.
If Notre Dame would have lost also to Georgia Tech, guess what? They'd be sitting at home.
Yeah.
If they'd have lost to a Stanford. Because if Stanford would have beat Notre Dame, Stanford would have the same exact record that Kentucky has. Right?
Yep.
If they'd have lost another one of those games, 2 teams that suck, they would have been out. Don't lose to teams that suck. Yeah, but those teams are really good. It's just they're in the – no, they're not. Because I just watched Louisville destroy Kentucky. I watched Georgia State beat Vanderbilt. No. No, you're not playing really good football teams out of conference. You're playing bad football teams out of conference. And when you ever did play a decent team, the SEC this year was 2-4 against Power 5 teams with 8 or more wins out of conference games. 2-4, and the only 2 wins were against Clemson.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Oceanside ND with another buy, so hold. Notre Dame taking the week off will lead to them starting slow versus Indiana.
I don't know if the time off will do that. I mean, if anything, they come out fresh and jazzed up. So, no, I don't think the week off will do that. I think it'll be getting used to, maybe Indiana throw some stuff at them that they're not necessarily prepared for, things like that. But I don't think it'll be that. No.
I think it's going to be the opposite. I sell it too. I think the boys are going to come out juiced and ready to play. I think they're chomping at the bit to get out there and play.
Yeah.
I think guys like Howard Cross and Riley Mills and Xavier Watts and all these guys that have been a part of the team, Jack Kaiser, who like during their time here none of them have really been in position to compete for the playoffs. And now they're in that position. They find out who they're going to play. They're playing at home, and now they're being told to wait 2 weeks. I think it could be the opposite. I think they're going to come out fired up. I really do.
I hope you are right.
Me too. At least I'll be fired up if they're not.
That's right.
I'll be. Man.
I'll be fired up enough for everybody.
Yeah, me too. Buy sell hold from walk on carry off 78. Denbrock's big reveal is the long awaited unveiling of 20 and 21, including an occasional use of misdirection with the backs and an option play with a pitch option and a lead back. Both Love and Price are put into motion and used in the downfield passing attack, minimum of 20 plays. Feel free to buy, sell, hold any or all.
I would love to buy all of it except the 20 plays. I don't know that we'd see 20 plays of it, but I would love to see some of that in the playoffs. Would love to see some of that. No question. Where you just got this wrinkle where you got those 2 guys together. I would love to see that. Yeah.
Yeah, I would
love to see that.
Yeah, I'd buy all of it outside of the minimum of 20 plays. I don't know if it'll be that much.
Yeah. I would love to buy that. Honestly, there's a lot you could do schematically and structurally to really go at teams with this. I mean, if you went with a split backfield with Mitchell Evans in the slot and you've got both running backs beside you, there's some things you could do in the read zone game an RPO game that's going to really mess with teams.
Yeah.
Big time. No question.
Buy sell hold from Rail 5811. Making the semifinals will get the postseason monkey off the back, but additionally transform Notre Dame from current status of a great place to go to a preferred or prime destination for future recruits. Thus, future classes will be in the top 3 regularly and remain top in graduation rates as well.
I'm going to sell the part about top 3 classes, guys. They're not going to finish with top 3 classes. The ranking services are still going to be super biased towards the SEC schools, because that's who pays the bills. They're going to be still super biased towards Southern players. Notre Dame is going to keep recruiting like they recruit and hopefully land a few more of the guys that go after, but it won't be that. The rest of it, I agree with. I think that beating Georgia in the Peach Bowl would be, or in the Sugar Bowl would be that thing, because, hey, the big game bowl thing is gone. You beat an SEC powerhouse in their backyard, essentially. You get to the semifinals. The only thing is it just depends on how you lose in the semifinals. If that's what you do, if you do get knocked out in the semifinals, I think that matters. But I still feel like that would still have a little bit of a black eye, because you'd lose to another Northern team in the semifinals, most likely, or a team who's not very good. So if you lose to Boise, SMU, then all of a sudden, the Georgia wasn't 100% stuff gets ramped up. So that's the thing, is I think it almost takes kind of a championship run in that circumstance. But you do get some things. You get the can't win a big game monkey off your back because you'd have won the Peach Bowl. So the Sugar Bowl, the New Year's Six thing is off your back. You would have beat Georgia, so they can shut their pie holes about their, how good they are. But then you go out and get beat by Penn State, and you're just like, you're still not even the top team in the North. You got beat by Ohio State last 2 years. You got beat by Penn State this year. Michigan won a title. You're number 4 in the North, right? So I think it'd take a little bit more than that, but some of those things I buy, some of those things I don't. They'll still remain in the top in graduation rates and all that type of stuff. But I think I think a semifinal bid does help them with recruiting and all that stuff. But I think it's going to take a little bit more for it to go to the degree that I think some of you are thinking it will.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Buy, sell, hold from Notre Dame alumnus in Minnesota. Lauren Landau had a successful first year as a strength and conditioning coach.
Hold. I mean, we're now getting into the part that matters most. Yeah. I mean, look, I was very concerned about him in September because you had all the injuries. They've stayed relatively healthy since then. The only really big injury since then is I don't know what happened to Benjamin Morrison. I can't comment on that. But Howard Cross got rolled up on. That's just, there's nothing a strength coach can do about that, right? You were brought in here not to go 11-1 against the schedule you had. You were brought in here to help this team build to a championship team. So I need to see what they do in December and January 1st before I can say, he's had a successful year. That's, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. It's the next couple of games is going to be a huge deciding factor in that for me.
Mm-hmm.
We're kind of banking a lot on, well, they were just, tired from the travel and it was a long season in the USC game. But if Notre Dame comes out again against Indiana, especially after this break, and they're still, visibly tired and not as, coming out as fast as what we would have thought, it's going to change my answer. But right now I'm holding with leaning towards buying because
definitely leaning towards buying. No, because I just watched November and I'm watching other teams' players pick themselves up off the ground. It seemed almost after every other play, and Notre Dame players are jogging back to the huddle. You know what I mean?
Right.
So right now I'm leaning towards buy. But to your point, Trev, yes, we need to see how they finish this thing out. That's what really what really matters is how you finish.
Absolutely.
Is Lou Holtz a legend right now? If they would have won all those big games in '88 but lost to West Virginia, no, had to finish.
Buy, sell, hold. The next version of the college football playoff will include financial incentives for the Power Four conferences, allowing them to cancel their championship games in a way that is revenue neutral for both of them.
No way. They're going to – now, the first part is true. There is actually the leagues – those leagues are getting more in that format that's going to come, and they're getting more in the format now. But they're not going to say, well, we made this much so we can lose that much. No, they're going to say we're going to make this much and we're still going to make that much, because that's exactly what they are.
If more money needs,
well, we have bills to pay now. We have a salary to pay and all this other crap to justify it. 100%. Yeah.
Yeah. If there's money to be made, they're going to try to make it.
Yep.
Absolutely. Buy, sell, hold.
We got to those. Yeah.
Yep. Buy, sell, hold. Kirby Smart is having trouble sleeping at night because he is going to have to face Notre Dame's defense with a backup quarterback.
No, Kirby Smart's too arrogant to be having trouble sleeping tonight about another opponent. And I don't mean that that's the one thing I'd say that as a compliment about Kirby Smart. He's not afraid of anybody. I dislike him in every regard, but the one thing you say about Kirby Smart is that guy doesn't back down from a fight from anybody. He won't be afraid of Notre Dame. He won't have trouble sleeping at night. He probably should, but he won't. I mean, Gunnar Stockton was a pretty highly regarded player coming out of high school. They're not putting Pat Dillingham in the game. You know what I mean? So, no, I don't. Yeah. I mean, do we definitely know that Gunnar Stockton's going to be the starter? Is it going? I mean, I could see them doing something where Jaden Rashada is the starting quarterback in the playoff game, where they play both of them. I don't think it's a given that it's going to be Gunnar, because now we're in the postseason. Redshirting stuff doesn't matter, right? I mean, so you can play anybody now. So yeah, I don't know. I'm curious, kind of what the deal was with Jaden Rashada. Did they promise he'd sit out a year? I don't know. So. But no matter who it is, Kirby Smart's, that's just not his personality. So that's the only compliment you'll see me say about that guy.
Yeah, I mean, it might sound like the corny cop-out answer. I'm gonna hold. I'm fully focused on Indiana. I mean, in order for Kirby Smart to even have trouble sleeping at night, potentially having to face Notre Dame's defenses, they have to win on next Friday.
I'd be willing to bet you they're spending a lot of time breaking down Notre Dame film right now. But Notre Dame also has analysts that are already breaking down Georgia's film because they've already done the work on Indiana, right? Sure. I mean, that's kind of how it works.
Buy, sell, hold from Irish Catholic.
Actually, you're going to answer this one, Trevor, because this is the same one from last week.
Okay. So buy, sell, hold. Do you buy, sell, or hold these contracts at their new prices, all prices from Polymarket? Okay. And this is
for winning a championship. So he had some more stuff in there that from last week, but I couldn't fit it all in one card. So I had to get rid of some of the context of it. But yeah, go ahead.
And it is, I'm assuming I still win $1 based on one of the previous questions. Okay. So buy Oregon. I would invest 20 cents for Oregon to win a national championship to win $1.
Agree. They're the number one team, the best team.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Texas.
I'm selling right now.
Yeah,
Trev.
I'm kind of the same.
Look, they're going to win a couple games, but there's just that team just doesn't. I don't know if they have the physical or mental toughness to win 4 football games.
Yeah,
I really don't.
I mean, I don't even know if they have the coaching to win 4 football games. Look, like you can draw up the coolest plays possible, but it doesn't matter if somebody hits you in the mouth.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. That's what Georgia did. Georgia kind of threw out all of it and was like, "Hey, we're just going to run the ball and you can't stop us," and that is exactly what happened. So, let's see. Ohio State at 15 cents, hold. I think their roster carries them a lot. It's going to depend on how they bounce back from the Michigan loss. Georgia, I mean, God.
I'm selling. I just don't think they have enough to win 3 games. I just don't. If they beat Notre Dame, I'll feel a lot better about their chances.
Sure.
But like if they get into a game against Georgia, against Oregon, I don't know that they can beat Oregon. And if they don't play Oregon, who they're going to play? Ohio State maybe. But you really think they're going to beat Texas 3 times? I don't.
Yeah, I'm also going to sell it because they don't have Carson Beck. Look, like I understand that they have a true freshman who redshirts don't matter anymore, and Gunnar Stockton played a good half, but I think experience is what's going to start setting teams apart in this playoff.
I think Notre Dame's better than they are, which is why I think you and I are both going to look at that Notre Dame number and be like, what the F, and buy the heck out of that thing.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely buying that. Penn State, I'm selling.
Same. Yep. Same.
Buy so hold from Greg Nielsen. The play and development of Knapp, Wagner, and to an extent Lambert will allow the coaching staff to play Jagasaw where he fits best when he is healthy, whether that be a tackle or guard.
I won't be surprised if they move Jagasaw inside, because I think Joe Rudolph is infatuated with Anthony Knapp as a tackle, and I don't understand why. I don't know how you can't watch that kid play and say, boy, if we can move him inside, he'd be a dog, because he doesn't have to block in space. He just isn't good blocking in space, Trevor. I just don't understand why they can't understand that. And maybe he can get better, but like that kid right now, you put him in at center guard and he is a dude the way he run blocks. So I just think he's infatuated with him at tackle. So I buy your answer. I buy your submission. I think that's absolutely true, but that should be true no matter what. I mean, it's always about getting your best 5 in the spots that make your 5 the best one.
Mm-hmm.
And if that means moving Jagasaw inside, go for it. I'm not like tied into, Jagasaw's got to be your left tackle. No question about it. I'm just saying, I don't know that it's Knapp. I just think, and again, keep in mind, I gave Anthony Knapp a very low grade coming out of high school for his current grade of 3.5 stars because of his size concerns. But I gave him a 4.5 star upside grade because I said if he can handle it physically, the size, he could be a dude because he's athletic, he's powerful, he's got some edge to him, and we're seeing that he's got a chance to be that 4.5 star guy. But I think that still projects best inside, where I think he could be an elite All-American caliber interior player. I think he can be a pretty good tackle. I don't think he can be an elite tackle. I think he could be an elite interior player. I think Jagasaw, Lambert, and Wagner all have higher ceilings as tackles, especially Lambert and Jagasaw. That's where I'm at. So, but I buy that that's what's going to happen.
Yeah, I agree. I'm with that. I'll buy that too. Buy sell hold from Richard III. CJ Carr will start at quarterback next season.
Buy.
Go with your gut feeling.
An easy buy.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Buy sell hold. Notre Dame can escape the early season gauntlet in 2025 with only 1 loss. Oh,
yeah. I mean, I think they can escape that with no losses. I mean, guys, listen, Miami's going to be a good team next year, but they're going to be losing a lot more. They're going to be losing a lot as well. They don't have a CJ Carr to turn to. They're going to have to go to another portal guy at quarterback, where Notre Dame is going to be going with a guy going to his 2nd or 3rd year or 4th year in the program. So as long as they make the right decision, and I love that this is right after the quarterback one, as long as they make the right decision at quarterback, then yeah, I absolutely think that. I mean, I don't think it's a given they're going to lose a game. A&M's going to be really good next year. They have to replace a lot. They had a lot of guys jump on the portal. That's going to be at home. You get Purdue. You have at Arkansas. Notre Dame can beat Arkansas. You got Boise at home. So, yeah, they can run through all those games and win them. I'm not saying they're going to, but definitely one. I mean, if you're giving me one loss, one mulligan, I'll take that. We don't know who they're going to play in between A&M and Miami, or if they may have a bye there. We don't know the answer to that because they have one more opponent they need to add to the schedule. We don't know who it's going to be or where. But one, sure, definitely one. I'd be shocked if they have more than one loss next year. And they're going to be young next year, but they're going to be really talented next season. And especially if some of the stuff I'm hearing about the portal is true, then yeah, I'll be shocked if it's more than one.
Yeah, I agree. End of the day, I don't care who starts it. Well, I do care. I don't want to make sure that I don't care. But I'm just happy that it's going to be somebody that was a part of this Notre Dame football program this year. All due respect to Riley Leonard and where he's led this team to now and Sam Hartman last year, it's just – in my opinion, it's hard to build like a dynasty in college football if you're having one and done quarterbacks every single year. Mm-hmm. So that's where I'm at.
Those guys were needed.
Yes.
They needed Sam Hartman last year.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Sam Hartman was a disappointment. Yeah, he was to a degree, but if you didn't have him, you would have been even worse than 9-3 last season. Riley Leonard, you're not 11-1 in my opinion if you start one of the other quarterbacks. I just don't think you would have been. Maybe 10-2 because of the schedule, but you're not. You know what I mean? Next year's a different animal. If you can't coach, if you can't get Kenny Minchie ready by year 3 and CJ Carr ready by year 2, one of those two, then you maybe need to rethink who you have as a quarterback's coach.
Correct,
in my opinion. Yep. And I'm not saying I'm saying that in theory. I think Gino Guidugli. I think he'll do the job. I'm hopeful he'll do the job, but I'm just saying, like, if you can't, then that's a coaching problem, not a player problem.
Right.
In my opinion.
Totally.
And another thing too is Andrew Gilmore is right in the chat. He says there isn't a Cam Ward in the portal at quarterback right now. No, there isn't. I saw something the other day, yesterday, I think it was, where ESPN was ranking the top portal players and they had Miller Moss as the top ranked quarterback in the portal right now. And now there's going to be some more guys that jump in. We all know that. But, dude, it's not a great portal court. You got the kid from Tulane who's jumping in. It's not a great portal class. I watched that kid against Army. Army schooled that Darian Mensah kid. Now, he's young, but they schooled that kid. You got Fernando Mendoza from Cal, Miller Moss from USC, Jackson Arnold, Caden Salter. Didn't Caden Salter jump into portal last year? Nobody wanted him, and so he went back. Am I remembering that correctly? Connor Wegman's the number 6 portal guy. Devin Dampier. Now, he's a dynamic guy at New Mexico State. He's a guy that if Rich Rad gets the West Virginia job, I'm calling that kid from New Mexico if I'm him. He's like 5'10", 200 pounds, really dynamic runner, rushed for 1,000 yards, not much of a passer, a.k.a. Rich Rod type of quarterback. You got Michael Van Buren's in because it looks like Jackson Arnold's going to go to Mississippi State, so Michael Van Buren's going to leave there. Malik Murphy at number 9, and then Chandler Morris. That is not Luke Kromenhoek from Florida State. This is not a great portal class. And so, I would absolutely, especially because of that, I would absolutely say, and somebody said Malik Murphy's better than all of them. I don't know about Malik Murphy's better than all of them, but he certainly is heck better than freaking Darian Mensah and Fernando Mendoza and Miller Moss for sure. So I was shocked to see him down at 9. He was good this year at Duke. He wasn't phenomenal, but he was good. And he got better as the year went on. I'm so disappointed that he jumped in the portal as well. Some of these kids are really frustrating me. But I wouldn't take any of those kids at Notre Dame right now over the kids that you have. Yeah, they got more experience, but if you do this again, then you're just in this zone for the rest of your tenure. You're just going for the portal guy because like I said, if Kenny and CJ by years 2 and 3 and 2 respectively are not ready to take over, then you're the problem, not them. And you're just going to live in this world of portal quarterbacks until you leave. It's time. It's time to stick with and everything I've been told from every source that I have is that's what Notre Dame is doing. 100% that's what Notre Dame is doing is they're gonna ride the kids that they have. That's what I've been told. So
that's what Marcus Freeman said.
Yes. And he tends to be a pretty honest guy, right? He says this, you say you can't say that, you don't want guys to leave, but like that's what I'm told by all my so unless I'm just being flat out lied to right to my face by people that have never lied to me, then I just don't think that's what they're going to do. I think they really like the potential that Kenny and CJ and to a degree Steve bring to the offense.
Yeah.
I do. And then you got Blake Hebert. So you got your 4, you've got Anthony Rizak, and you've got Tyler Buckner. So if a guy or 2 leaves, you still have Anthony Rizak, you still have Tyler Buckner that you could move back to quarterback to protect you. You don't have to go to the portal unless maybe 2 guys leave. Then maybe you might have to. But that's for a backup guy.
Yeah, I mean, and Notre Dame's to the point where if you take a portal quarterback this year to like legitimately come in and compete for the starting job, why even go out and recruit quarterbacks?
Right.
Legitimately, like why is that even something that you do? Then at that point, just make the decision that we're just not going to recruit quarterbacks at all, and we're going to allocate that scholarship to somebody else.
Yep.
Like it's just it'd be very frustrating. But I don't think that happens. Buy, sell, hold, Irishman 71-14. Ryan Day will be shown the door if he loses in the first or second round.
I'm going to sell because, I mean, maybe if he loses in the first round, that's possible. If they beat Tennessee, I don't think there's any way you're going to get rid of Ryan Day. So I'm going to sell that. I'm going to sell that.
I will buy the first round and sell the second round. Look, the way the additions that they made in the portal, the players that they convinced to come back, the coaching hires that they made, your expectation was to beat Michigan, to win the Big Ten, and to make a playoff run. And right now they're 0-2.
Yeah.
And he's going on his 4th year losing to Michigan, and 3rd or 4th year, I think, going on not even playing for the Big Ten championship. Not like getting to the game and losing.
Yeah, the last time they got to it was 2020.
2020.
COVID year.
And so it's one of those things where it's like, look, if you start batting over, because there's nothing for them to hang their hat on. It's not like, you lost to Michigan, but then you went on a playoff run and played in the national championship game. None of it is being accomplished.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, the only thing that I think would hold that back is, like you said, that's why I'm buying the first round, selling the second. So buy, sell, hold. If both Notre Dame and Indiana play their A+ games, Notre Dame still covers the spread.
Well, number one, this is a bit of a pet. It's not possible for both teams to play their A+ game. It's just literally not possible. The entire premise is just because if Notre Dame plays their A+ game on offense, it's impossible for Indiana to play their A+ game on defense, and vice versa. Now, 2 sides of the ball could play their A+ game. So Notre Dame's A+ on offense, and Indiana plays their A+ on offense, and the defenses struggle, or vice versa. But in either case, if one side of Notre Dame's ball plays an A+ game, they will not only beat Indiana and cover the spread, they will beat every team in the playoff, in my opinion. But yeah, it's impossible. I know it's you're just
hypothetical.
Yeah, but it's just not. I can't work my head around something that's just not possible. You know what I mean? Like it's just not possible for 2 teams to play A+ games. Two units. Well, what about the USC Penn State game from both those offenses played A+ games? Do you think anybody on the planet thinks those 2 defenses played A+ games? Giving up 51 and 49 points? No, they didn't. So that's kind of where I'm at. But if either side of Notre Dame's team plays an A+ offense or defense, they will cover the spread against Indiana. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Buy, sell, hold. From Irishman 71-14, Notre Dame still wouldn't get credit for winning the national championship, even if they beat the Big Ten darling Cinderella Indiana, SEC champ Georgia, Big Ten runner at Penn State, and Big Ten champ Oregon.
I'm going to sell that because they would get credit from a lot of people, not from everyone. Some people, like Paul Feinbaum, will go on TV and dismiss it. A lot of other people are going to give him, like Kirk Herbstreit would go on TV and praise the heck out of Notre Dame, right? I mean, like, some people are going to praise them. Some people are going to say, oh, you didn't beat this team. Georgia was down. I mean, you're going to definitely get some of that. But if Notre Dame wins a title, guys, trust me, they're going to get a lot of praise from enough people where it's like, okay. And there's going to be people saying, hey, look, I was wrong about this team. It'll happen. I mean, I'm already seeing David Pollock just gush all over Notre Dame. If they go out and win a title, he's not going to tamp it down and say, hey, they can't do it or they got lucky. I mean, he's already praising them.
Right.
So, yeah.
People tend to forget what the narrative around Georgia was before they won their national championship in 2021. Right. But Georgia's last national championship, I believe, before 21 was like in the 60s.
No, it was 1980 with Herschel Walker.
It was 80s? Okay.
Yeah, 1980.
Oh, okay.
Like 8-0. They beat Notre Dame in the Sugar Bowl with Herschel Walker and won the championship that year.
Gotcha. Yeah, well, I mean, the narrative around Georgia was very much of the same. Like, they're always kind of around the conversation. They can't win the big game.
Clemsoning.
Yeah.
Remember the Clemsoning?
Oh, yeah. But they go out and Georgia wins a national championship, and now everybody believes that they're just the most unbeatable force in all of college football history. So, like, narratives do change. Narratives do change. So I'm with you on that one. Buy, sell, hold from Gelaricia, and I'm sorry if I butchered that. But buy, sell, hold. Notre Dame would have been in the old 14 playoff as the SEC and Big Ten champ games would have served as elimination rounds. Well, let me think. Oregon would have remained the number one.
Yeah, I think if this was a 4-team playoff, they would have looked at the championship games because they did that in the past.
Yeah.
There are some examples of teams losing in the semifinal or losing in their conference championships and staying in the playoff, Notre Dame being an example. But I think they would have looked at one of the two would have fallen out. I think probably Penn State. And Notre Dame would have got in.
Yep, I agree. I think it would have went – I probably would have went Oregon 1, Georgia 2, Texas 3, Notre Dame 4, and they just would have flopped Georgia and Texas, I think, if it were years past, if I had to guess. So, yeah. But I buy that they would have made it in. I don't think there's any way that they keep in Penn State.
Mm-hmm.
Buy, sell, hold again. If buy, Notre Dame's path to the championship under the prior format would be easier than the current one. I'm selling that. Like if Notre Dame in this hypothetical, if Notre Dame got the 4 seed, they would have started out their playoff playing number 1 Oregon, and then would have had to then play number 2 or number 3 Texas or Georgia. And I don't think that's as easy as starting out at home against Indiana.
Then playing more games doesn't to me trump that.
Correct.
And it's a much longer break. And I think those longer breaks can really hurt teams like Notre Dame more than the 3 weeks that we're seeing now because I think this is a really good these are 2 really good submissions. Like even though I sold it, it's still I really like the submission. It's makes you think.
Buy, sell, hold from Aiden Benami. This long break will not keep the team locked in and is overall a detriment.
It's definitely sell. Because if it was true for Notre Dame, it'll be true for other teams. You have to trust the leadership and maturity of this football team. So I'm going to sell that.
Yeah, I mean, I think we need to get out of this, like, the bye week is a curse thing. Like, Marcus Freeman's 5-0 coming out of a bye week. And now he has 2 additional weeks on top of that to get his team ready. And if there's anything that we've seen from Marcus Freeman is for games like this, his team is ready to play.
Right.
So I'm big sell. Buy, sell, hold. You believe our defense is still elite, especially our pass defense against Rourke.
Buy.
Yeah, I'll buy that. And finally, Notre Dame Stadium will be 80% green. Buy,
sell. I think the thought is that it'll be 80% Notre Dame fans, which it may be. But Notre Dame fans are usually generally pretty terrible about everybody wearing the same color clothes, even when it's intended to be. This year, the green out game against Louisville was the closest I've seen. But there's a difference between everybody can wear a green T-shirt and now it's going to be 30 degrees or 20 degrees and everybody's got to wear green hoodies and coats. And no, it's going to be a lot of brown. There's going to be some orange. There's going to be some blue. There's going to be some green. You're going to wear whatever warm clothes you have to this football game, and it won't look like a green out. I thought James Franklin, I generally despise, but I thought his comment about, the whiteout he's like, no, unless they got some big old white T-shirts to give people to put over their hunting jackets and stuff. That was one of the more fun things he's ever said. But
I hope, I hope Notre Dame doesn't make it a green out for that reason that you brought up. Like, I mean, I don't know how many green coats I've ever seen in my life, but if they're going to do something related to green, give them all like green rally towels or give them all like the green pom-poms. Like if you want to make it look like that,
that would be awesome.
Totally. Right. But I hope the expectation is, all right, guys, Irish wear green. It's like, it's going to be 20 degrees at kickoff.
Yeah, I'm not buying a $150 green coat just so I can wear green in your – no, I'm going to be warm.
No.
You wear green. It's your job to wear the school colors, not mine. I usually complain about that with Notre Dame fans when it's like the regular season games. Like, guys, can we just please wear the school colors, either blue or green or gold? I mean, why am I seeing red shirts in the stadium when I'm watching Notre Dame playing Georgia Tech? I'm trying to think of a team that doesn't have red in it. You know what I mean? It's just like,
right.
It's just I'm wearing a Bulls shirt. Like, just wear something Notre Dame colors but like when it's winter though, man, it's a little bit of a different animal.
Man, that is That is one thing, not to take this off on a tangent, but it is so random to me when people go to a sporting event, like a Notre Dame is playing Ohio State, for example. And I'm using this as an example because I've seen it. And it is not a student at the school, but I've seen so many times I've gone to a sporting event and it's Notre Dame football versus Ohio State football, and somebody's in a Giannis Antetokounmpo jersey. And it's just like, what are we like?
Did you get lost on your way to a Bucks game or something?
That's what I'm saying. It's like, what are we doing?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Buys a hold from Aiden Benami. Less than 2 players will hit the portal during Notre Dame's playoff run.
It's impossible to sell because the playoff run is going to last through the portal opening. Some guys are going to have to jump in. I think what they're going to probably do with their players is say, look, nobody do this until after the playoff game, but you're going to see guys jump in.
Yeah.
You're going to see more than 2. They have to lose more than 2. I mean, their numbers are not going to be they need sell.
Yep. Yeah. So buy, so hold. You've heard Jay Love will be 100%.
I mean, nobody's 100% in December, but I've heard he's healthy and going to play and he'll be fine.
Buy, so hold. If Indiana stacks the box and it's hard to run, you have faith we can get it done in the air, or okay with Riley Leonard running it a lot.
Buy. One of those 2, I think they'll be able to do. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, buy that.
For sure.
I mean, that's what makes Notre Dame's offense so dangerous.
Right. Exactly. And we've seen games where Riley didn't throw the ball great and ran all over teams. And we've seen games where he didn't run a whole lot and hurt teams with his arm. Yeah, I think he'll be able to do one of those 2. It's been a long time since we saw Riley Leonard play poorly in both areas.
Yep, agreed.
A long time.
Yes.
I think there's a better chance he does both than
that's my
neither.
prediction.
Right.
Yeah, that my prediction is he's just, IU's defense at the end of the day is going to look at him and be like, dude, how do you stop this guy?
Right.
Buy, sell, hold from 13 reasons why. This season, Notre Dame wins their first New Year's 6 game of the century. Also, setting the stage for something magical to happen in 21.
I think it's 2025, yeah. Bye. Bye.
I do think that it's really awesome that for somebody like me, I've never seen Notre Dame win a New Year's 6.
Mm-hmm.
And hypothetically, I could go from never seeing them win a New Year's 6 bowl to 2 and a national championship in the same year.
Bro, I was only 15 the last time they won a New Year's 6 game.
I was -4.
I'm closer to 50 now than I am 40. And I was 16 the last time they did that because it was January of 1994.
Mm-hmm.
And I was 15. So I couldn't even legally drive the last time Notre Dame won a New Year's 6 bowl game. So, and I do think that they get it done this year. Yeah, bye.
Mm-hmm. Bye. Buys a hold from P. Hamilton 16. Riley Leonard can be a starting quarterback.
I think he meant in the NFL because the next question is about the NFL. Look, I'm not really an NFL guy. I think Riley Leonard has a chance to be that. But right now, with what I've seen, I don't know that he has the arm strength or, the process. It's so hard to, I'm just not an NFL guy. I see right now, I'd lean towards maybe. I'll hold a maybe. I don't know. I think he's got. I've seen NFL quarterbacks with less talent than he has. So I'll screw it. You know what? Bye. I've seen guys with less talent than Riley Leonard start in the NFL. So I'll buy. Can he be a great NFL starting quarterback? No, I don't think so. But
yeah, I mean, I'll buy it because it's can he be? I mean, can he? Yeah, sure. I mean, I watched. Yeah. I think I watched Paxton Lynch start a game for the Broncos.
Why you got to hurt me like that, Trevor?
Sorry,
why do you have to go with
the second I said Broncos, I was like, oh man.
32 teams in the NFL, and you had to go right to my heart.
I was thinking, I was scrolling down my list of crazy quarterbacks, and Paxton. I'm sorry.
That hurts, man. That hurts.
Oh man. Buy, so hold. Brian's gonna have a talking with me. Oh man. Another buy, so hold from P. Hamilton 16. There are at least 3 future NFL starting quarterbacks in the playoffs, multi-year, not including random starts due to injury, suspension of the actual starter.
I'm actually going to sell that. I don't think I don't see Dylan Gabriel as a starting quarterback in the NFL. I have a lot of questions about Quinn Ewers' durability, much less his ability to process reads. I don't see Carson Beck as a starter in the NFL. I don't see Madsen Maddox as a starter in the NFL. I don't see Sam Levitt as a long-term starter in the NFL. I don't see Drew Aller. Drew Aller is probably maybe the best NFL prospect in there. We talked about Riley. Will Howard's not. Nico is still young. He has a shot to be. So I'd say that's maybe 2. 10 is Indiana. Curtis Rourke's a great has turned into a great college quarterback. He's not an NFL quarterback he's a backup, but not a long-term starter. Kevin Jennings is not an NFL quarterback, and Cade Klubnik's not an NFL quarterback. So I sell that.
No, I sell it too. I think there's more potential NFL starting quarterbacks outside of the playoffs than there are in it.
Agree.
Yeah. Buy, sell, hold from Hayden 32. Coach Freeman has made a lot of good coaching hires, but has missed on both wide receiver coaches. Stuckey for the issues we're all aware of, and now Brown for recruiting woes and back to young wide receivers not seeing the field.
Sell. I mean, look, Mike Brown didn't get the reputation he got as a coach by accident. It's his first year. So I need to see more. Look, there's things he needs to do a better job of, no doubt. But no, I'm selling that. After 1 year, no way.
Yeah. I mean, I sell it because the 1 year's not even complete yet. We don't know how the wide receivers are going to perform in the playoffs.
That's true.
If the wide receivers go out and perform well in the playoffs, and I'm not talking about, you got 3 guys going over 100 yards a game. It's just if they perform above where they were and were an impact to the offense, I don't know how many people are talking about Mike Brown being a failure. Look, like it's recruiting cycles. It's hard to build up in 1 year when you get to campus. You know what I mean? So Bo Collins came out in an interview and was talking about how when he took his visit at Notre Dame, that was like Mike Brown's second day.
Right.
Like it's tough. So no, definitely sell. You need more time. Buy, sell, hold. Coach Brown realizes he's at Notre Dame and starts building more confidence in his recruiting going into the portal and the 2026 cycle.
I don't know that confidence is the issue there, but I'm hoping that he realizes he's at Notre Dame, and that's the only part of Mike Brown I'm worried about. I'm not actually overly worried about the receiver coaching. I'm more concerned about that.
Yeah.
He's going to have to grind a little bit more. I buy that. I mean, so I hope by that, but right now I need to see it. I need to see it.
All right, we'll rattle these off. Buy, sell, hold from Riker Ferg. First one, Texas beats Clemson.
Buy.
Tennessee beats
No,
Ohio.
You give yours. You can give yours.
Sorry.
You can go rapid fire, but you give yours.
Yeah, buy. Tennessee beats Ohio State.
Sell.
Sell as well. Penn State beats SMU.
Buy.
Buy on that for me as well, unfortunately. And Notre Dame beats Indiana.
Buy.
Buy. Buy, sell, hold from Paulie beat Irish. The Notre Dame offense will have over 150 yards rushing, 200 yards passing, and 3 different guys with a receiving touchdown.
Buy, sell. I think if they have over 150 rushing yards and over 200 passing yards, you're going to see 2 touchdown passes and then a couple short touchdown runs. That's what I think.
Yeah, I'm with that. Yeah, well, it's good. In the spirit of being different, I'll buy it too, because maybe Jeremiah Love sneaks out of the backfield and he gets a receiving touchdown in there. So
I dig it. Or they run a jet sweep and Jeremiah throws it back to Riley. There you go.
I was about to say a little South Bend special.
Razzle dazzle. There we go.
Let's do it. Buy, sell, hold from D Rose. Although they are different stylistically, when it comes to talent level, this Indiana team is similar to the Oklahoma State team that Notre Dame played in Freeman's first game as a head coach.
No, I think that Oklahoma State team was a little bit better. I do. Not by a ton. I mean, you know what? I'll buy. It says similar. Yeah, I'll say similar. It's similar. Very different. This is a much better defense than they had. And here's what makes it here. No, you know what? I'm selling it, because the big thing is if Oklahoma State was playing for a championship, if this was a playoff game, Jim Knowles would have stayed.
I think so too.
And I don't know that Notre Dame jumps on them 28-7 if Jim Knowles stays. Now that might actually help Notre Dame win, because they wouldn't have kind of taken their foot off the gas. They'd have had to be more competitive over 4 quarters. But no, it's that team with Jim Knowles staying, that team would have been better.
Yeah, agreed.
That team would have been better, but it's still, I guess, somewhat similar. Trev, I mean, it's not like super far off.
Similar, yes, but like varying circumstances. Yeah.
So, Mr. Trowbridge, that is going to do it for the buy, sell, hold. Actually, let me just see. Do we have any more super chats? We did have a couple quick super chats. So we had one from Stephen Bright. Thank you, Stephen, so much. And then another one from Stephen. Thank you for super chat. He goes, so actually, you know what? I'm going to bring this one up last. So, ND Milton fan, with a super chat, he says, when Brian Kelly is playing in a meaningless bowl game, he will be thinking, man, I love my chef. Hashtag BK has bad breath and is a close talker. I don't know what Brian Kelly's going to be thinking. I'm going to buy that just because of how spiteful it is and how much shade you threw at him. But yes, I appreciate that one very, very much. Super chat from AST12321. Thank you very much. Buy so hold. Bama with the same losses would be in the playoff if they had a top 15 out of conference win. Exactly opposite of the stupid narrative. They need an easier OOC.
I sell this because Bama didn't miss the playoffs because they didn't have enough ranked wins. They missed the playoffs because they lost to Oklahoma and they lost to Vanderbilt, like 2 6-6 teams.
I will sell it. I mean, I will buy it if that top 15 win was over, let's say, a Clemson ACC type of team, and that's kind of Miami, because it would have been like, hey, we played one of your best teams in your league and we beat them, and that's, we have more of it would have been easier for the committee to push the Bama narrative, which they so desperately wanted to do. They were so desperately rooting for SMU to win so they could get Bama in the playoff, in my opinion. But it would have to have been something like that. But overall, Trev kind of nailed it. Look, guys, if this was a typical Wisconsin team that was like 10-2, 9-3, does that change the fact that Alabama crapped the bed in late November with a chance to lock down a playoff spot? No, I don't think it does. It's real simple. Here's how Bama gets in. Don't lose to Vanderbilt or just one of them. Like, literally, if they just would have won one of those two games, they're in. They're in. So I think that ultimately, Trev, to your point, I just think, and I even think you might be able to agree with this, Trev. The reason I use the ACC as an example is because I think that would have been the ammunition the committee needed to say, look, we beat one of your best teams. We beat Miami.
Yeah.
We beat Clemson.
Yeah.
And let's say they'd have played Clemson instead of Georgia played Clemson. Let's say those games flipped and Georgia played Wisconsin. Then Bama would have said, hey, we played the team that beat you in the ACC title game and we beat them 34-3. Like, if something like that would have been the case, then I think they would have used that as their fuel to put them in. But that's the only circumstance that I could buy where they would have put them in. If they beat a 10-2 Wisconsin team, I think you're correct. I think it would have been that. I just think beating that ACC team would have been enough for them.
I would make the argument that if Alabama would have played Oklahoma closer, that would have given them more of an argument to make it
possibly
outside of beating another.
Very possible.
Like, if it was like a 38-35 shootout game in Norman and Oklahoma was just feeling it that day, then, maybe they give Alabama the benefit of the doubt because they do have 3 ranked wins.
Yeah.
But, when you go in and get absolutely manhandled for 60 minutes, no.
Yeah, agree. Last one, Trev. Buy, sell, hold from Stephen Bright. Actually, it's not even buy, sell, hold. It's just a question. We'll go and answer it. Stephen Bright says, do you think Notre Dame can win it all?
Yes.
Agree. Will they win it all? I don't know. Are they capable of it? Absolutely. Do they have to play out of their minds to win it all? No. They just have to play their game. This is the first time, in my opinion, since 1993, that I said if this Notre Dame team just plays their game every single week, they can beat anybody in the country. Not play out of their minds. Like, could they beat Alabama 2020? Yeah, if they would have played the best game of the year and Bama turns it over 2-3 times, and then sure, maybe. Could they have beat Clemson in 2018? Yeah, if they would have played their A game and yeah. This team doesn't have to be that out of their minds for 4 weeks to win it all. Just play your game. Just be who you are.
Mm-hmm. The best version of who you are.
Yeah, exactly. Like and that doesn't mean they have to play their A game every week. Just kind of play like you have the last couple months. Just keep doing what you're doing. And I think they can beat everybody in the tournament. Yeah,
like, look, in years past when Notre Dame made it to this point, it was, could they have beaten Clemson in 2018? Yeah, sure. If Ian Book goes for 400 yards and has like one of those like signature.
Force a couple turnovers.
Right. But we're not asking this Notre Dame team to do anything outside of, like, look, everybody's so hung up on stats. Notre Dame could go win the national championship with Riley Leonard barely passing for 200 yards and rushing for like 60.
Right.
Like that's just, if they're able to play their style of game, I firmly believe that. Now that 200 is going to look a little bit different than what it did against Stanford, right? It'll be more impactful. But no, they don't. Riley Leonard doesn't have to go out and average 350 yards a game for them to have a chance at winning a national championship.
Right. I mean, you look at like the Fremo efficiency index, right, which is one of the efficiency things I use. They have Notre Dame third. At the end of the 2018 season, they had Notre Dame 15th. They had Notre Dame's offense that year 25th, and their defense that year was 18th. Going into the playoff this year, Notre Dame is third, and their offense in the Fremo efficiency index is 9th, and their defense is, I think, first. Hold on, second.
Ugh.
If you look at the ESPN Football Power Index, right, and how they rank Notre Dame, which has never been very favorable to Notre Dame. It's always had Notre Dame lower than what I think they should be. If you look at them, they have Notre Dame as the number 1 team in the country. 12th on offense, second on defense. And in the Fremo efficiency index, I think Notre Dame is, I think, one of only 2 teams that is in the top 10 in both. No, actually they are. So Oregon is 1, and they're not in both. And Indiana is not in both. They are third, and where are they on defense? Let's see here. 19th in efficiency. So there's third on offense. Ohio State is fourth on offense and third. So Notre Dame and Ohio State are the 2 that are top 10 in both. That's it. That's it. This is what makes this team different. They're not going to win in spite of a position group unless that group just doesn't play well. Whereas they're not going in behind the 8 ball like they have been in other seasons. So that's what I think.
Yeah.
So now that, Trevor, will do it. Why don't you take us out of here, my man?
Yeah, you got it. Really good submissions today, guys. I love buy, sell, holds. I know Brian does too. Obviously, we went on for over
Great
4
stuff
hours
today.
because you guys put in really, really good submissions.
And we got to all of them.
We
got to all of them today.
So we will be back tomorrow for basically the defensive edition of what we did on Tuesday. So we are going to go through and break down the areas that we feel really good about of Notre Dame going into the playoffs on defense, and then some areas that kind of need to be adjusted, albeit it will be a little bit more granular than the offensive side, but there will be improvements nonetheless. So make sure you hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell, share this podcast. Also, be sure to head over to IB Nation Sports Talk for the midweek mailbag, because I know Sean Stiers and company are breaking it down over there. So make sure to share this podcast with friends, family, anybody that you know loves this Notre Dame as much as you do. And be sure to subscribe to the message boards at boards.irishbreakdown.com. So for Brian, I'm Trevor. We will see you back here again tomorrow at 2 p.m. on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.